Nightbot. Welcome to my channel.
Oh. Oh no. Oh no. I don't know what this is. Oh no. Ha. Gdje ste on sistema?
Jess, što se radi?
Vidio sam da je tu Nenad solo u sobi, pa nisam teo da rizikujem da... Ne zbog Nenada, nego zbog treće strane. Malo sam se uspavao, ali dobro.
Pa šta ćeš?
But luckily we don't have to worry about Jangers, the best dog ever, because he's completely okay. And take off, and Dell is too busy looking back to see Chad slowly limping after them and not looking at the tree that they drive into. Oh, Dell, what are you doing? You gotta pay attention to where you're going and not be looking back at the crazy Chad back there. But luckily we don't have to worry about Jangers, the best dog ever, because he's completely okay. He's just wanting to check up to see what in the world happened. And that's a question that we can answer with the list in Death's Design, because that entire explosion that just happened was meant for Allison. It should have taken her out, but it didn't. And because we're having to work off of Death's Design, that's the reason that Chad didn't just go ahead and take out Dell at the same time that he stabbed Tucker, which means that somehow, in some way, all of this has worked out so far and is now circled back to try to...
Ovo! Nešto mojo. Možda si ranije došao?
Došao ranije. Ja sam došao sinoć. Ali ja sam u 7 ti spavao.
Ja zaboravim. Da si jutro došao. Ti si noćas jutro treći.
Da.
A znam da će ovi sad doći pa... Sam se zaboravim. Imamo pokojanje. Moja majka od Simovića, Novaka
Da.
i Miloša. I ne znam, ona sestra kako se zove. Nisu troje. A fina familija. I zna i moći dobri. Novak si je tu. Koliko? Hoćeš si?
Kako im je?
A? Dobro. Ajde, to je bio.
To ne da bar neko.
Novak je stariji malo tek, ja?
Jeste.
A Miloš?
Pa ne znam. Nije van ne bude šta mislim. Tako nešto. Tu neće.
Što si go još šapo je tu sad? Tu nešto bilo još?
Verovatno
Neka stoji. Lijepo.
Verovatno.
A tako?
Nije visio nego je stavio. Kakav nije dovoljno dugačak da stoji tako, da visi na pola visicima. Gdje si?
Simo je počeo da radi danas, jutro.
Ti si rekao da se njih dvoje vrate. Ja razmišljam,
A neće,
majka.
majka je na biciklu. Maja ona neće. Nije Simo rekao da ide za jedno, neće, no baš bicikl. Nešto je pritisak vezao.
Majka.
A je bre, pritisak vezao.
Pa naglo se venja ovo vrijeme, nije ni čudo, jutro si bilo u minusu, sad možeš...
Ma nervira se budala bre, trebaš. Ona ne zna što će sa firmom,
Uđe posle.
A hoće li raditi, hoće li. Pa, ma hoće ona da radi.
Iđe drugi posao.
Pa, neće još. A teško se Boga mi lija, on je u godine te iz firme u firmu. Kad čovjek ima 40-50 godina, on lako. A već majka 62-3. Teško će se ko primiti.
Teško će primiti neko mlađe.
Evo Simo kad je došao, pa god. Te ovamo, te onamo.
Ali Simo neće da nađe posao u one firme u kojoj već radio. Možda, na primjer, neće da konkuriše u tortilji, zato što znači da radi par mjeseci i da ono ode opet.
Pa što sve ćeš, pa.
On ima drugi neki plan, o tome se radi.
A znam ja.
Tako da on već ispuca kredit u sve firme gdje radi.
Oni, a što ima veze što je radio, on je radio časno i pošteno.
Jeste, ali ko će te primiti da mu radiš 2 mjeseca?
A? Ako mu je potrebno, primit ćete.
To je, na primjer, da voziš privremeno za nekog, ako mu fale vozači. To tako te mogu primiti. Dva sata i dva, pa sad ćeš nekad doći. Šta si ćeš da se čekaš?
A neću, no svima čekam kolima. Ne mogu biti kolima tamo. On je daleko.
A ti si ga zvao?
Ma znao.
Dobro, znam kad ne može prije stići.
Ma ne, pa ima u 30 sata. Na vreme. A on evo do 2 rade, sad će mu doći za 5 minuta. Ja je. Tamo neku, kako se zovu to, gdje kroje.
Gdje? Ne radi tamo onu firmu gdje je i Ivana radila. Kod obućara. Ma nije tamo.
Pa da.
To je Italijan.
Valjda.
Ako je kurač, onda je to. Evo meni zvane još. Dobro što sam samo 5-6 kirkije.
Što? A? Šta ti?
Pric.
Pric.
A zvane mi još. Zvane mi još i kada sam prošutio. A ne.
Jedno tamo, onaj makazin, onaj vrak bilo.
Ne.
Pa iskidaju one grančice kako ti je. Ako si bo. Uno obur.
Jutro ću kad se
A
radi.
ne možeš jutra, no danas tako.
Neću danas.
Jutra. Nešto da se razmišlja.
Da se razmišlja.
Zamisli para, imam 45 miliona.
Budi našutio, kocka se kad si šutio.
Sebe sve, valjda ti šute, ja što god ti kažem ti šute.
Za kako kockanje?
Ne
Da,
razumijem.
slobodan sam sutra i preksutra. Rekao sam majci da ću očistiti kao da ima slobodno vremena. Što?
Čistili smo mi kozi.
Jeste kozi, ali niti teoriji ne radi.
A, njima je široko. Ja kozi nije mogla, koza je imala, ona je kao na skakaonica bila oko.
Ne možeš ni stalno očistiti, Kod koze zato što ne može da leži na gobetom.
Ima slane i bio toast.
Može li Astramentis da upane tu, ne može?
Može. Može. Neko sam teži može. Ako ti dovoljno ukenja. Upali da ste imaš vod kada gledam.
Evo, streamujem. Pa baš gledaj, hoće upasti Astramentis.
Polako, ne mora ih previše ako bez...
Nego?
Ajde, polako. Gledaj da imaš jedno plus na skillom. Ajde, polako.
Neka ne smita ono.
Ja neću pričam sa ljudima, kad si ti to? Ne znam kako.
Patak.
To take out Tucker through him bleeding out in this moment. But once more, what is this movie called? Tucker and Dale versus evil. They're not going down without a fight. Which also tells us that if Tucker can hang on, the next one that should be on the list is not Chad, but instead is going to be Dale. And then after Dale, it'll circle back up to Allison, and then it'll come back down to Chad. Got that? That's what we're gonna see if it plays out, and if this works out, you know that I'm not just making this up. You know that there's something going on here with this movie. I'm not crazy. Tucker, on the other hand, is propped up against the tree as he begins to tell Dale that he tried his hardest to stop Chad, but he took Allison. He begins to talk Dale up, reminding him of how good he was at catching frogs when they were a kid, even telling him that him and Allison will be able to get together once he saves her.
What I'm trying to tell you is that you're better than you think you are.
Really going all in to encourage his friend the best that he can to go and get his girl back.
For his forever.
And then the very sweet moment is ruined by Dale grabbing Tucker's hurt hand. But with that, Dale sets off with Jangers to go and find Chad and Allison. And after running for what must have been a while, they finally come up on a lumber mill, which is where Chad and Allison currently are. And Chad has gone full-on villain mode because not only does he have Allison tied up, but he has her tied up on a log, ready to be sawn in two. But before Dale goes to confront Chad, he decides to do what...
If we survive, next round is on me. Time for a round of pest control, team. We've got dreadnought cocoons on our scanners, and you get to eradicate them before they turn into something even worse. My advice, bring plenty of ammo. They can take a punch.
Bosco, find it!
Ovaj se prvo zvana minion je vjerojatno ga nazim. Stavi ga sa strane.
Šta, magični štap?
Ne, o djelici.
Pa ako imaš 3-4 minion skilla, naravno... nisam znao da veštica ima ascendancy u demona da se pretvori.
Da, u brod demona, to je ludilo.
Ne, da leti preko mape, da ono, bukvalno čisti ekran. Gledao sam...
Ali loša priča skroz.
Ne, gledao sam top listu 10 igrača koji su najbrže prešli čitavu kampanju. Među tih top 10 igrača ti je veštica, prvi ti je warrior. Prvi ti je warrior sa štapom od ovoga monka i sa štit... Ne, jednoručni buzdovani štit, ako dobro sećam, to je koristio. I trebalo mu je 2,5 sata razvršiti čitavu kampanju, svi 6 taktova.
Da, prosto...
Ajde, stravent izvuči
A Mage je trebalo 4 sata. 4-5 sati, da, nešto skoro duplo. A veštica, taj li što igrao s vešticu, samo on isto razvali s vremenom. Pa naravno da si slab, zavisiš od toga jebenog marketa. Ono što ja znam. Znači ne bukvalno zavisiš od gira koji ti igra, a zapravo dropuje ti. Ako nemaš dobre predmete, kurac.
Where is that damn mule? Go! Get to work!
Bršu pičku materinu.
Go! Get to work!
Jebote, iza ćoška mi dođe.
Hell! Take care of this. Flares are recharging! Deep Rock seriously need to invest in some better equipment. Mine it.
Evo dvojci stano.
3 na minion skills. Ovaj bi možda i tebi valjao.
Gledao sam lika Kesiju da igra sa vešticom, pređe čitavu mapu u demonskoj formi. Čitavu mapu.
Ja valja taj demon to.
Pa, valjda, ne znam na koju foru se produžava to da bi bio demon. Moraš valjda da ubijaš ili tako nešto. I lik bukvalno ide od jedne do druge grupe kripova i koka i... Pa to ti daje DPS. Ta forma, znaš da shvatim.
Mada ovdje je skoro i nemoguće.
Ja sam krenuo.
Gdje si ti dobio kod?
Kod nje.
Na ovo, jel? Na kocku.
Na ovom akauntu što sam bio kupio. Gledaj.
I need a damn minecart on legs. Where is it?
Nažalost, što ću ovo reći, pre Deep Rock imao skoro slično dobar zvuk kao Han Shodan. Sad trenutno ima Deep Rock jedino bolji zvuk nego Han Shodan.
A oni su ostali sa onim njihovim kao kraj šta je?
Kraj Special. Ali nisu ljudima objasnili šta su radili. Znači, bukvalno, ako se nalaziš iza zida zgrade, a protivnik udara zombija iza drugog zida, neš ga čut. Zato što kao zvuk ne putuje. Nisam znao da tako zvuk radi. Ne radi. Zapravo ne radi.
Bosco, mine it!
Ovo mineral manija. Nije. Joj, brate, moj slatka smrti. Joj, šta je ovo?
Give me some light, right here. When we get back, it's sandwich time.
Jeste, vreme za sandvič.
Pada kiša.
Neće.
Uopće boli glava, to znači da pada kiša.
Boga mi meni nabija pritisak u uši. Znači malo pre mi je zvonilo ušima, ustao sam se bio, počeo da šetam okolo, ćale moj došao nešto da priča sa mnom. Ja ono kao važi. I slušam ga, brate, a uši mi, znači, ko da mi neko, znači, pumpa vazduh u uši.
Hate to wait for flare charging. Resupply ordered.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
outlaw is here. Lift it, Sentinel, eradicate! Fire, please!
Šta je ovo? Oj!
Što je?
Ne znam kako sam rupu upao, jebote.
Jel i Kecman s tobom igra?
Kecman trenutno ne igra ništa. Pa čuo bi ga u Discordu da igra nešto. Pitao.
I need support.
Neće kurva da baci eskrament.
Bosco, here!
Smanjili su mogućnost izgleda sa tečom.
Make it go boom! Shoot it!
Baci je nekli sa 4 minion skilla. Ima što pođe.
Ima ako ga vratno enhancuješ ili Divine Orb. Ne daje toliko šta.
I need a rocket here! Getting more ammo! Yeah! I've got eliminated.
Što misliš? 3 na projektil skill. A?
Took out a loot run. Molly, come here, ready. Help me mind this. I call for the news.
Chad has wanted this whole time and become that killer hillbilly. With the chainsaw and welding mask, of course, this scares Allison. He quickly is like, I put the stuff on because I thought it might make me look more intimidating.
Does it?
Yeah.
Sweet.
So as Dale walks over to start to untie Allison, we hear Chad begin another villain dialogue as he also begins to turn on all of the power, including the saw, which means Dale has to act fast, so he uses his own saw to try to get Allison out as Chad jumps and kicks him right in the face. Here is where the fight begins, as there's kicks, there's punches, there's a face full of saw, and as Tucker pulls off the most epic of axe throws and saves Allison at the very last second. But the fight's not over yet as Chad swings a steel pipe and Dale has the chainsaw again, and they're going back and forth. Dale goes for a headshot, it's blocked. He goes for a crotch shot, it's blocked. He goes for the head again. He saws the pipe in half and then throws the chainsaw to Chad. Well, why? All right, we can take a breath here because a lot just happened and I already laid it out for you. All of this tells us that Tucker is still alive because Dale should have been next on the list, and Chad tried to take him out, but Dale avoids it because, of course, it's Tucker and Dale versus evil. He's fighting off death, which means that it would have circled back up to Allison, but Allison was just saved by Dale, so that means she's going to go free, and instead it skips all the way down to the next person, which is Chad, because he's the last one on the list. And that's just the reason that I'm not going to count this as a way for him to die, because he catches the chainsaw. He's completely fine. It's just like a weird distraction because Dale is a really good guy and he doesn't want to kill anybody in this movie. He even said it earlier.
But I never wanted to hurt anybody.
Which can only leave us with one conclusion, and that's that Chad should be next. Clearly not thinking about that decision for very long, he runs away, grabs Allison, and they head upstairs, I guess to prepare for round 3. Because as Dale's trying to find another weapon to fight off Chad, Allison finds a newspaper clipping of what really happened 20 years ago.
He looks just like that Kentucky Fried College kid down there.
Yeah.
As they realize that Chad's real father was one of the hillbillies.
No.
It's true, Chad. You're half hillbilly.
Hearing this, Chad becomes even angrier as he goes in for the final blow, but Dale uses his secret weapon and throws chamomile tea right into his face. That chamomile tea, I told you that line from earlier was important. It came back.
Like I said, I don't know weird stuff.
But Dale clarifies to Allison, he'll be okay as long as we get him as an anchor. Just as Chad begins to stumble backwards and falls out of the second-story barn door. As they look on in horror, realizing that there's no way Chad could survive, and they slowly shut the door. Well, Chad, if you would have listened to me and my insane theory, you would have known that this is how it had to play out. This is death's design. But we also know that he is still alive. He didn't die here because of what happened in the beginning with the cameraman and the journalist, which I'll explain how they play in here in just a moment. And it cuts to a police scene, where we also see the same news reporter that we saw in the very beginning reporting on everything that has just happened, as the camera then slowly pans back to show us that we are watching this on a TV from Tucker's room in the hospital, where Tucker is as high as can be on his prescription meds, and Dale is entering in to talk to his best friend to see how he's doing. And the best news that Tucker has is that they found both of his fingers.
No, not really.
To celebrate this, Dale tells him that he has a surprise for him, and closes his eyes as he then gives him the PBR with a bow wrapped around it, and a straw. It's after this that Tucker then looks at his best friend Dale and asks him, how was Allison? What happened? And Dale tries to play it off at first like he wasn't man enough to ask her out or anything, until he finally reveals,
we're going bowling.
And it's here in the bowling alley that now Dell is the confident one, and he begins to talk up his buddy BJ to get him to go and talk to the girls that are over there.
Don't be nervous and just be yourself, okay?
So as BJ heads off, Allison sits down with Dell, and Dell gives her a present, which is a helmet, so that way she can stay safe and stop getting knocked out so much. Because at this point, she's probably got some brain damage or something going on. And it's with this gift that Dell begins to attempt to explain how he really feels about Allison when she finally just leans in and gives him a kiss. And then we hear a woman scream in the background as BJ accidentally hits this girl.
BJ!
And as Dell and Allison look to see what is going on now, they finally decide that it's probably not worth it and just go right back to kissing, and we get credits. So somehow we did follow Death's design the same way that it seems to work out in the Final Destination movies. But the only thing is that there were 11 people that should have died in the accident in the beginning. But instead we only had 10 people that died in this movie. And because of Chad, these extra names over here with the sheriff, the cameraman, and the journalist, they are going to cover Allison, Tucker, and Dell, because Chad messed up. This was not Death's design. And from Chad making a deal with Death and then messing with his design is going to be the next one on the list, and the one that shouldn't have been here in the first place, and that caused Death to make all of this happen to begin with, and now to be the one that Death is after most. Now I know what you're thinking. That didn't happen in any of the movies, but that's just the thing. I'm not saying that this is a part of the canon universe of Final Destination, because in the Final Destination films, there's a few of them that have alternate endings that play out much differently than what Death intends. But none of these are counted as part of the true canon. And while you might have known about the alternate endings, you might not know about the comics or the books that are a part of the Final Destination universe. The important thing is that none of the books and none of the comics are a part of the canon that happens within the Final Destination franchise, because it's in the 5th Final Destination book called Looks Could Kill that this exact same thing happens. The main character Sherry does this exact thing where after some stuff happens, she then makes a deal with Death so she can continue on in her career, but then she has to help Death and sacrifice her friends. And some quick spoilers for the book if you do want to skip ahead because you plan on reading the Final Destination books that you just learned about. But our main character, Sherry, does also betray Death and gets taken out by him by the end. So from the way that I see it and the way that it's played out before in the Final Destination universe, I believe that Chad is now the only one left on Death's list. He's not going to get away. Like, there's no way that he's going to survive. He no longer has the protection around him to survive another explosion or having an allergic reaction to some chamomile or falling out of a second-story building. It's gone. All of it's gone. And Chad is now the only one left on Death's list, and he's not going to make it. But who knows? All we really needed was a couple extra minutes in that bowling alley where Chad would have walked in and maybe got attacked by BJ or something, and then Death shows up and it gets all crazy again as the cycle starts over, because that's how the Final Destination franchise works.
You can't cheat Death. There are no escapes.
With all of its insane rules, it doesn't matter where you go or what you're doing, the cycle must continue.
Get to work.
If you've watched the Final Destination films, you know that these rules that they have in every single movie are extremely confusing.
My theory, this proves that Death checks back in between the kills.
So Chad most likely would have had his premonition of everything that should have happened during the car wreck in the very beginning, but instead it's avoided and Death is now after him.
Not ready.
And I'm thinking when he disappears in the convenience store, That's when he decides that he's going to talk to Death about this.
This is what it's all about.
Then making a deal with Death to go through the list as long as he gets to live.
I mean, a few little tiny murders, and everyone just freaks out.
Now, after everything that happened, we have our list, and we can also piece together how everybody here would have died. So starting off with Tucker, who multiple times should have died from either getting cut or stabbed by something sharp. So most likely part of the glass would have flown and like stabbed into him. That would have been it for him. Then we have Allison. It seems pretty clear with the amount of times that she got hit in the head that that's how she would have died. She would have hit her head on something and that would have been it.
She always falling down and hitting her head.
Then we have Mitch. I think it's pretty clear what would have happened to him. It would have been the same as what happened to him out in the woods. He would have just went flying out of the car and done the same thing. And I'm guessing the same thing would have happened to Todd as well, that he would have flown into something sharp and ended the same way. Now, Mike here, I'm not saying that there was a wood chipper off in the woods and he would have flown into it, as weird as that would have been. Instead, he would have flown into a tree. There would have been wood chips that went everywhere, or he would have, you know, hit something so hard that half of his body just disappears. It's just so stupid. After that, we have Chuck, which I doubt there was a gun anywhere in the car. They would have used it at some point. Instead, there would have been something that exploded in the car and shot him, basically. After that, we have Jason, Naomi, and Chloe, and of course, they would have died inside the car as it exploded, but I'm thinking Naomi probably would have flown out of the car but still been close enough by as she, I guess, slides on the asphalt on her face. I know all of that sounds so insane, but have you seen a Final Destination movie? Just watch part 2. All of this same stuff basically happens in it. Only difference is, in every single one of the Final Destination movies, it's even more insane than what I just described. But that still leaves Chad, and from what I can gather from him being in the front seat, he would have flown out, hit his body so hard against something, just like how he fell out of the barn, but he wouldn't have died right away. Instead, he would have lived a little while to meet with Death to talk about what happened. And since we're watching this from Tucker and Dale's perspective, we're also outsiders to what is really going on here. And the same thing with the Final Destination franchise, all of the kills would just look insane to an outsider.
Are you listening to yourself? I mean, this is crazy.
Just as it does here, where it's this crazy sequence of events that lead to one death after another, making its way through the full lineup. Where all the while Chad knows that some of this stuff is gonna happen, but he doesn't tell anybody and keeps it all a secret because he is currently working with Death. That's the reason that he's the one saying, you're gonna be the one to go and knock on the door. You're gonna be the one to do this. You need to go. Everybody move in. Run and try to attack these guys. And it's just like time after time, Chad is the reason that everybody runs directly into their own deaths.
I mean, whose stupid idea was this? Chad!
And the event that would have started all of this was the massacre that happened 20 years ago, when Chad was conceived with one of the hillbillies, which would have caused the blindfold to then apply, but now 20 years later, Death is coming back to take care of the leftovers that are on the list.
Because in the end, no one can escape death.
But from our outsider's perspective, we can all just be happy with the ending, knowing that Dell finally got the goal, and the Tucker got saved. And I know all of that was a lot, and probably the most insane theory that I've ever covered on this channel. Like I said, I am not crazy. All of this worked out way better than what I thought it was going to before I started recording this part. I've spent like 6 months working on the outline for this video, and it wouldn't fall into place until right now, and it's so amazing that it worked out. And if there's any flaws in this, please let me know down in the comments. And while you're going down there, be sure to check out the merch. It's right down there for you to check out. And I thank you so much, because this was, like I said in the beginning, the 50K subscriber special. And I hope that you think this whole thing was special enough for that. But I just love this movie so much and figured that I would share some of the insane thoughts that I've had. And how, once again, when I started to do research for this months ago, found that it's not even an original idea, but it was still fun enough that I had to do something for y'all. And now I guess it also counts for 60, 70, and 80,000 subs, which is insane, and I thank you all so much for that. And a huge thank you to all of our channel members. Some of these guys have been here for a very long time, and that is so insane to me. Thank you especially for that. But before you go, here's another one of my theories right here, and here's all of my favorite films that I watched in 2024. And I would love to hear your thoughts on how this theory either works or doesn't work in your mind, and any other theories that you have, because some of the more insane sounding ones are the funnest ones. But with all of that, I hope that you have an extra blessed day, and then I'll see you in the next one.
Thread eliminated. Activate the transponder on the mule. We'll send in an extraction pod to pick you up.
Ready to kill some more crates. Ammo taken.
Stavi 2 divajna.
Yeah!
Može sad to 2 divajna.
Stavi. Dobro.
To rise, a victim of your own hand. It is the way of our kind.
Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel, where I cover vampires, werewolves, and other supernatural creatures. In this video, we're going to be looking at the vampire species from Hemlock Grove, known as the Oopsie. Somehow this series kind of flew under my radar for a long time, but here we are. The show came out in 2013 and has 3 seasons. I watched all 3 seasons in just a few days in preparations for this video, so ripped my sleep schedule. The show stars Bill Skarsgård as the Upir Roman Godfrey, Famke Janssen as his mother, and Landon Milrod as the werewolf Peter Romantic. I will briefly touch on the werewolves, but we will be mostly focusing on the vampires. Also, my second video in a row featuring Bill Skarsgård, because I just covered Nosferatu and he played Count Orlok in that. Let's take a look at Hemlock Grove, the vampire species known as the Upir, their history, anatomy, abilities, weaknesses, and more. If you enjoy videos about vampires and other supernatural creatures, leave a like and subscribe for new videos every week. Before we get into the vampires of Hemlock Grove, this video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN. Most of you are probably familiar with what a VPN does by now, but in case you're not, a VPN helps mask your IP address and encrypt your data so your identity, location, and activity are hidden. This keeps your information safe and can also allow you to appear as if you're in a different country. Switching your location to a different country allows you to gain access to a whole new library of movies and TV, something I do all the time. Netflix is known for having amazing movies, but sometimes certain movies are only available in certain countries. For example, if you want to watch Django Unchained, Inglourious Basterds, Van Helsing, or Shawshank Redemption, well, just switch your location to Canada. You can do this to find so many different movies and TV shows on sites you already have a subscription to. Changing your location can also allow you to find better deals on hotels, flights, and car rentals. With Surfshark, no customer logs are kept, 24/7 customer support, and my favorite part, unlimited devices. That means you can use one Surfshark account across all your devices, desktops, laptops, tablets, mobile devices, and more for one price. Surfshark also has an antivirus with a lot of great features, including real-time protection and webcam protection. Secure your privacy and try Surfshark now. Use my link in the description below to get a huge discount and 4 extra months free. There's zero reason not to try because they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee. Go to surfshark.com/Wallens or click the link in the description below. Thanks to Surfshark for sponsoring the video. We can start with the history and origins of the Upir. This will be a super short section of the video because we know pretty much nothing about their origins or how they were created in the show. The term Upir comes from Slavic folklore, and the legends go back to roughly 1000 AD. So the species is at least 1000 years old, but most likely a lot older. The Upir could be as old or older than the human species itself. In traditional folklore, a Upir was a person who was either cursed before death, died suddenly or in a gruesome manner. Someone who wasn't baptized, had their burial desecrated, people who took their own life, witches, and more. To sum it up, pretty much anything that made a spirit unclean could lead to someone becoming a Upir. Many stories have been disputed that similar creatures were said to come back from the grave to kill their own family. This reminds me of how the vampires from Salem's Lot often go after their closest family members first. In different places, the Upir is called a slightly different name, but the legend remains very similar. Although, other than the name, Upir from Hemlock Grove share almost no similarities with their traditional counterpart. The vampires, or Upir from Hemlock Grove, are quite unique as far as vampires go. First off, the only way to become a Upir is to be born one. There is no way to be turned. Although there may be many supernatural aspects to the Upir, their condition is also biological, as shown when Roman underwent a medical procedure to become human. And it would have worked if he didn't skip his last treatment. The procedure was basically replacing all of Roman's Upir DNA with human DNA. A very smart doctor named Johann was able to identify exactly what makes a Upir the way they are, and it's a heritable retroviral anomaly. Now, I'm no Roanoke Gaming, so I'm not an expert in real science, but from my research, a retroviral anomaly is a piece of virus DNA that has been added into a person's genetic code. The heritable part means that it was inherited, so that most likely means that every Upir could be traced back to one progenitor. How this first Upir was created, we'll never know. But since this species is at least 1,000 years old, they wouldn't have had the science to achieve this medically. That means their origin is most likely supernatural. My guess would be like the Upir legends. Someone was cursed before death, returning as a Upir, and then spread it to their children and so on. Unlike the traditional legends and most vampires, the Upir in Hemlock Grove are not undead. They are living beings with a beating heart. When a Upir like Roman is born, they are actually not full Upir yet and do not have access to all their abilities. When Roman was in this pre-Upir state, he only had a very mild thirst for blood and didn't know why. The only ability he had was being able to mesmerize people by making eye contact. If he looks at someone, he can make them do anything he wants. Kiss someone, forget something, put a gun in your mouth. Every time he uses this ability, it causes him to have a nosebleed like Eleven from Stranger Things. It doesn't seem to cause any permanent damage though. Peter asks him if it's painful to do this, and Roman says it is. I'm not going to be talking much about the story from Hemlock Grove as I'm focusing on the vampire species, but just for context, Roman is a Upir and becomes best friends with a werewolf, which is Peter. The species have been known enemies for a long time, but for some reason the two were drawn to each other. Anyway, so in this partial Upir form, Roman does not have to consume blood and can mesmerize people. In order for someone to become a full Upir, they must take their own life. The person, in this case Roman, will die and then return to life shortly after as a full Upir. Once being awakened as a full Upir, Roman still had the ability to mesmerize people, but also gain superhuman strength, enhanced senses, Upir venom, healing, greater durability.
This time we're after an Omeran Heartstone. In order to extract it, we're sending in an autonomous drill dozer to support you. The drill dozer will automatically home in on the Heartstone, so your job will be to escort it and keep it running. Good luck, miners. Watch out, drill dozer approaching landing zone.
Go, Bosco!
Nosim tugu koliko za ceo život za.
No flares ready. Bosco, what is that?
Your team is getting bigger. Dwarf inbound.
Rock and stone, if you don't rock and stone,
Welcome,
you
welcome.
ain't coming home. Looking forward to be working with you.
Explosion. Sorry.
Why only one brother?
Welcome to my channel.
Battery packs. Wait, don't start. Wait.
Let's get this cargo crate open.
A miner is on the way to join you.
What the fuck is it?
Get the job done. Give me
Hello.
and welcome.
Yeah.
Battery
Wait, behind.
Got no flares ready. Ouch. Oh, I smell bacon.
Go Crusher!
No, you won't. Fuck off.
Molly, over here.
Dwarf inbound.
Rockety rockin' stove. I have a good feeling about this thing. Glad to be working with you. This place is almost nice compared to last. Not again. I found some barley balls. Nitra! Carl! Mixing the sludge. Cargo crate here. Let's open it. Cargo crate here. Yes, a cargo crate. Wally is on the way. Did we find the batteries? We got a cargo crate here. I call for the mule. Like feeding a bottomless pit. After this, longest shower ever. Feel like I Glyphagunk in every single crevice.
You can start if you want.
See here. There is nitro over here.
Rock and stone.
It never gets old. There is red sugar over here.
Drill does are moving. Everything looks fine, but expect that to change soon.
Kad kaže rock on.
Meet your maker, Craig.
Attention team, to keep the drill dozer running at full capacity, you need to keep it clear of bugs. Also, we got an incoming swarm.
Go!
Oh fuck.
Found some nitro. Find the nitro for ammo. Anyone needs ammo? There's nitro here.
Baš u pet, materinu, pečurkama. Guys.
Over here by the market. Anyone needs ammo? There's nitro here. Flares. Recharging.
Inhibitor field.
It's your freaking nature. Come on, guys. Lock him slow. Let me slit your skull.
The drill dozer is out of fuel. You need to refill the fuel canisters mounted on its back. Use the canisters to extract any nearby oil shale, and we'll have the drill dozer operational again in no time.
Terrain scanner just got
Mi fa un trophy.
location. Cutting down the train. There's more over here.
On my way.
Flares ain't ready.
Lord.
I'm doing my part.
Lights up!
Explosives, guys! Molly, come here!
Let there be light!
Tank, guys, tank.
Damage repair! Molly!
Protect the drill dozer. It's being attacked by wildlife.
No shit.
Time, old lady. One final time. This canister is full. Gotta get it plugged back in. One fuel capture. Come here. Rock seriously needs to be one would call you master expiration. We gotta protect the radar! Anyone I'm dissolving! The radar needs maintenance! Disgusting! Let's stick together for
Rottenstone.
Donkey, come here!
Hang in there. Supplies are on the way. Careful, pilot. Good work, team. Performance point bonus is active.
Something special, my friend.
A secondary objective has been achieved. Bonus will be transferred to your accounts on mission completion.
No. Not that one.
Guys, are you blind? Look over here.
Oil shield. Keep
There is oil shield.
For Carl.
Fuel canister
Got it.
loaded. Let's rock and stove. Rock and stove.
All canisters fueled. Drill dozers ready to make more progress. Drill dozer moving. Try to keep up and guard it with your life.
Pesticide coming up.
Ah. Funny.
Swarm detected. Keep the drill dozer operational at all costs. The drill dozer is ready to start the extraction of the Omeran Heartstone. Awaiting your call, team. Supply drop has been ordered and is on the way.
Guys. Get off the tank.
Resupply arrived. Barker up.
No. Shoot the nodes. Shoot the nodes.
Nigel! Destroy them to get the scale bramble to open!
No.
Let's eliminate the scale bramble!
Yeah, dig up. Dig up.
We took out the brambles, Nodules! Go for the kill! Warthog scale bramble eliminated! Fashion crystal here. Find the nitra for ammo. Flares are recharging.
Gotta go fast.
I feel for the lies. Facio Knight. Facio Knight here. Look what I found.
Nope.
Yeah.
None can stand before us! Let's get the face unite. Eat it!
Up!
Where is that damn you? I could need a good rest.
Lighting up!
I ordered a resupply.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
Down the hatch. It's our job to keep the drill dozer running. Supply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Getting more ammo. I'm taking some of the ammo. Yes. By the fair. If only it would fit in more.
Extraction commencing. Drill dozer running at full steam. Stay alert, team. The noise and vibrations are attracting the bugs. We got an incoming swarm. Please remember that the drill dozer is top priority.
Another day at the office.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
Yeah.
Loretta is purring like a kid. I got the Griffin Praetorian.
Good.
The dozer's just broken through the crust of the Omeron.
Good at you, Loretta. Bring it back. Overheated. I ain't gonna tell you again.
Oh, yes, Dave.
Keep Loretta safe. Little body fix. It's over.
Swarm on the intercept course. Get ready to protect the drill dozer.
Ready to kill some
We're
more.
50% through, team. Drill dozer is still holding together. Contact! Lock and load!
Careful!
approaching the drill dozer. Hunker down and load up. The drill dozer just has to drill a little further and we're done. Incoming swarm. Keep the dozer safe. Swarm! I repeat, swarm!
Fuck.
Thanks. Slowing down traffic! Quick, someone debug the dozer!
Don't stand on the dozer.
The drill dozer has just suffered permanent damage. Keep that thing running at any cost.
No, don't.
The hull of the drill dozer is taking permanent damage.
Stand
Remember, it's game
on
over
it.
if it's destroyed, so step to it.
You got me! Repair the drill dozer! Redo, repair! The upper end
The drill dozer served its purpose. The heartstone is ours. Deposit it and wrap up the mission.
For those about to rock and stone, we salute you. Move your tin ash over here and hurry, please. Heartstone.
Armor and heartstone
Go.
secured.
Go.
Press the button on the mule and we will send in the drop pod.
Supply pod here.
That's how you do it. Drop pod is on the way.
Ammo in belt. Have to wait for flare recharge.
Let there be light!
Drop pod arrived. Mule is returning to LZ. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes. In T-minus 4 minutes.
Damn flares need an upgrade. It's overheated. Could the rest of you please
The mule has docked, initiating launch sequence.
Stone, you ain't coming home!
Extraction commencing. Good work.
By the beard! Rockety rockin' stone! You!
Thank you, Mr. Alexa.
We rock!
Rock and stone like there's no tomorrow.
In immortality. Of course, this all comes at the cost of his newly acquired thirst and need for blood. Something I found interesting was Roman was able to use his mesmerize ability on himself by looking in the mirror. He did it to try and take away his own fear. Their healing ability is quite good, being able to recover from almost anything besides getting their head removed. Physical trauma and even gunshots have little to no effect. When it comes to immortality, the Upir seems to age normally until they make the transition to full Upir. Roman was around 18 when he turned, so he should remain that way forever. There seems to be an exception to this though, because Olivia took her life and became a full Upir at the age of 13. But today, she appears to be middle-aged and has remained that way for a very long time. This means that if you completes their transformation as a child, they still age to an adult and then stop. You never have to worry about being stuck as a child like something from Interview with the Vampire. Many Upirs are frozen at a different age because they all make their full transformation at different times. It's possible that if you complete the transformation when you're young, that your body will age to your physical prime, like some other vampire viruses. The exact age of Roman's mother, Olivia, is a bit of a mystery because we don't know the exact year she was born. We have seen a flashback as far back as 1884 in Paris, and she still looked the exact same, confirming she has not aged a day in over 100 years. My guess for Olivia's age based on the time period when she was a child would be around 150 years old or slightly older. As for appearances of the Upir, Roman looks the same after the transformation as he did before. It does show him for a brief moment having fangs like a traditional vampire. His mother, who is Upir, also showed having fangs when she was younger. However, after the first season, we never see a Upir display fangs again, so I think they might have changed their minds on Upir having fangs. Instead of fangs, the Upir have a very unique way of feeding. Normally, they would just bite the person's neck using their ordinary teeth, or cut them. But sometimes, when a Upir is angry or extremely bloodthirsty, their jaw can stretch open unnaturally wide, allowing them to engulf a person's entire neck with one bite. They're kind of like a snake, or the ice cream man from Legion. This is a really unique way for a vampire to feed, and I don't think I've ever seen it before. Upir must feed on blood quite often to sustain themselves, or they will start to suffer side effects. These include blurred vision, confusion, becoming weaker, and trouble controlling their behavior. They can feed from humans, of course, but Roman is also seen feeding from a horse, so they can consume animal blood. Upir can and will also consume flesh. When Roman is hungry but can't get blood, we see him eating raw meat. We see that rare blood types are like a fine wine to the Upir, so there must be some taste difference between blood types. Well, at a get-together, they sample the rarest blood type in the world, known as the golden blood type, or RH null. It's said that less than 50 people in the entire world have this blood type. I never knew that. Some Upir hunt for their food by killing humans, but most find a more type, or RH null. It's said that less than some taste difference between blood types. Well, at a get-together, they sample the rarest blood type in the world, known as the golden blood type, or RH null. It's said that less than 50 people in the entire world have this blood type. I never knew that. Some Upir hunt for their food by killing humans, but most find a more sustainable way to feed. Some Upir like Annie do not like killing and prefer to feed in a more humane way. After Roman's father died, he became the owner of Godfrey Industries in the building known as the White Tower. In here, all kinds of medical experiments take place, and Dr. Johann was able to create a substance that Upirs can feed from. It is created from his failed experiments, blended up into a liquid. Pleasant. Upir can feed from pretty much any blood, fresh or not, human, animal, in a bag, in a pudding, but they cannot feed from other Upir. Roman is told by his Upir sister that feeding from other Upir will make them sick. Although Roman did feed from his mother in the first season, but I think that was another bit of oversight, like the fangs. When a Upir is newly turned, they need to give their body time to adjust to feeding on blood. Dr. Johann warns Roman not to overindulge because he's not ready, but he proceeds to gorge himself on blood, only to throw it up shortly after. Roman is seen eating regular food many times, so Upir can still consume normal food, but they prefer their food uncooked or very rare. I want to talk about the Upir's superhuman strength for a moment. They're one of the strongest supernaturals in the series, on par or stronger than a Vargulf or a reanimated human. A Vargulf is basically a rabid werewolf, and a reanimated human is obviously a human that's been reanimated, and for some reason they are gifted with superhuman strength. Werewolves seem to have no extra strength while in human form, whereas Roman can send someone flying a dozen or more feet or break someone's neck like a twig. Dr. Johann suffers from something called hysterical strength. Due to a problem with his adrenal glands, he has almost superhuman strength. When Roman was only part Upir, Johann was able to overpower him easily. After Roman was turned into full Upir, he picked up Johann by the neck like he weighed nothing and threw him aside effortlessly. Roman also overpowered a werewolf, grabbed it by the mouth King Kong style, and ripped it in half with his bare hands. A human is absolutely no match for a Upir. Roman's mother Olivia was able to single-handedly defeat a skilled hunter trained in killing supernaturals. Well, she didn't just kill her. She broke her neck and then skinned her alive, all without receiving a single scratch.
Steel. You must make your heart steel.
Clever boy.
Upir biology. Other than their altered DNA, supernatural abilities, and thirst for blood, they are pretty similar to humans. They can consume regular food if they want to, but they still have to drink blood. One odd thing that Dr. Johann notes is that the Upir does not react to anesthesia, so when Roman underwent a procedure, he had to be awake the whole time. Upir still have to use the bathroom and can mate with humans and have babies. When it comes to Upir having babies, it gets a little confusing. When Roman had his daughter Nadia, he was only half Upir at the time. It's not clear whether or not she will be able to make the transition into a full Upir. Odds are though, she can become a full Upir because of what I'm about to talk about. Another phenomenon when it comes to babies born from a Upir is the cull. This is a flesh-like membrane made of the amniotic sac that covers the baby's face when they are born. In many cultures, this is said to be good luck, but in some, they believe when someone is born with a cull and dies, they become a vampire. Olivia, Roman, his sister Annie, and Nadia were all born with the cull. This made me wonder if only babies born with a cull can become Upir, especially considering Olivia killed multiple babies of her own until she got one with a cull. Dr. Johann states that Upir have less human emotions, which explains how she could do something so horrific. Anyway, what leads me to believe only babies born with a cull can become Upir is something Annie says to Roman. After meeting him, she says, "I thought you were like me, born with the cull." This insinuates that only babies born with a cull are Upir. This would make sense because Roman's sister Shelley was born without a cull and never shows any signs of being Upir. This also means that not all children born from a Upir become Upir, only those with the cull. At one point in the series, we are introduced to a group called the Order of the Dragon. Eventually, some of the members become much more radical and start to kill babies born with a cull to prevent these supernaturals from ever causing any harm. This shows how important the cull is and that it's most likely a tell for someone becoming a Upir, and possibly a werewolf too. Some Upir are born with a physical deformity. Olivia, for example, was born with a small tail. She cuts it off herself, and this leads to her bleeding out and transforming into a full Upir. It's possible many Upir are born with some kind of deformity, but that's never shown. Upir are either immortal or can live for thousands of years, but there is one thing that can take away their immortality, and that's Upir venom, also called Upir toxin. Upir have an extra sinus on the roof of their mouth like a snake's venom sac. The strange thing is that the toxin has a little to no effect on humans, but has a terrible effect for other Upir. When Roman bit his own mother, the venom caused her to start aging like a human. She was also very frail, needing a cane to walk. Normally, a Upir is immune to almost all human diseases and ailments, except congenital heart failure. Apparently that's still bad for Upirs. But after being affected by Upir venom, Olivia developed cancer. Despite temporarily losing her immortality, she was still much stronger than a human, and after feeding from Dr. Johann's genetically perfect creation, Olivia's cancer was cured. So by ingesting new DNA, it fixed her own, curing her cancer and returning her immortality.
There are specific changes taking place in your bloodstream I'd not noticed before.
We have talked about the Upir's biology, abilities, and feeding. So now let's talk about their weaknesses. These vampires are not weak to crosses, holy water, or anything religious. They are also not weak to garlic, and silver is reserved for werewolves only. So what are they weak to? Well, according to the Order of the Dragon that's been hunting Upir for at least 5 centuries, The only way to kill them is fire or decapitation. Even a stake to the heart will only put them down for a few hours thanks to their healing abilities. And apparently even then you want to coat the blade or stake in an anticoagulant. This probably slows their healing down. Most notably, these vampires are not weak to sunlight, and it does not weaken them at all. There is one more weakness that is specific to Upirs, but I will talk about that soon because it ties in with something else. First, I want to talk about Roman's sister and his daughter. We will start with his sister Shelley.
Time to make space in the closet.
For some unknown reason, his sister passed away as an infant, but was reanimated by Dr. Johann. It was an experimental procedure, and it was a success, but she suffered some unforeseen side effects. For one, she's over 7 feet tall in the first season, and one of her eyes and part of her head are badly disfigured. Her hands are always wrapped in bandages because underneath they look like they're rotting away. Although this doesn't seem to cause her any pain, as she once snapped off one of her fingers to give to someone. This reanimation procedure also granted Shelley superhuman strength. She might be one of the strongest supernaturals in the series. She was able to effortlessly kill a werewolf by breaking its neck. Since she is Roman's sister, she could be half Upir, although she is never seen using the mesmerize ability that Roman had, and it's never said in the show whether she was born with a cull or not. Even though she displays no Upir abilities or fondness for blood, it's still possible she could become a full Upir if she took her own life. It's also possible that the reanimation process might have affected her Upir genes, and it's not possible. The last side effect of the reanimation is that Shelley's skin will glow sometimes when it's touched. This is because Dr. Johann used phosphorus in some part of the reanimation process, thus making her glow. Like I said before, it's never said how Shelley died as an infant, but there is the possibility that Olivia killed her. That's never explicitly said, but Olivia killed several other children because they didn't have the call, so who's to say she wouldn't have done it to Shelley? Now I want to talk about Roman's daughter Nadia. She exhibits some unique traits even among Upirs. She has piercing blue eyes and the ability to kill someone just by looking at them. That cult I mentioned earlier that was killing children born with the call were after Nadia. The leader breaks into the room where the baby is, and when Nadia stares at him, he starts to scream and bleed from his eyes until he's dead. Nadia also had the ability of affecting people's dreams in the house, making Peter and Roman dream the same thing. She also used some kind of mind control or compulsion on a woman that was staying with Roman to make the woman breastfeed her. So she has multiple mental-like abilities. This either means that different Upir can have different abilities, or Roman's daughter is special. And I think it's more likely that the abilities of Roman's daughter are unique, because we don't see them displayed by any other Upirs in the series. Roman's daughter is shown being extremely smart for an infant. She spelled out her own name using blocks, affected Roman, Peter, and Miranda's dreams, and knew who to kill even as a baby. I'd be afraid to babysit her myself because I wouldn't want this happening to me by mistake. In Hemlock Grove, there is no established Upir society or vampire government like in a lot of other series and movies. Some of them will still gather together, but all Upir are left to their own devices to do as they wish. Some do gather in small groups like I said, like Annie's friends, and they prepare blood-based meals. Annie informs Roman that there's Upirs all over the place, and they usually work in jobs that keep them close to blood. She is a nurse. She also tells Roman that the coroner in their town was a Upir, and that almost every coroner in the country is Upir. This makes it sound like the Upir population is quite high, but Dr. Johann says that it's actually quite low. The Upir and werewolves are not at war, but they seem to have a disdain for each other. Even though Peter was warned to stay away from Roman and vice versa, the two were still inevitably drawn together. They even shared visions and dreams of events to come, and there's a good reason for that. We end up learning that Olivia's first daughter Magdalena, now known as Annie, is the grandmother or great-grandmother to Peter's grandfather Nikolai, meaning Roman and Peter are actually related. The last thing I wanted to talk about is the Upir boogeyman, a species called Jormungandr, also known as Amal Negru. I'm going to be referring to it as the Amal Negru so I don't keep butchering the word Jormungandr. This is a race of creatures that has existed longer than the Upir. Unlike the Upir that came from Slavic folklore, the Amal Negru is from Norse mythology. Actually, the creature itself in the name Jormungandr is Norse, but Amal Negru is actually the name of a Romanian being or creature that is basically the boogeyman. So this creature is kind of a mix between Romanian and Norse mythology. In the Norse legend, the Amal Negru is sometimes called the world serpent. The story goes that once this serpent-like creature reaches its full size, it will encircle the entire earth and swallow its own tail. When it eventually spits its tail out, that signals the beginning of Ragnarok, the apocalypse. The serpent swallowing its own tail is often called an Ouroboros, which is a reoccurring image throughout Hemlock Grove. Their race once thrived, but today, Dr. Arnold Spivak is the only remaining Homo group. That's why his main goal is to create offspring. They are immortal, shape-shifting creatures whose true form is a massive reptile-like creature with wings and a human appearance. They are also apparently sulfur-based creatures. They have the ability to take the form of a human, and Dr. Arnold Spivak spends most of his time like that. They have healing, super strength, extra durability, flight in its true form, and acid spit like the blood from the alien.
If we survive,
So,
next
if
round
they're
is on
this
me.
incredibly
Our
strong,
objective is
how did their
liquid
race
Hawkeye.
die out?
We're sending in a
The
refinery
answer
for
is
you
the
to fill.
Upir. The
Get it
two
cranking,
races were
and let's
competing
pump
for
those
food,
deposits dry.
aka
Get
humans.
to work, Roughnecks.
Although the Omo Negru are extremely resilient, almost unkillable,
Let there be
they have
light.
one fatal weakness: Upir venom. Like I said before, they are a
Let's go!
sulfur-based creature, and the Upir venom has a high concentration of nitrogen oxide.
Let's go! Fight!
When Dr. Spivak
I
is
killed the
killed
loot
in an
bug, and I'm not so
anticlimactic
proud
fight,
of it.
he turns into a small Ouroboros and then gets stomped on. Now,
It's
another important
overheated.
reason to bring up Dr. Spivak in this video about Upir is that he
Attack!
tried to eradicate them. He did this by engineering a special cancer that only affects Upir and is completely harmless to
Give me
humans.
some noise!
Once a Upir is infected with this parasite-slash cancer, they will
Loot bug,
develop dark
open!
veins and sores in certain types of skin. Inside their body, it is much worse. A parasite cancer grows, wrapping itself around the spinal cord and into the brain, particularly around the eyes. This makes it pretty much completely impossible to remove this parasitic cancer. It also prevents the Upir.
I need a rocket here!
When an infected Upir tries to drink blood, they will vomit it back out. The cancer will slowly drive them insane and make them look like a zombie, and eventually take over the Upir completely like the fungi from the last one. It will drive the Upir to attack other Upir,
Inducted
turning them
bait.
into zombies.
Welcome to my channel. Best VV rupees for in stream reform remove the space KLMXDG.
Let's go! Here!
We see this happen to a rat and at least one Upir. They will literally rip themselves to shreds.
It's overheated!
I think the Upir is a really unique take on the vampire myth, and I enjoyed it. Not too often I see a depiction of vampires that feels fresh and new, and this did that pretty well. The only thing I wish we got is the origin story of how the
Send a
species
pump jack,
was
please.
created. How the first
Jack
Upir was
requested
turned.
and is inbound.
That's my video about the Upir from Hemlock Grove. I think this series is pretty good. Just don't ask me about season 3. Let me know if you'd like a video covering the werewolves,
Connect the
witches, and
pipelines
Omo
to the
Negru
pump
from
jack.
Hemlock Grove in greater detail, because there's still a lot of interesting stuff to cover there, especially with the werewolves. Like I said before, I always enjoy seeing a new and unique take on a vampire, and I think Hemlock Grove does a good job on that. They almost don't feel like a vampire, but their own species, which I guess technically they are, but you know what I mean. If there's any other movies, TV shows, or video games you want me to cover, leave them in the comments. If you enjoyed the video, leave a like, and subscribe if you haven't. It helps the channel, and I'm so close to 250,000 subscribers, and that would be such an awesome milestone to hit. As always, an extra shout out to all my members for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Hold your breath! Gas spot is leaking! Hate to wait for flare charges. You gotta be kidding me! Next time, you box of bolts! I did it! Jet boots for everyone! Loot bug pop. Faster bleed down.
as powerful as cold steel.
Getting closer to our quota.
After escaping Butcher Bay, Riddick is off to his next stabby adventure, and it's still a prequel to Pitch Black. However, there's a lot of different context going into it. Butcher Bay was part of a big multimedia push for the Chronicles of Riddick movie. I mean, just going from Pitch Black to that, they're clearly in a different world of budget. Even though it later got a cult following, the movie was a financial success. So for 7th gen consoles, the original idea was to remake Butcher Bay. But to sweeten the deal, it would also include multiplayer and a new campaign chapter called Dark Athena. But the year it was supposed to come out, the game's publisher was absorbed into Activision Blizzard. They dropped the game for not fitting into their portfolio. The game was then picked up by Atari of all things, and the game came out a year and a half after the original launch. In the meantime, Starbreeze had quietly kept working, and they now had enough in the game that they felt they could sell it as a sequel. So the project became Assault on Dark Athena, with the remake now being a bonus. So, kind of a Riddick ODST situation.
Carry
That
support
shiny
here.
new engine came with a very shiny new campaign. But like Butcher Bay, there's apparently some kind of witch curse to running the thing. Sure, it's not as scuffed as Butcher Bay, but that'd be like saying your neighbor's not as weird as Jeffrey Dahmer. Like, sure, this seems better, but I still might end up in the refrigerator. So here's what's new. There's no Securom this time, but there is Cages, and this one was extra insane. Basically, if you installed it for the 3rd time, you would only be able to install it again after a 30-day timer, which might not sound too bad, unless it thinks swapping out a PC part counts as a new install, or we're struggling to get it working so we install it a few times, or it bugs out and activates it for no reason, and then maybe the company goes defunct and you can't activate the stupid thing.
Watch it! That thing made a right
version
proper
ripped that
mess.
stupid shit out, but again, it's currently delisted. But let's say you got that copy before that happened, or you found one. It might not launch unless you put the entire install instead of a redundant folder. Only some copies do that. I don't know why. Alright, then you go to launch it and, oh, it won't go. How mysterious. This is because your PC might have flagged a DLL file. It thinks it's the Murder Machine Obfuscator XZ Ultra. It thinks it'll fill your computer with rabies, but it's probably fine. I just went ahead and restored that. There we go. Nice and running on the same machine I keep my taxes on. Maybe I'm part of a botnet, but at least I have my edgelord game.
You want to survive?
Resupply ordered.
Make a choice.
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
The only reason to...
So once you're actually in the game, it's nearly smooth sailing. But if you think the menu cube looks slightly glossier than the old one, well, the entire game is like this. Everything you'll be seeing is without post-processing. But if it still looks too clear to you, you can add motion blur and depth of field on top of that. As a bonus, enabling that will randomly drop the frame rate. But still, you don't have to motion with the thing while it's running, which is nice. That done, let's see where the game kicks off after Butcher Bay.
They say hope begins in the dark. But most just flail
I got one of the annoying bugs.
Searching for their destiny.
Face the pickaxe!
The darkness, for me, is where I shine.
It's a surreal opening level, especially compared to Butcher Bay. Waking up on a beach in a strange world, no sign of Johns, the ship, or anything really. The most information you get is from a crazed man who's survived something.
That's it.
Everyone he knows has been killed or swiped away.
I think they killed my family. Some kind of gas. My daughter. She was just lying there. And he took her. Oh, God.
And immediately you complain to Riddick not caring, or make him more compassionate.
The gas isn't lethal. I am.
Look, we're on the Riddick scale here. He doesn't commentate his way through the tutorial like he did in Butcher Bay, which is another sign of it being a glorified expansion. But what little Riddick does say in the opening still gives you a good idea of who he is as a character, just in case someone's playing this before the remake campaign. But as a follow-up, it is a weirdly quiet
Getting more ammo!
Like if you played this back-to-back, the last thing you saw was Hoxie getting the RoboCop special, while meanwhile, Johns and Riddick are riding off into the sunset with adventure music.
I'll beat your record.
You've gone from that to punch out with some bizarre mercenaries. And their helpers.
Die like your mother dead! Go! Get to work!
And before you can remotely understand what's happening, it's all over. It was another themed tutorial, but this one had a lot more intrigue. Let's start over. After escaping Exhibit's exhibit, their ship drifted through the Blaren system, a home to outcasts and asteroid collisions, along with the Dark Athena, a mercenary ship that's revealed to you in the same way you find a centipede underneath a rock. At first glance, you could write it off as just being a strange-looking salvaging ship, but by the way it harpoons you in and then starts fondling the ship with insect claws, it's clear that the bad dream tone of the tutorial will be sticking around. You're not just being boarded, your ship is being consumed by a giant space bug, which is just so visually interesting when someone could have written down that they just cut through a doorway or something. To be fair, that does still happen, but they also send in a drone to gas Johns. It's this kind of creativity the franchise is great for. It's a weird setting, with bizarre technology at times, but everyone still talks in a modern, matter-of-fact way about all of it. It helps keep you grounded, even as things just keep getting stranger.
Ah, Johns. I remember you. Squad leader on Sol Lucia, I believe. Good man once, not anymore. You do know that the Bay's been looking for you.
Yeah, Johns didn't make a subtle getaway.
And your friend. What have you done with him?
This bit here is great too.
Good to go, Cap? Anything worth salvaging?
Why are you bothering me?
They framed it like he was talking to her, and then she pulls out her communicator. She is
God
barely
damn it,
paying
there's a
attention
pebble
to
in
this
my boot.
BDSM board. She is Captain Revis and eager to collect her bounties.
Watch me fly.
Naturally, like most
Damn
of these
flares
types,
could need an
Riddick already
upgrade.
knows her.
I knew Revis was a survivor. Now, she was a hunter.
Back-to-back escape plans. But where
Help me
Butcher Bay
mind
was a
this.
triple max prison, you don't know exactly what the Dark Athena is or what it's doing out here. You just happen to coast to the wrong area and are
I'm
easy
totally
prey.
loaded.
It's you alone versus DIY Strogg, Dark Eldar cosplayers, and some fairly normal-looking dudes. But for starters, let's address the
Making
glowing
an
elephant in the
deposit.
room, because it does feel like something is happening to my eyeballs.
How long do I do this for Riddick eyes?
Anyways, compared to how sharp and clear things looked, this is a departure, but there's a few things at play here. You are aboard an odd station, one that's parked in a faraway system above an alien world. This isn't new, Pitch Black could have some extreme color changes, but these were scenes that didn't stretch out for hours like the game does. So you could use that to explain part of it away, but like I said before, if you play the remake, it all looks like this. They cranked up the bloom, it's desaturated, and it looks like a lot of other shooters at the time. If it was just that, I'd still prefer the original, it'd be different but fine. It's everything else on top of this. Light and shadow is still important, but this time around it's much more of a shooter. When it gets too dark, you can still pull out your eye shine, but now it looks way worse. Not just in the bright areas, which would still make sense, but even in darkness, the screen is covered in strands of light and blurring. If you've ever wondered what post-LASIK is like, it actually kind of looks like this. This could be hard to see with YouTube compression, but your entire screen is covered by a faint eyeball, iris and all. The effect is that you don't have Riddick vision anymore. You now have the untreated parasite living in Riddick's eye vision. Plus, the entire game is already desaturated and has weird color correction. The power doesn't feel as distinct as it used to be. Part of that is because there's a second filter. When the game thinks it's too dark, it'll automatically start tinting the screen and brightening things up. It is insane how sensitive the game is to this. You can step into a dark corner for a moment, eye shine on. It is pretty dark in there, so how about going down a tiny hallway while staring at a light? Eye shine on. A path in daylight where you go into some shade will activate the auto eye shine. I get that it's supposed to tell you when you're in shadows, but it's so disrupting. Oh, an enemy with a flashlight. I should turn that off and then it turns partially back on. To add insult to injury, the automatic one is a lot clearer than the one you activate, where any light bouncing off the surface sends you to specular highlight hell. If I was Riddick, I would be legitimately wondering if Pope Joe sabotaged me. And you never want to hear the word sabotage in a spaceship unless it's coming from the Beastie Boys. There are tons of dark environments, but you can't control your perception of them anymore. You basically get to choose between blur intensities, and then you're at the mercy of the game for things to remain static. Which sucks because the health bar turning blue would be perfectly fine. Like, okay, I see that, I'm in shadows now. But instead it works in a way where what shadows trigger it feels random. It makes parts of the game feel disorienting and frustrating in a way they weren't before. You still had to be selective using it, and it was clear what situations you shouldn't. So losing that agency for the game to try and do it for you when it thinks it should, that feels like a huge step down. It sucks because this is smeared over the entire game, but there were a ton of visual improvements too. All the character models and animation have way more detail. The facial animation, and especially lip syncing, is a huge upgrade. Where models won't slid around or snapped into place for animations, I never saw that happen here. Nearly everything animation-wise looks and feels smoother to play. While your movement is slightly quicker, you can zoom in with weapons, and the game's environments still have that great attention to detail. When you can see the game clearly, it can still look great. And like the opening showed, they're still fantastic at making their setting interesting. A good example would be the Ghost Drone.
That's it. That's full.
For a ship this big, there's a relatively small number of crew. The mercenaries have been able to boost their numbers by using drones.
Help me mine this. Eat it!
Rather than shelling out for a robot, humans or humanoids can be converted into these things. The victim needs to be alive during the start of the process, but by the end, it does kill them. So most of the Dark Athena is full of shambling cyborg corpses, and their heart and lungs are just being pumped by batteries. So they sound like both a dying animal and a life support machine.
Bugs. There's charging!
They're also not the brightest. They're mainly used for menial jobs like moving cargo or patrolling areas the crew doesn't want to go into. They're basically using the settings equivalent of a Raspberry Pi to hijack the human body, so they can do simple tasks, but slowly and not very effective. Even their guns are directly attached to their body. They have these big industrial tubes sticking out like it might be venting heat from the gun back into the body or something. It's like they're the ultimate expendable soldiers. They'll be at tasks endlessly until their body starts physically rotting away, and then they'll just get a new one. They're cheap to make, and they have dedicated people doing it all day. But the drones also come with a bonus feature.
There's no sign of the little kid.
The drones can be remotely piloted by crew members. So if a section they're patrolling suddenly gets loud, there's a chance a merc might assume direct control. And then they're moving way faster, taking cover, tactically reloading. They're being puppeted by a smarter enemy who also knows they're in no danger. You could be slicing their throats out and you'll hear them laugh it off or just taunt you because they know they can jump into another one. Which, one, adds context for using the same voice actors sometimes, and it's surreal hearing someone talking out of someone else's corpse while the corpse is still breathing.
Damn, I forgot to put out some food for her. Stupid. Ah, she's fine. No worries. Testing. Hello. La-di-da. Freaky.
There's an undead cyborg, and the handler forgot to feed his cat. It feels like fighting a hive mind at times, and there's a definite insect theme going on visually. The look of the Dark Athena, the nanomed stations look like millipede carapaces or something. The drones have 8 eyes like a spider, and later they outright start using spider robots. Though they're also tiny cheap ones and not giant spiders. Again, they're not using fancy undead cyborgs. Still, the imagery for this is everywhere. It's like the ship and everything in it is a big bug colony. They go from planet to planet harvesting people to sustain themselves and increase their numbers. Apparently, before Revis took over, the Dark Athena was called the Locust. The mercenaries could have just been generic space pirates, which they do look and sound like sometimes, but they are elevated by that unique art direction. Thankfully, they didn't listen to people like that guy in the comments who already typed out that spiders aren't insects. When it comes to creepy video game spaceships, they had great ideas here, and while partially buried under some stupid filters, it's still technically impressive, like the big mirror bathroom that you have fights in. They were making multiplayer anyways, so those third-person animations were gonna go in. It is nice that the location is such a departure from Butcher Bay, and while there are some similar elements, they physically don't look like a retro, which would have been more understandable when this was originally an expansion. The sound is another area that had a lot of improvements, and also some trade-offs. The voice acting and direction is even better than before, without the mixing issues it could have. Where it sounded like Vin Diesel was whispering into your ear, as the Iron Giant. Everyone did great, and especially the main cast. Where you once had Ron Perlman with the escape plan, trying to outgruff Vin Diesel, now it's Lance Henriksen.
They're renegades, most likely. I've dealt with mercenaries before, and never have I met anyone like these assholes.
Throughout it all, Riddick's delivery is as perfect and hilarious as ever. Like when he finds a little girl hiding in the vent system.
Monsters. Catch me.
Not the monsters. You have something to fear.
After he makes sure to impress the small girl, he meets her imprisoned mother, who's of course frantic about where her child is like a good mom would be. So how does he say her daughter's not dead?
The dark protects her.
Thank you, God. Thank you.
Good talk.
This is what I'm here for. Another benefit of coming out after Chronicles is that the composer had a better idea of the soundtrack. It's a lot more percussion heavy and sometimes leans into electrical. Butcher Bay is good, but this campaign, it's a lot more fitting.
Whack-a-mole! I like the sound of that. Sorry, your own fault for being full of idiots. Lights up! Shoot it! Eat it! I like the sound of that.
Riddick is manning the drones on Fox 2. Shoot them on sight. Shoot them on sight.
Honestly, this feels like one of the biggest improvements to game makes. It's more faithful to the movie, the characters, and the situation. The mix of feral caveman brain drums, but there's some grander, more dramatic tones underneath it. With Riddick's new fury and chosen origin, that's perfect for who he is. Or the drone mile being this pulsing electronic music, but there are bits of these horror strings and tones that keep it out of it. Sure, it's cool cyberpunk technology, it's also a fucking nightmare.
Loot bug looted! Grab it! Mine.
That said, the step down was in some sound effects, and especially the provocation. It's still layered and extremely good, but the sounds of some weapons aren't what they used to be. Everything's pushed a little more to the middle compared to the higher range it used to have. You didn't always have a gun in Butcher Bay, but when you did, that sound had some weight to it. It is more clear, but it's less gun. It's like the guns are trying to be careful around the suit's leg. It's also more noticeable because this time around, Dark Athena is way more of a traditional FPS. There are still a few dedicated sneaking or platforming sections, and you do have a choice. But with how much tighter the road is, you're in straight-up combat a lot more. It does explain the faster movement, but there have been a few other changes and additions as well. Like in Butcher Bay, you could choose to lean and peek around cover, or do this roll move that I never used because
these boots are not made for
now
walking.
there's an automatic
Get to
cover
work.
system. If you push on the surface, Riddick will try to put the gun around it. There have been games where this works well, and there have been games where this is a dice roll. Looking at it, you can guess which one Dark Athena is. You have to be extremely precise with how far away you are from the surface, and your gun will snap around while you do that. In cases like the clip here, you're almost out in the open, but the gun will still snap to the pillar sometimes. If you get too close to a surface, Riddick might pull the gun up to his chest. So what usually happens is you get near a surface and then end up in the animation roulette wheel for a while. It is handy when you get the angle, but it takes fiddling to get there compared to just having a lean button. And this assumes the gun model isn't just vanishing sometimes. It adds onto the ice shine as an extra layer of the game is deciding this action for you. And when it's being a pain in the ass, it's really stinging. Like here, I just want to explode the bad man, but if I move my mouse too far down, it then goes into the cover mode. I really have to fiddle for the angle, but there we go. I'm not a fan of this change. The magazine system is also gone, so if bullet low, reload. With how the balance has changed, it's not a huge deal, but what does suck is the weapon wheel. Where once every weapon had a hotkey, now they encourage you to open the wheel. Because this time around you can only bind 2 weapons, including melee. So if you quick bind for an action sequence, then go back into stealth, you have to rebind things to be able to do stealth takedowns. This is pretty annoying, especially since Dark Athena added weapons on top of the old roster. And sure, you can still manually cycle through them, but it's going to take some time. As for the new guns, the new SMG is absolutely awful. The range and spread is bad, and the caliber is practically airsoft. I can only guess this kept getting tweaked to not overshadow the assault rifle or the shotgun, and now it lives in the most useless gun netherworld. Shooting it does look cool until you see how long it takes to drop an enemy. Then you start avoiding it. The laser sniper rifle is great and complements the rest of your guns. It's fun to use, and the ragdoll chaos it causes is great. The issue here is the rest of the game around it. A good chunk of the game is in narrow hallways and tight rooms. They can be narrow, but you typically have a lot of room downrange. Even some of the larger environments have enemies fairly exposed. If things do get cramped, it's still fine for no-scoping. So in short, if you've got the ammo, this gun will rock their shit. So you only get it in the last 5% of the game, and only if you do a side quest. Which sounds like it would make sense, you know, a big power weapon at the end of the game, but it's not really that. Which brings us to the SCAR. I still can't fully wrap my brain around this thing. It's not often I give that much attention to a single weapon in a game, but this one made a good case for it. It can completely change how you play the last third of the game, because unfortunately, it's not a weapon you can ignore.
Time to restock! Booyah! Damn you, ugly! I don't do business with fucks like you, man!
When you first hear about it, you might think that it's a SCAR like an assault rifle. No, no, no. They claim it's not meant to be a weapon, but a mining tool. And after using it, the colonists might have been trying to dig to the center of the planet. It has unlimited ammo and can shoot out 5 detonatable sticky grenades at a time. It's one shot, one kill on most regular enemies, which is already intense, but the game is always pushing you into using it, like with the alpha drones. These guys are the biggest ones, made from piles of Frankenstein corpses. The only way to kill them is using the SCAR to stun them, and then move in closer to finish them off in melee. No other weapon can stun them down, including the sniper rifle. These aren't like 2 or 3 mini-bosses either, you start encountering them a good amount. Only the SCAR can take down a big enemy, fair enough, but it's also extremely effective in the spider robots. They're tiny, more durable than you would think, have long range, and will kill you extremely quickly. Most of your weapons don't cut it because you have to get too close or you waste too much ammo at range. Then you compare that to the unlimited ammo pinpoint accurate explosive launcher. Unlike the Alpha drone, other weapons can technically work, but that'd be like saying Riddick technically has ghost goggles and is after the time splitters. There's an argument in there, but it's not right. You'll get hurt or die moments otherwise. The spiders are meant for SCAR peekaboo. There are multiple obstacles that only the SCAR can break, and if that's not enough, it can also be used for physics puzzles. Gotta dog walk that box over there. Actually, the sniper rifle side quest has you backtracking through an empty town trying to find things to break with it. On one hand, it's bad because you played through this area, you're breaking jammers and no new enemies spawn in or anything like that. But if you think about it, if you got this quest earlier, it would be another reason to push you into using the SCAR, which everything else is already screaming at you to do, and let me remind you have 2 weapons you can bind. If you're trying to avoid it, you'll still have to keep opening it back up to progress. And the worst part is all of this could be understandable if the thing was fun to use. It's interesting to use at first, but then you're shoved into it constantly, and every fight with it feels like the same thing.
Pipeline place! Let's see you deal with this. Give me some light right here.
It's the fact there's no ammo management or other options. This is it. The sneaking, the conversations, the fighting. Everything else fits so perfectly for the character and the tone that this really sticks out. Riddick is the ultimate improviser. While I have been harping on some changes, the game has some fantastic sections for that. Like, you go through Great Value Strogg most of the game and Riddick can turn their weapons against them, but there are points when you get to control the drones themselves. You gun down squads of pirates who are trying to enter your corpse remote playroom without a warrant. If you lose one, there are others on backup. Actually, Riddick is counting on it. Because some aren't destined to fight, they're doomed to be thrown into machinery that gets in your way.
Climbing to the moon!
There's a section where you bait a power armor soldier into flying down a shaft so Riddick can ambush him and steal it himself. It gives you a way better sense of power than the Butcher Bay version, and it also gives you a few more set pieces in it since you're not walking through the end of the game. To even get it, you have a boss fight, but now it's even more horribly damaged. And then the crew is taking turns trying to threaten or bargain with him.
We know it's you, Riddick. Step out of the mech and we might give you a chance.
You find a repair station to fix it up and rearm it, and now you have rockets, which is good because you're now fighting other mechs on the surface of the ship. And you're catching all these details, like them loading up the gas canisters they're shelling the planet. We're seeing weird room orientations and people walking on different planes. It's such a fun, great section. And it's like that because it sticks around just long enough and stops before it gets old. Riddick's not married to it.
A mech should be worth a few laughs.
And he's right. There are tiny memorable sections like on the ship's gravity field. Yeah, it's more of a straightforward action game, but it kept throwing new things at you, even if they were tiny. It has good, exciting pacing right up until you get the SCAR. And with that, it's still interesting at first because it's a toy, but then all the new introductions revolve around it. I don't like the SMG, but it didn't become the SMG. At the end of the day, him relying on this explosive mining tool is just weird. Like, there's a world where there's a whole other game built around this thing. And I don't want to make it sound like the last third is only using it. There are parts where you can still use your old arsenal or choose whether to fight or sneak, but it is distracting how often they pull you back to it.
This never gets old! Randy
Right,
did
Melee's
good with
gone
the
through some changes
typewriting.
too. That's definitely worth talking about. Melee combat seems to have changed to make it more understandable, but it's actually tricky in a different way now. You still have full body awareness, but you no longer have to watch out for if your hands are open or your weapon has gone down to counter. Now when you can, your weapon just flashes. That does sound like simplifying it down and making it brainless, but there's more to it. The window of reaction time on this can be incredibly tight, way more so than before. On top of that, different weapons, or maybe different enemies, don't always behave consistently in it. For some, you see the flash hit the button and you're good, but the oolocks can be tricky at times. Riddick's melee animations are also sped up, but so are the enemies. Sometimes, by the time you see the flash, it's already too late. So what you might end up doing is the same thing as before. You watch out for the arms moving or the animation changing slightly, and then you hit it. The actual counter window is often slightly before the actual flash. I don't hit the button when the blade senses orcs nearby. I hit it here when the blades start to turn because the flash is coming. So underneath, it's similar to the previous system, but now enemies attack way faster. What's odd is that in the remake, countering can be stupidly reliable. Here the dude's punch animation hadn't gone up yet, Riddick just grabs him and beats the shit out of him. Then you have Rust, who attacks faster and more aggressively, but is easier to stun.
Ready to kill some
it doesn't
more
feel
crates.
more reliable to me. It feels more like an attack with a better chance of becoming a counter. There were polish issues before, it was janky, but I could figure it out. Dark Athena's looks and can feel a lot more slick, but different weapons having different timings for the flash makes it quirkier in a way it wasn't before. It does feel like a higher floor but a lower ceiling for what you can do in it, but I almost wish they hadn't touched that old system much beyond just polishing it. All the sliding models and seeing through your arm stuff.
How do I get off? Scared, huh?
There's the same general bugginess as before, though I did run into some bad ones like getting stuck. And when it comes to enemy AI, it's hard to tell what is a bug. Like melee combat, their detection speed has also gone up, sometimes attacking about the second they notice you. They don't have the what's that state of stealth and go right into attacking, which is more real, but also pushes you more towards the action gameplay. Which, when it does come to guns, is alright, and it was alright in Butcher Bay as well, but there they were good at pacing it across shorter sections, so aiming feeling a bit floaty or other flaws weren't as important. They were FPS sections in a bigger game. In Dark Athena, you're seeing those flaws a lot more often, especially when it comes to the enemy AI. It's also disjointed because now when it comes to being sneaky beaky, they can turn around at super speed, but in a proper fight they might freeze up or run away to a faraway cover point that makes no sense. I don't know, it's a kind of headless chicken element to the fights that's hard to word. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, it either makes the fight funny or awkward and unsatisfying. It doesn't feel like AI overhauled for this kind of shooter, but the old AI with some faster reaction time. And a lot of that reaction will be to run to cover no matter what. It's another consequence of it really being a glorified expansion pack. They weren't completely reworked from the ground up for a tighter game, they've just had some tweaks and adjustments that seem super context sensitive and can and will break on you. Also, the collectibles are now bounties instead of cigarettes. I'm not sure if each developer chose their crime for these, but there are some thinkers. This man attempted genocide and it's still less than Riddick's bounty. The more I look, the more I need to see his entire rap sheet. As for the story, it's even more straightforward than Butcher Bay. It does leave a lot open or unexplained and does give some insights into Riddick, but it's also a lot more meandering. I think there are a few interesting bits, so if you don't want spoilers, go to here.
We have a break.
Okay, we went from escape the prison to escape the ship. Except for he once had a romp meeting a bunch of people, whittling it down to a few. There are fewer characters this round and not necessarily more developed, you might just hear more of their backstories. The performances are still good, but there are few actually interesting characters. Like little girl, whose father was droned and her mother imprisoned, and you get to know Mom a little bit, but her main purpose is giving you a vent tool. It's like Butcher Bay where the characters and little side quests are just a means to help Riddick escape, but you can have much longer conversations with them now. It sounds like it should be a big improvement, but I don't think it adds that much beyond some insight into the setting and their backstories. And you know most of these people aren't going to last long. Plus you don't get a ton of opportunity to play up the conversations, it's a lot of exposition. There are exceptions like Jailer, who was once part of the ship's crew until Revis had him killing the brig. He spends most of his time plotting revenge, but he does give you insight into things you are curious about. The ship, the drones, what the deal with Revis is, and the entire time he's unhinged, raving, planning to have his way with his mother when bars come down. He's an asshole, but you do have to deal with him to make progress, which is an interesting dynamic. Also, Revis imprisoned him, but he still respects her.
Revis? Revis. Yeah. She grew up in the slums there.
Segment up.
Skirt's got balls. She fears nothing, man. Nothing.
Lance Henriksen's a grizzled Marine with the technical know-how to help you escape. But honestly, if it wasn't for who was voicing him, he'd be forgettable too.
This is a slave ship. I don't think they
Right
can get
here.
down.
It makes sense, but it also doesn't help they're all in the same room. So most of their screen time is just bouncing between them for conversations. It seems like it'll pick up when the jailbreak happens because now they'll all be loose with each other, and some do have scores to settle.
You killed Sad-Eyes Blue-Skin Brothers, bitch! You wait till she gets out of here. Wait!
Pipes up.
Fuck you! You're just a fucking pussy,
Right there.
Riddick!
I will say that Jailer runs laps around Exhibit. You have more insight into who he is, he's got a big personality, and before you duel him, he got Space Mom, right in front of her child.
Riddick! You like that pussy? Tell you what, you put away your
Light
gun,
construction here.
and we'll do this like real men.
Yeah, sure. Jailer wants the honor fight now. You do get an achievement if you actually humor that. But now, Riddick needs to comfort a crying little girl. We've never seen this kind of side of him before.
Mommy?
Pipes up. If
Mommy,
only
asleep,
someone would
Riddick.
help me build it.
Is she asleep?
No. She's at peace.
This might be one of the most normal interactions he's had with someone.
That
This
monster
goes here.
will be with you till the day you die. Don't be afraid of it. In time you'll understand how to use it. Control it. Harness it.
Pipe
Holy
block
shit, I
down.
love Riddick.
Pick it up,
I can be a
drone.
monster too.
Be my apprentice.
With his kind of upbringing,
Up,
he
up,
sees
and
the
away!
weak fight it all the time. So
Here
as
I go.
ridiculous as this scene can be, it's still the most genuine, honest advice he has. It's how he's survived, and he doesn't mince words about it. Riddick has met good, selfless people, and in his line of work, they end up dead. So you can understand his attitude. We get more tiny bits of what makes him tick, and while he doesn't harp on it long, ghost
I
drones
actually
are
think
deeply
we're gonna
disturbing
like
to
it.
him. Up until now, he thought the rules were simple.
Nobody wants to die, but everybody gets to.
Not with the ingenuity of our nightmare future. Seeing people harvested into drones shatters that.
She's created some unholy fusion between flesh and technology. A body that is willing, and a mind that's controlled. It's all wrong.
Pipe placed.
The dead should stay dead.
It adds an extra layer to his
Off we
distaste
go.
of necromongers who are already bending that rule like Saul Goodman. Beyond every other strange thing that made him
No
end up
flares
as the Lord
ready.
Marshal, it's now established their entire culture goes against one of his core and only philosophies. It is Riddick, his code isn't that complicated. Besides, if the drones creep him out, who knows what things like the Quasi-Dead or the Lensers make him feel. Though, really, you probably don't have to dig too deep for that answer. He comments on how once monks used Zulaks to defend honor, and even prays, though it is a Riddick vengeance prayer, before the final battle. Him being spiritual isn't new either, but it's the most we've gotten since Pitch Black.
Pipelines in place.
It's pointless, because you do not believe in God.
Jet boots
Does not
activate.
mean God does not believe
Think
in
someone
you.
can spend half their life in a slam? The horse bit
Pipe
crowd
blade.
cannot believe. Think he could start out in some liquor store trash bin with an umbilical cord wrapped around his neck and not believe? Got it all wrong, holy man.
Prepare to fight for your life. A big swarm is approaching.
I absolutely believe in God.
Lighting up.
And I absolutely hate the fucker.
He is with us nonetheless.
It is easy to dismiss him as an edgelord, whose kryptonite is department store lighting, but there is depth to him if you're looking for it. He accepts death as part of life, but what's beyond that, or twists that rule, does bother him.
Light
The
as
drone
a
host
feather.
bodies are actually dead when they're puppeted around, right? Who knows? He doesn't want to. Revis has made tons of the things, and while you don't get much of her on screen like Hoxie, you do have the pieces to understand her. It also makes her the second Star Trek actor villain. But I would bet they cast her after seeing her as the Pegasus captain in Battlestar. She's a similar kind of target. She grew up feeling desperate, doing anything it takes to survive. As captain, she has the exact same mindset and bounces between carrot and stick. Almost literally, too, as she's known to reward crew members by sleeping with them. If they piss her off, they're being imprisoned or drowned. She doesn't care about the method difference, only the ultimate goal.
Oh, just give it up, hon. You know that sooner or later I'll get you. We could have such a good time together.
We're gonna have ourselves a time, Rose.
One moment and she wants everybody to
From
kill
A
him,
to D,
then she gets in the
skipping
comms
B
with him
and
and
C.
tries to seduce him. It explains why she has such a fascination making drones. With them, she doesn't have to do manipulation or theatrics, they just do what they're told. And she'll use whatever she can to keep her power and legacy. When you face off against her in hand-to-hand combat, it doesn't take long to bring her down. Riddick has escaped the Dark Athena and leaves the child behind. This part leads to the great firestorm. Because she's not dead, knocks the escape pod out of orbit, and the last third of the game is on a Grand Prime, where the Dark Athena lands to harvest the drones, and you spend the entire time fighting to get back to the ship. It definitely feels like that fight could have been the final phase of the expansion, because then it's a strangely quieter stretch until you get back to the ship, and when you do, the game wraps up fast. The child says her mom taught her how to have all the drones, and now they're all turning against the crew. There's no more. I guess you also kill her second in command in a brief boss fight, but I guess he's the real exhibit too. His name was Spinner or Wheeler, I'm not gonna double check. The drone uprising is cool and thematic, but it's super
And
brief.
another one.
I mean, you fight alongside them for a single room brief. Then you control an alpha crane, but that's been the whole game, honestly. And like that, final boss, when you've basically just gotten back on the ship. As for the fight, you know what
I don't get paid enough for this.
You get the idea.
It didn't have to be this way.
You know.
Flares, recharging.
Came from nothing, back to nothing. It is what it is.
If you're used to living hard, brothers, the dying should come easy.
Is she coming back?
When I say goodbye, it's forever.
Lights up!
It's an abrupt fizzle, but it's fine. But what happens to the kid? And what about John's? When in doubt, pitch black DVD extras.
I got some distance between us and Butcher Bay and Hoxie's ship before Riddick dosed me and left me for dead. It's lucky I don't die either.
He slept through the whole thing, woke up somewhere strange, and thought Riddick did it. That's pretty hilarious, but as for the girl, it might not have been a random child that Johns uses later, but I don't think it's ever confirmed. Maybe one day if there's ever a third game. It's not a bad story, but is absolutely stretched way too thin. The last third drags on way too long, and then it's all wrapped up in about 15 minutes or so. There's a perfect point for the events at the end of the game to happen earlier. Instead, a big chunk of the game was sandwiched in that does stick out from the rest of the flow. When you were done back in the day, you could play multiplayer. There's a pitch black mode where it's basically like Halo Juggernaut, except it's a dark map and only one player gets to be Riddick and have the night vision. It sounds fun, but it's going to be hard to get a game going. Man, Dark Athena. If you liked Butcher Bay, it's definitely worth a playthrough. It has some fun sections and smaller moments too to make it worth it, but the entire thing is bogged down by little annoyances, intentional and not. A good amount could be tweaked or fixed to make it more enjoyable, but compared to Butcher Bay, it's lacking a lot of that atmosphere. It doesn't have that exploration focus. There aren't nearly as many side quests or little things to find and do. It's weird to feel more boxed in than the prison game. Plus, with the darker color scheme and lack of characters, it is missing some of that charm too.
I'm fucking shielded, you idiot!
It's not great, but it's still mainly good. It kind of feels like if Fear 2 was a better
All
I
pipelines
kept
and
thinking
pump
of it.
jacks built.
Could have just been the color scheme. It could have worked better as an expansion, but most of that was out of their hands due to business delays. But this is what we got. Who knows? Maybe the third game will come with a Dark Athena
Rock and stone in the
but
heart.
until then, that's the end of Riddick games. Unless you have the iPad game, or Fallout Tactics. That's it for now, until next time.
Can't carry anymore.
You?
Ramming speed! Got no flares ready.
I recently got the first Dune book. How many of the books would you recommend someone read? Oh boy. I think it's fairly agreed that Dune, Dune Messiah, and Children of Dune are safe. You know, the first three. I love God Emperor of Dune, but that one starts to get off the range. Heretics of Dune starts becoming a hentai, and I forget most of Chapter House. The golden rule is to avoid Brian Herbert stuff. His interpretation of the Butlerian Jihad is insanely stupid. There's the Harkonnen Fat Virus, and oh god, don't get me started. Have I played any other Tygon games?
The liquid morkite is being extracted. Refinery and all pump jacks are working at full capacity. Be warned, the noise will draw in the locals, so stay on your toes and do what you can to protect and maintain the equipment. Incoming swarm. Show them your dwarves.
Let there be light! What's that smell? Alright.
Liquid morkite is being extracted. Pump sequence at 25%.
Flares up!
The pipelines are leaking. Get on it. Get them fixed. The extraction of liquid morkite is running again. Keep up the good work. We'll be done in no time.
Get moved on!
Swarm? We got another swarm. Pump sequence at 50%.
Feel my wrath! Gotta wait for the recharge. Catch me if you can. Better than flying.
Pump sequence at 75%. Keep the pipelines running at all costs.
Lights up!
The extraction has stopped. Pipelines need maintaining.
Go Crusher!
Pipeline functional again. However, we still have malfunctions in the system.
Posso più ammaccare una carezza.
Watch me fly!
Pipeline's operational again. You're doing fine.
Rock on!
Lock and load, team. Swarm incoming.
Rock and stone, yeah! We fight for rock and stone! Do a 360! Lighting! Another day at the office. I ordered a resupply.
Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
These boots are not made for walking. Grabbing ammo. Red sugar.
Well done. Cargo rocket is returning to orbit. We're sending in the drop pod to get you out. Hang tight. Starting in T-minus 3 minutes.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't
Extraction commencing. Good work.
stone, everyone.
Oh la la! Najgore kopanje koje sam ikad radio. Sebi sam razvlačio pola sata. U krug.
The Helldivers are currently fighting a brutal battle on 2 fronts, and it looks like we might have just opened up a third one, this time coming from within, as all hell broke loose this past weekend. Now, I've taken the time to dive into the nuts and bolts of this one, and I've got all the latest for you, the before and after, so to speak, which we're going to get into in just a moment. In case you want to support the channel, the easy and free way is to hit subscribe, and don't forget to ring that notifications bell so you never miss one of my future upload alerts. And now, let's get stuck into all the latest from Helldivers. Okay, because we're doing this completely unscripted and because I did not play over the weekend, quick reminder here, make sure and check in with your ship management system. You know the gas mines are here and available for purchase. It's going to set you back 12,000 rec credits. Go ahead and pick those up and use those out on the battlefield. And quickly running through your superstore, this is a 2-day reset. You've got the Legionnaire body armor along with the Drone Master on page 1. The Enforcer and the Breaker set on page 2, and of course the accompanying helmets. And on page 3, you've got the Fortified Commando and the Eradicator body armors. And as always, expect to burn through super creds in the Superstore. And quickly taking a look at the galactic map, we are 3 days to go in this current choice major order. And you can see the bulk of the divers are right now, along with the DSS over Clow-Rel and the fight of our lives over there. This is a level 38 invasion. Might have been a better choice to go for the Gambit on Vogue, but you know, the shiny blinking thing has dictated where the mob is going, and we're on Clow-Rel. Also, we've completed 2 of 8 necessary defenses versus the Illuminates. We've got 6 to go in 3 days. That's definitely possible. And if we can just keep battling away on Clow-Rel, we might be able to pull this one off. Also, for today's daily or personal order, with about 18 hours to go, it is to successfully extract with 5 rare samples, which you should be able to pull off in one mission. But definitely want some feedback down in chat about this one. What are our chances of pulling off both portions of this choice major order? Maybe start off your comment with a yellow heart, and then what you feel our odds are. Maybe high, medium, low, and definitely your thoughts on if we're going to pull this one off. And this may sway your decision a little bit. This is the awesome Helldivers companion app. I always include a link to this, by the way, in the video description. And if you take a look at the top left, that's all we need to concentrate on right now, Clow-Rel. The app is predicting that the bots will have this planet in a little under 24 hours. It's also predicting the Helldivers' victory there in a little over 33 hours. So we are behind the 8 ball. We have committed ourselves to the defense of Clow-Rel instead of going for the Gambit. So we need more divers there, and we need them there very quickly to help get those timers switched over. It's still going to be, I think, right down to the wire, but we may be able to pull this off. But we need about 40k divers there, and right now we have about 20. And finally, moving on, this is going to be the final topic for today's video. And wow, this one's a doozy, but hopefully I can clarify quite a bit for you. And in case you haven't been paying that much attention to it, it definitely caught the attention of quite a bit of the official Helldiver Discord yesterday. Now, I decided to take the day away from just gaming in general. No computering, no work. Just took some time to R&R, spent some time with the family, and it was definitely enjoyable, but my DMs were blowing up about this. Bro, have you seen what's going on? They're banning people for data mining and so on and so forth. Let me try to clarify what has happened, what will happen in the future, and possibly add some context to this. So here is a Reddit thread that has now been locked, and it has been labeled as misleading, and the title here is Helldiver's official Discord has instated a complete crackdown on all data mine information, including content already in games such as HP values, damage values, armor, pin, and boxes. And let me put a brief pause here. I'm going to read the body of this in just a moment, but I do agree with some of the points and just the general context of this article. A lot of this information does need to be explained in the game, especially the mechanics of our weapon systems and how we deal damage to enemies and how they get back to us. But anyways, continuing on with the article. On the official Helldiver Discord, it is now forbidden to post links or images to any resources such as, and then they've got a link here for the Helldiver Wiki, which contain resources such as what your gun's rate of fire is, the hitboxes of enemies, or the durable damage of your gun is. Information on unreleased items have always been banned, and generally, this rule has been followed since day one of the server, but now, any data mined content and stuff already in the game is also banned. Right. This is a huge blow to the player base, mainly because AH themselves is comedically incompetent in displaying relevant or accurate information to the player base. Just off the top of my head, and then the bullet points. Service of Freedom update released with the ultimatum, Dickel, and Seeker Grenade, all containing inaccurate information about the pin values. Durable damage, reload speed, and the ergonomics of your gun is not displayed anywhere in-game. Display enormous forms, enemy hitboxes, damage values, durable health percentage, and basically anything regarding them is not shown in-game. Because after a year of financial success, they cannot afford to add a Beastpedia to the game like in HD1. The actual mechanics behind the Galactic War are all hidden behind data mining content. Therefore, understanding how the war actually works requires discussion of content.
We rock and roll, rock and stone! Rock and stone forever!
Already in game content, which you cannot post about anymore since it's considered data mine information. Never mind the fact that just about any game community these days allows discussion of data mine released content and their mechanics. AH is completely inept at actually displaying the information about this game to the player base, and in my opinion, it is absolutely unacceptable restricting discussion of the player base. Why might they be doing this? Because of reasons. I list out 3 here. Number 1, a high up corpo heard people were discussing data mine stuff, assumed data mine equals bad, and sent down the order to cease it. Number 2, the devs want to make more stealth nerfs to the game. If not for data miners, very few people would know that the exosuits lost arm health and the HMG lost durable damage because those changes were not announced in their patch notes. Joel could simply railroad events for the Galactic War, and discussion about it would be banned. Number 3, they genuinely think that people will stop talking about meta if they ban all discussion of data mine stats. And they finish with, I've got to say though, if it is AH's intention to LARP as Super Earth, they are doing an excellent job at it. Sorry about that long build-up. It was important to read through this article for context, and also right there at the end, in case you don't know, a LARP is a live role player. So anyways, let's discuss what went down over on the official Helldivers Discord, what was done, what that triggered, and what that means, if anything. This all stems from the Armory channel in the official Helldiver Discord, and the fact that there was just so many inaccurate and old pinned posts within this channel containing information about weapon damage values, etc., etc. And what this was triggering was very heated and very toxic arguments amongst the members that are in that channel down there as to what was accurate, what the best weapons were, what the correct information was about damage values over here, and durable damage over here, and health values over here, and knowing what you know about Discord, you can probably expect that guy. And so what the community managers did is they went in and just removed all of these pins. They were all removed. Helldivers.io, off the top of my head, is one of the pins that was removed because the information there is old and some of it's inaccurate. And from there, the Armory channel turned into complete carnage and chaos, with the Baskinator having to respond back to that original locked, misleading post I rattled off just a little while ago. With this response, she said, "I totally agree that it would be better to have it from an official source, either inside the game or from some external official source. But until then, the compromise is that we will go with the wiki and HD companion and the channel." Now, this is going to be changed in a little bit.
There it
This
goes
is the
here.
first round. I'll explain the change in just a moment. She finishes with, "One thing that might be nice is if the spreadsheet people get involved in the wiki and work to make sure it's accurate. Of course, that's if they want to." Now, this has actually evolved into another iteration. I'm going to actually highlight this comment from the author of the declassified weapon document that I actually used as a reference for when I'm checking on weapons. And they said, "There was drama, it has been settled. Check pins, keep it kind in here, and if it isn't the wiki or companion app, have an unofficial tag on unofficial resources," or whatever.
You got shielded, my friend.
But yeah, there's the 411 on everything. All pinned spreadsheets and links were removed from that channel. Only the wiki and companion app can be cited without the disclosure because those are vetted for accuracy. If you use an outside unofficial source besides those two, it needs to be cited as from an unofficial source. However, this again highlights some serious deficiencies in Arrowhead's communication and in-game resources. For example, durable damage is never explained in the game. Weapons and gear have in fact made its way into the game with the wrong descriptions and stats listed. By the way, what is Demo Force, or what the hell is Stagger Force? You'd never know because the game doesn't explain it to you, and so on. And that's why we need this valuable information. So yes, the misleading Reddit post was built on a foundation of lack of knowledge provided by the game. That much is true. And I'm going to keep pushing to them to update all the accurate future them, Arrowhead, especially when changes are made and never make their way into the patch notes. We can also still discuss all of this. It's still fair game. It just comes down to the source of the information, how you cite it, and of this massive meltdown over the weekend in the official Helldivers Discord. As always, leave me any feedback or questions you have about Helldivers, and of course I will do my best to respond. Remember to hit subscribe and ring that notifications bell to stay up to date on all the latest happenings with Helldivers 2. All my socials, including links to all of today's sources, can be found down in the video description. Until the next one, this is Lieutenant Buzz Lightyear, signing off.
What?
Light!
Let's stick together.
I need the mule right here, right now.
Ah.
I smell bacon. Sometimes I wonder if mining is fun. Then I punch myself in the nose.
Like that. A pocket bloom here.
Whatever.
Lighting up! Better than flying.
A ver tú. Заберет тупо идет.
Look over here.
Platforms, please.
Keep it up. Yeah.
Weapon ready.
You can like this.
Yeah.
I'm not one of them, you knobhead. Light is up.
Nope. Look.
Rockety rockin' stone. Flares. Recharging. Hit it. I'm gonna call you Steve.
Next round is on my shield boosting on. Shields ready.
I need a damn minecart on legs. Where is it?
Ready to use.
Yep.
I was born explosives, spikes.
Blood.
Rocket stone forever.
Oh.
Over here by the bar.
When the damn bugs start treating you like family, you know it's time to quit. Lighting!
Found some nitro.
Rockin' stone in the heart.
Let's rockin' stone.
Eat it!
Find something. You there? Everyone, can I get some attention?
What about it?
Donkey, come here!
Molly! Hey!
Lights up!
Hey! Smooth. Shoot it!
Oh!
Flares are recharging! I feel vitalized. Let there be light!
Locked and loaded. Find the nitro ammo.
Whoosh! Be gone!
Weapon ready. By the beard.
Rock and roll!
Everyone needs ammo. There's nitro here. Nitro.
Molly,
Found
over
some
here!
Nitro.
Yep.
Find the nitro ammo. Platform. Zip line ready.
Secondary objective completed. Make it home to collect your bonus.
Mommy!
Chase the pickaxe!
All good things come to those who wait. Like dual. No ammo left. Here.
back.
Rock and stone!
For rock and stone!
Hey, can I get your attention?
So long, suckers!
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Rock and stone, you beautiful
You
troll!
sleep for your centuries. You really. Let's rock and stone. You. Have you named your centuries?
Bam!
That guy over here.
Ko je Franjo?
Them, not me!
No!
Džabe mu i da ima milion. Jer isto ako nema dovoljno damage du.
Možeš ako igraš Thorn build. Ali jak Thorn build, jel tako?
No, the flares are recharging! For those about to rock and stone, I salute you! Flares up! Ow! See here! That won't create. I made a platform.
I got the stalker.
Ako bi ovo
Did you see that?
Let's rock and stone!
Doing a bang-up job, mate.
Rock and stone forever! That's it, lads! Rock and stone!
Yeah! Rock and stone!
Ludicrous speed!
Roger that. Supplies are coming.
My life for rock and stone!
Naručam, hoću. Hoću.
Doing a bang-up job, mate. Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition.
That was close. Thank you. I'm taking some of the ammo.
Getting supply.
Felt better.
Спасибо. Thank you.
I needed that.
Getting more ammo.
Piece of engineering. Born ready. Ready to kill some more crates. Yeah.
Rock and stone. Anybody know that?
Builders are moving. Everything looks fine, but expect that to change soon.
Yeah.
Incoming swarm. Keep the dozer safe.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home. And stone. Line is up. Out of my way. Assembling. Arm.
Don't waste time. Incendiary grenade.
Stick around.
Should have left my new.
Steve is dead. Live, Steve. Don't get too attached now.
The bugs are swarming around.
Stand your ground.
Damn
Give
it.
no quarter. It's our job. Those are running.
If only I could afford one myself.
Lights up.
The drill dozer has stopped. Fuel canisters are all dry as a bone. Refill them, and we will have this show on the road again soon.
Weapons ready.
Čelik!
Canister fueled and ready. One fuel
You're as good as new, Loretta. Gotta get it plugged back in. Right back! Rock and stone! Lock and loaded. Grab the fuel canister.
This is a drill dozer.
The drill dozer is fueled and ready to go.
Salute you.
Drill dozer moving. Try to keep up and guard it with your life.
So, like how you prove your feet. Red sugar will make you feel better. Doing a bang-up red sugar.
Zip.
Rock and stone, you.
Rock and stone.
Contact. Swarm approaching the drill dozer. Hunker down and load up.
Hello!
Sticky grenade!
What's the incendiary grenades?
Really need to provide some better equipment. I'm with you, you fearless thunderman.
Wash 'em!
Lighting up!
I was born ready.
Resupply order!
Supply pod requisitioned. Launching now.
I ordered a resupply!
Supply pod launched. Better stand back.
Guys!
Drill dozer has reached the target. The Omeran Heartstone is jamming our readings, but we expect heavy pressure when the drilling commences.
The resupply is here!
Supplies are on the way.
Ready to be built!
Nitro's been withdrawn and supply pod is inbound.
Let's order
Resupply
resupply!
arrived! Go! Help me protect the
Resupply
dozer!
arrived! Go restock!
Dozer, prepare!
Live on fire!
None!
Rock and stone like there's no tomorrow! Lloyd! Grabbing him! Shotgun! Just one.
Ammo taken.
Ready to kill some more crate. Yeah, give me some sugar.
Drill dozer has begun cracking the Omeran shell. If you lose the dozer, you lose the mission, so guard it well against any hostiles. We got an incoming swarm. Please remember that the drill dozer is top priority. Swarm! Repeat, swarm!
I'm on your
Body
side.
again!
Weapon ready.
Shredder's under attack! Shield!
Hold on. Wait a minute.
For those about to rock and stone, salute you. Doretta is purring like a kitten.
Outer crust has been breached. Keep defending the drill dozer.
Lights up. There's charging. You leaf-bungling son of a must go to your expiration date.
I ain't gonna tell you again. Get into cover.
Keep Doretta safe. That's gonna cost you around a
For this piece of shit.
Swarm detected. Keep the drill dozer operational at all costs. The drill dozer is at the halfway point. Keep it running. Swarm! It's a big one, team!
Oh, shoot me, you bloody asshole! Lighting! It's burnt! It's burnt! Careful!
Znam. Instant sve.
We got a big horde of enemies approaching the drill dozer. Defend it or die trying. The drill dozer is exposing the core. The hardstone is almost ours. Swarm on the intercept course. Get ready to protect the drill dozer.
Ready to kill some more.
The swarm is upon you.
You're a stain on the floor!
Minus, alert. The drill dozer is taking permanent damage.
Can't hide from this! Let there be light! What goes around comes around. What's that supposed to hurt? That's it, lads! Rock and stone! Rock and stone! Stunning throat kick! Get me, you big toxic fun! Stun and sweep!
Drill dozer is taking permanent damage. It's barely holding together. Be more careful. The drill dozer served its purpose. The heartstone is ours. Deposit it and wrap up the mission.
Heartstone, fasting!
Armor and heartstone secured. Press the button on the mule and we will send in the drop pod.
Gotta wait for the recharge! Getting more ammo! Rock and
Good work. Sending in the drop pod.
Glyphid stalker down.
Lloyd is up!
Drop pod has arrived. The mule has been called back. Drop pod departing in T-minus 5 minutes.
Lloyd is up! Ready! Lights up! Lighting! Drop the damn acid spitter! You! Everyone! Can I get some attention? Mama!
Turn my back on you again.
Might not look like much, but the drop pod always gets us back and forth in one piece.
Drop pod departing in T-minus 4 minutes.
Sentry gun needs assembly.
Keep me covered! Got my hands full here! Let's leave this hellhole!
The mule's been successfully retrieved. Make it snappy, team. The drop pod won't hang around forever.
Coming home!
Extraction commencing. Good work.
Rock and stone! Rock and stone, everyone!
Rock and stone!
You!
Yeah!
Da, rekao si mi prije... Da, odmah, ajde. Dobro. Čuo sam i prvi put.
If you don't rock and stone, you ain't coming home.
Way more fucking powerful. Like.
Okay.
Freedom speeding cell divers, Heravan here.
Oh no.
And today I'm bringing you my ultimate guide to all the hidden mechanics in Helldivers 2. Have you been wondering what the numbers on your armor actually mean? How damage is calculated? Or have you heard the terms in videos like mine that confuse you, like durable damage or demolition force? Then this video is the one for you. As we're going to be going over every hidden mechanic, every obscured number, and every functionality Arrowhead's told you not to worry about by obscuring it from the in-game UI. If you watch this video to the end and you find this video unhelpful, then dislike the video as I've wasted your time and need to do better next time. If you instead learn something new that'll help you be a better Helldiver or find the video helpful, then you might as well like the video and sub to the channel for more guides and coverage of the game in the future. Out of respect for your time, as everyone's understanding of the game is likely at different levels, I've also chaptered out this video into sections so that you can skip around to the section you find most interesting and or helpful. With the obligatory opening statement out of the way though, let's get on to the meat of the guide. Okay, this is going to be a long video. It's a lot of mechanics, a lot of numbers, and it can get pretty confusing, but I'm going to be doing my best to keep the flow of this video as concise as possible. So let's start off by just talking about how our Helldiver's health and damage system works at the core level. Most video games have one static health pool, but Helldivers 2 instead has a separate health bar for each limb that then transmits damage received from that limb to a main health pool for increased depth and to create the game's injury system. This is the case for all living entities in the game, and your Helldiver is indeed one of those living entities, despite years of stim abuse. Your head has 85 health, body 65 health, arms 35 health, and legs 45 health. If any of these are reduced to 0, it results in an injury. Broken arms give you a multiplicative 50% penalty to weapon handling stats. Broken legs remove your ability to sprint and reduce movement speed by 15% additively per leg. A chest injury causes your Helldiver to take 1 damage per second and can no longer regenerate stamina. Head injuries are impossible because of our main health pool and how these pools interact with that main health pool. You see, all of these individual limbs can be reduced to 0, but that isn't what causes our Helldiver to actually die. Our main health pool of 125 receives 150% of the damage received to the head, 100% of the damage dealt to our chest, and 85% of the damage dealt to our arms and legs. Even when depleted to 0, our limbs continue to receive and transmit damage to that main health pool until it's depleted, which will finally result in our Helldiver's demise. When it comes to elemental damage, like fire, gas, and explosives, all of these deal damage directly to your main health pool and ignore the limb system altogether. I also want to clarify here before we move on that the servo-assisted armor passive's 50% extra limb health only decreases the damage applied to your arms and legs by 50% and has no impact on the damage your main health pool receives whatsoever. You will suffer arm and leg injuries less often, but you cannot take any more damage than normal before actually dying. Now let's talk about how armor factors into all of this. Armor functions as a multiplicative mitigation on all damage received, but armor values of 100 or less do not apply their mitigation to any damage.
Further evidence reveals how the Illuminate used the Meridian Singularity to enable their return. The destruction of the Terminid supercolony earlier this year appears to have created a wormhole, which the Illuminate were able to use to force entry into our galaxy. Experts speculate that following the end of the First Galactic War, Illuminate refugees fled outside the Milky Way, trapping themselves in intergalactic space. Until now. An investigation is underway to determine if the scientists responsible for the development of the dark fluid bombs used to destroy the super colony were secretly under Illuminate mind control the entire time. Coming up next, a teenager's homemade surveillance post finds dissident activity right in their own...
Helldiver, the Super Destroyer is ready for your next mission.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Requesting fortification. Calling down a support weapon. Requesting vehicle.
I got the terminal.
Supplies.
Engaging terminal.
Supplies. Let's reload. Dropping a pin. Southeast. Far. Going down a sentry.
Can somebody pick up a hard drive in his hand?
Package acquired.
Thank you.
We got the objective. Yellow. They're coming. Oh, we got the bunker.
Marking
Marking location. Sample collected. I'm on it. Thank you. Tagging, never mind.
Oh, money? No.
Vehicle.
No, my man. Hard drive. Dude, hard disk. Okay. Sure. Sure, sure.
Affirmative.
No problem. If you get behind the MG, you immediately drop hard disk.
Tagging location. North. Marking location. North. Found something! Follow me.
Yeah.
Tagging location. Got a sample. Dropping package. Calling in orbital strike. Throwing supply beacon. Calling down fortifications. Sample collected. Down equipment package. Follow me. Sample. Box. Marking location. Follow me. Tagging location. I'm on it. Marking location. Package acquired. Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Da. Braću Karamazove, nisam. Ark kartice Intelove. A nisam fan Intela, možete. Nek neko uzme pa mi kaže. No ne, nisam fan da probavam nešto što... Da li poznaješ osobu koja je to uzela? Mislim, dobro si pita, ali... To ti ide po preporuci. Ko neko kupi, kaže ovo je okej, ja ću kažem dobro, u redu, možda probam. A ovako da uzimam da ja budem u test punić, ne pada mi na pamet. Pa, uzmi ti šta ja znam. Neko uzme Vlade pa kaže, ovo je dobro.
Ja mislim da bi to bio opet, Vlado.
Follow me. Sending in an eagle. Dropping pack. Heavy. Southeast. Close. Requesting fortifications. Requesting orbital strike.
Reinforcing that objective.
Engaging terminal.
Almost done.
Supplies. Requesting advanced weaponry. Tagging map. West. 200 meters. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Ready to liberate. Requesting order down to support weapons. Dropship. Calling down a sentry. I got the terminal.
Thanks.
Calling down a support weapon. Engaging terminal.
Freedom marches onward. Thanks to you. You may proceed to extraction.
Calling in reinforcements. Affirmative. Thank you.
You can damage your teammates by stepping on them. Watch.
Dropping a pin. West. 100 meters. Calling down a vehicle. Calling down fortification.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Requesting air support.
Oh no. Jammer.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Out.
Reinforcing.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Lock that.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Where?
Requesting fortifications. Calling down
Deploying
supplies.
equipment package. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Northwest.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Requesting sentry. Last week. Rear sample acquired. Box, southeast.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Oh.
Outpost destroyed. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Reinforcements!
Objective critical stratagem available. Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
No, dude, throw me there.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Calling in reinforcements.
Nice.
Warning, you are in range of enemy artillery.
Thank you. Reporting to the front.
Got it.
I'm sorry. Calling down fortifications.
Outpost destroyed.
No, that thing is clear.
Follow me. Marking location north. Boss fabricator. Go.
Gas strike incoming.
Calling down a sentry.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Objective critical stratagem available. Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Calling down a support weapon.
Extraction is available.
Requesting sentry.
Objective
Boss
critical
fabricator
stratagem no
west.
longer available.
Close. 5 southwest.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Calling in a hellbomb. Sending in an eagle. Rare sample acquired. Got a sample. Found something.
Da glavi se, jebem ti glavac.
Tagging map. West. 200 meters.
I would advise against driving. We are missing wheels.
Supplies. Dropping a pin. Northeast. Far.
Extraction is available.
Got a sample. Supplies.
Clear.
beacon. Requesting.
Deploying minefield.
Requesting orbital strike.
Gas strike incoming.
Requesting vehicle. Vehicle.
Sure.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Northwest. Reinforcement.
Bios mines.
I'm sorry. Calling.
Yeah, don't push through the mines.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting orbital.
This is tough.
Boss, northwest. Supply.
Oh, not the 380. Guys!
I need supply.
Not the 380.
Calling down supply. Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds.
Thank guys, thank.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Wow. Skoro z brda izgličila, ne verujem. There was like thousands of them behind that hill. No fear, no fear.
Requesting fortification. Request one life for Super Earth. Heavy, east, 50 meters. Boss, east.
Hit the gas.
Affirmative. Heavy, east, 50 meters.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20
Requesting
seconds.
advanced weaponry.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. coordinates.
Too late.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Freedom forever! Calling!
Gas strike incoming.
Requesting air support. Throwing supply beacon.
Deploying equipment package. Deploying minefield.
Run!
Heavy. Southeast. Close. I'll take it. Requesting orbital strike!
Gas strike incoming.
Calling down a sentry! Requesting sentry! Tagging location. East, cancel that. Box.
Oh, there goes the car.
New mag! Request! Out of ammo!
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Requesting air support! Supplies.
Plus.
Last reload! Pulling down a vehicle! Calling it...
Gas strike incoming.
Vehicle. Sample collected. Dropping a pin. West. 300 meters. Orbital inbound.
Goes for the meteors.
Tagging map. Southwest. Far. Down a sentry.
Requesting sentry.
Base.
Sending in an eagle. Dropship. Heavy, northeast. Close. Never mind. Thank you. Requesting air support.
On it! On it!
Calling in reinforcements.
Let me defuse it.
Merciless. Welcome to my channel.
I'm sorry. Dropships.
It uses steam pack when you are looking at the map while in the car.
Tagging map. Southeast. Far.
Ah, you didn't find the super samples. Fucking rear wheel.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 200 meters. Calling down a sentry.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh, we got it.
Found something. Heavy. Southeast. On my position. Dropship. Requesting sentry. Last reload.
You lost your back wheels. That's why it's go zigzag.
Marking location. East.
2 minutes until new one.
Tagging map. East. 200 meters. Heavy. Northeast. Close. Sending in an eagle. Sample collected. Supplies.
Money.
I need supplies.
Oh, mushroom, oh, mushroom.
Mark location.
Found it.
Found something.
Yeah.
Rare sample acquired. Drop ships. Dropping a pin. Northwest. Far.
Good job on driving.
Requesting air support. Vehicle. West.
Drive. My good man. 30 seconds until new car. Let's go.
Follow me.
Got the super samples.
Calling down a sentry.
No.
Yes. Wait.
Requesting vehicle. Tagging
New
location.
car.
Dropping items. Marking location. Requesting sentry. Tagging location. East.
Or drive to the exit. Quickly. To the exit. You got 30 seconds. Go. Drive.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
I got your super samples, so... Go.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent. Victory was never in doubt.
Prazniosos. Next.
Liberty is victorious once more. Always good to have another hero on.
You're here. The galaxy awaits your salvation.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
I would say let's kill the satellite first. That's like easy. Yep.
pod launch initiated.
Rock and stone.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, but justice shall rule.
Calling down fortifications!
Stand clear.
Calling down supplies! Calling down a vehicle!
Put the mines inside too, watch it.
Marking location north. Vehicle.
Sorry.
Outpost destroyed.
Tagging map. Southeast. 200 meters.
Tagging map, north, 200 meters.
Spots, east.
Tagging map, southeast, 200 meters.
I see.
Automaton outpost destroyed.
They shoot.
Something!
Oh!
I'm sorry.
That happened.
Sample.
Oh yeah, flip it, flip it, flip it! Defensive positions.
Ow! Northeast. Drop him! New mag! Calling down a sentry! Requesting fortifications! Reinforcing! Requesting orbital strike! Requesting sentry! Calling in reinforcements!
I think he ate the gas, most likely.
High priority target neutralized.
Reporting to the front.
Tagging location, southeast.
Fresh shit there.
Reloading! Out of ammo! Found something! Last reload! Got a sample! Last reload! Dropping a pin, north, 100 meters. Affirmative. Thank you.
Shit!
Bag's empty. Reloading.
Nice, red way. Ow!
Reinforcing! Calling in orbital strike!
It's the guess.
Deploying minefield.
Tank.
What is it?
This is fucked up. Well, tank lost mobility.
Last reload! Requesting on
Oh no no, don't come before me. No no no.
Lock fabricator. On my position. Requesting fortifications. Deploying minefield. Requesting vehicle. Lock fabricator. Northeast. On my position.
Fuck.
200 meters.
Tagging map. Northeast. 300 meters.
Oh. Behind you, boys. Boys! Oh, no. Wait. Need ammo. I can kill Sauron in one shot.
Throwing supply beacon.
There goes the car.
Last reload. Objective located. Northwest.
That works.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Ready to liberate. How'd you like the taste of
I wanted to do that. No, before.
Automaton facility destroyed.
Yep. Reload.
requesting sentry. Calling down fortification. Box east, 50 meters. Calling it east. New man.
Gas strike incoming.
Thought outpost.
Democracy has been well delivered. Layer extraction means Automaton outpost scrapped.
Dropping a pin. Northeast, 100 meters.
Oh, another fucking Sauron.
Out of ammo. Objective located. North.
Sauron.
Mag's empty. Dropship requesting fortifications. Rare sample acquired. Requesting orbital strike. Calling down supplies. Calling down a sentry. New man. Last reload.
Ammo here.
Supplies.
Oh, great. Negative.
Have a taste of democracy.
Reinforcing.
Deploying Helldiver to combat zone.
Democracy has landed.
Requesting air support. Requesting an eagle.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling down fortifications.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Affirmative.
Boom.
Aiming at an eagle.
Solid.
Requesting air support. Calling down a support weapon.
Calling down a vehicle.
Sending in an eagle. Calling down a sentry.
Extraction is available.
Tagging map. West. Far. Activating out of dim. Dropping into heavy southeast. 100 meters. Heavy. West. 50 meters. Drop dim.
What is that man trying to do?
I need stab! Out of stim. Calling down supplies. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Requesting sentry.
I'm gonna steal this!
Helldivers never die.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Nice. Hit the reload.
Activating
And
jump tack. Tagging map, northwest, 300 meters.
I'm genuinely curious what that man is trying to do.
Reloading! Rare sample acquired.
There could be gas mines, yes.
Dropship! Dropships, northeast, heavy.
Like 6 fucking ships. Is that real? My brother in correct. Come. Nope. Okay.
Affirmative.
Whatever. Let me block.
Got it there. Calling down a sentry. Sending in an eagle. Requesting sentry. Throwing supply beacon. Requesting fortification. Dropping item.
Wait, no super samples?
Requesting air support.
Ah. Roger.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Last reload.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Thank you. Thank you. Rare sample acquired. Spot. Heavy. On my position. Affirmative.
Nice.
Heavy. Southwest. Close. Southwest. Requesting air support.
Or a drumstick. Whatever, you know.
Dropship.
Warning, you are leaving the mission area.
Handle the map.
Heavy. On my position.
sentry.
Not today! Calling down fortifications! Dropping a pin. South. 300 meters.
Requesting sentry.
Tagging map. Northeast. 300 meters.
Requesting air support.
Oh.
Calling in extraction.
Możesz dać?
Sending in an eagle. Ships.
Rare sample acquired.
Requesting orbital. Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
Dropping a pin. South. Far.
Extraction is available.
Salt.
Helldiver, you are moving outside the mission area. Requesting advanced weaponry.
No, not a traitor!
Sentence commensurate to the crime of treason.
No!
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound. Calling down a sentry. Bots, southwest.
Rock and roll and stone, guys. This is gonna be fun.
Sending in an eagle. ETA T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds. Ships calling in reinforcements.
Thank you.
Requesting air support.
Oh no, that's my dude. Yes! Get away! Get away from that!
Requesting sentry. Requesting vehicle. Supplies.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Reinforcing.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Roger, Roger. 380, really?
T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
That's a bit. Number 380.
Pelican 1, landing in progress. Sending down equipment package.
Dropping item. Marking location.
brother. Whoa. Look how many.
Calling down fortifications. Dropship.
That should eradicate them.
West. Thank you. Dropping items.
Oh, we got 8 more minutes. So.
Sending in an eagle.
So.
Tagging map. Southeast. 300 meters. Requesting sentry. Requesting air support. Got a sample. Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. Dropships. Sample collected.
Clear.
Dropping a pin. East, 200 meters. Marking location, south. Tagging location, south. Bots. Calling in orbital strike. Firing gas strike. Found something. Calling down a sentry. Rare sample acquired. Dropship. Requesting air support. Tagging map. West. Far. Sending in an eagle. Requesting sentry. Rare sample acquired. Requesting air support. Rare sample acquired. selected. Helldivers never die. Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support. Dropships. Calling down a sentry. Requesting air support.
Coming.
Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Calling down a support weapon. Dropping item. Requesting fortifications. Requesting sentry.
Deploying equipment package.
Dropship.
Whoosh.
Calling down a vehicle. Say hello to the mark. Sending in an eagle. Calling in orbital strike. Calling down a sentry. Tagging location. South. To the sky. I need stim. Calling. Sending in an eagle.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20
He's
seconds.
inside. Guys.
Dropship. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Liberty has seen you through.
Kako idemo ovdje?
Gdje si jeboj?
Daj White Kesiću.
Gdje je tu Simo nešto?
Šta se radi jeboj?
Ma što? Malo chillam pred posao. A da. Pomažem. Da kažemo cilj.
Čekaj te poznajem. Kesić. Gdje si ben? Si u igri ovo što? Pa ti nisi ni u igri ben.
Jesam.
Što piše da si offline?
Kako jeboj?
They do their
One
part.
more.
We do ours.
Ajde, kjer
Welcome
počneš.
back. Well done. Good luck
Aye.
out there, Helldiver.
Pobio ovo govno.
Luda Krava. Welcome to my channel.
Luda krava. Koja luda krava?
Kesiću.
Jeste.
Spašavaj. Či razumem?
Da umreš. Look, I go father.
Dragane!
Dragane moj, kad odeš ti?
What about here? Here?
Pobi govna.
Oh, search and destroy, easy.
Kesiću. Gdje si nestao sa ben?
A nije tu. Možda ga je zvala familija, djevojka. Što si kao Milan, paničar. Ne gleda neko stream, ne gleda, onda nema potrebe da seckam igru.
Welcome to my channel. Opet esta mačka.
Je li to neki fazon tip Azmogul? Same shirt. Jeste. Ja sam simple man with simple needs.
Nema kakav čovjek. Ja, lik je, opičen.
A znaš da se sad vodi na Twitchu kao political streamer, znaš?
Što je to?
Pa on je gamer, to znaš, ali? Zato što čovjek ima svoje neka mišljenja, razumiješ? Koja nisu ono uvijek popularne.
O, znam da je napuštao ove.
Ajde.
Konje.
Pobio je izbog.
Rock and roll, guys.
Mora da nađemo onaj žene.
Šta ovdje tražiš, lutio, šta tražiš?
Samo mi nađe lutio.
Какой NPC игры за NPC игры?
A jes.
Izmenili su. Neki bi možda na početku.
Ma če, prdaj. A svaki put kad smo prelazili na kraj.
Sinoć kad sam eto bude i desilo se da je 2 puta bio na početku, a 1 put na sredinu.
Jebać, šuti, majka.
Ja kad god se to prelazi uvijek je na izlaz bilo.
A bilo je pred bossa. Ovamo,
Idemo ovamo za
njim. Nije.
Well, nemojmo.
Star NPC pa ovo sta igrast lidem medal je samo NPC igris se rokađu nista konkretno a SVI smo pametni.
Ako ti to kažeš, živim samo
Egzolta i imam
oni rekli da je to
oko
dobro.
300 ovih.
Ajde ne.
Calling down fortifications. Tagging location. Southwest.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Nisam našao zadovoljstvo u životu da merim kurac sa drugim osobama. Da hoću to da radim, igrao bi sa Milanom Berladom. Ako želiš neko ko igra PvP igre, dođi da meriš kurac sa njim. Da oprostiš. E, on ti je PvP igrač. To ti je heroj. To ti je heroj, ne ti, nego jedan. Mislim, sve je u redu, samo ti kažem, on ti je PvP igrač. Toliko je PvP da po svaku cenu mora da pobedi. Sve je tu u redu. Ne interesuje.
Evo naš.
Ne želim da služim, želim da ispunim svoje sebične potrebe. Ako pojedeš ukusan sandvič ili burek sa mesom ili... Ne znam, si probao? Da li si probao? Sve je to u redu. Da li si probao? Nisam. Pa nemoj, ne mogu da se svađam. Nemoj to da radiš. Ako nisi probao, nemoj da pričaš. Ja ne igram, a nemaš šta da čuješ. Možeš da probaš jedan meč. Pa jedan meč na nivou težine 1, pa onda na nivou težine 5, 6, pa na nivou težine 10. Pa mi se javi. Ovdje su ti neprijatelji drugi igrači koliko su ti neprijatelji AI. Ne bi da počnem da banim zbog gluposti, ali mislim imaš pravo na svoje mišljenje. Meč, da, jer ima početak i kraj. One more.
Objective located.
What the fuck? Oh.
Package acquired. Thank you. Dropping package.
Ovo ti je chill igra.
vidim sposobnosti rada I tako nek stvari kačkoveka godina I puse se tu I ignu at jehazanju spiđe.
Brat. Slušaj, želim ti svu sreću u životu. Imaš pravo na svoje mišljenje, ali ne mogu s tobom da diskutujem. Hvala lepo. Hvala lepo. Kakavo tipe. Težak čovjek. A ne govori nikom ni šta da radi, ni čime da se bavi. Neverovatno. Čemu to? Ma ne, pa to je Milanov sindrom. Svi moramo da radimo uspješne stvari da bismo se osjećali uspješno. Bože, sačuvaj, kakvih ljudi ima. Nemam ništa protiv, ali ono sve je red. Sve mora da bude try hard na max.
Nešo, ćemo vidić meni ovoga.
Dopamin manijac.
Hoću, kesiću. Gambling legionare. Hoću. Nisi pomogao meni da ja ne pomognem tebi. Samo da završim da me nabijemo na 80 nekim. Ja mogu da vodim, ali baš žrtvo, baš me zanima.
Što mi secka ovo sad dok idemo?
Zato što je igre govno, eto.
Secka mi u fullu, znaš.
Nabiješ se od mene.
Ne, no u fullu mi zbog pinga ili šta li, ne znam, latencija.
Kesiću, i ti onaj košava se. Dejnes. Sino sam igrao na Kanadi i imao sam 27.
Tagging location, southeast.
Guys, mushroom.
Marking location, southeast.
Ali ne gledaš tu ping, stisni 2 puta F1. Ne prvi put, nego na drugi put ti piše.
Pa evo ti 39.
E pa to je to, to ti je realna letencija.
To nije naš
200, 600, 700, 300, 400, 350, 400, 200, 600.
Eto, napravite instancu.
Watch for that. Watch for the cannon.
Možda zbog te instance što je na tebi, šta li otkućno.
Evo.
Evo je ovo. To tamo.
To je tamo.
Zero visibility.
Znači možemo da idemo. Da nabijemo jedno 4-5 nivoa. To će se udari u jednom.
Get some! Get some!
I ovako mi ovo stavimo samo džamalu.
Vi sa ništa ping, sa ništa, 30, 31, 30. Čim ti startuješ i stanci odmah problem. Kad ide restart, jel se zna nešto?
Okej, mate. Eno bacili su malo ono, kostu igrača.
Ne zevaj, kako?
A šta će ko da bude i to?
Jesu najavili neki restart, nisu.
Shoot that.
50 meters.
Ali nije igra zvanično najavila, to kažem.
Igre je zvanično najavila.
Jel? Jesi pročitao?
Ubacuju nove asenice. Čempioni, to je to.
Šta, imat ćemo pored ovih 8 poena još 4.
Ne, imat ćeš nove asenice.
Mama, wait.
Koliko
Alex
to
Hill.
Calling down fortifications.
Weapon emplacement on its way.
Brother.
Calling down a walker. Requesting air support.
Čim ti startuješ i stanci problem.
Dropping item. Tagging location.
Samples.
Znaš, i sam kako se tako.
Evo nešto ovdje za 2
Drop
divanja.
tips northwest.
Šta, neka bi servere kupiš, a?
Pa da prodam tablet za 2 divanja.
Drop
Evo,
tips
već
south.
ovaj u hideout.
Došao kod tebe.
A, zamisli debilo. Pa kada ga kod sebe nosi? Kakvi su to pajsi?
Bag's empty. Calling down supplies.
Napiši mu tamo da dođe ovo.
Reloading. Request. Get some. Get some. Calling down.
Evo, prva 2 divanja. Top. Top je ovo. Prva 2 divanja.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Znači ja sam teleportiran.
B1. No time. Time. Time.
Launch countdown complete. We have to leave now. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Naši sam kapi, idi klikni na... Sad tamo neki čovječulja.
Victory was never in doubt.
Gdje će si te ono i klikni na to i...
Jesam. Sad je normalan ping, zamisli.
Ne znam. Ja opet evo 35 je, 34.
Jep.
Sad idemo prema vama.
Ti odiš.
Mora da me port neki ili nešto zajebao, jer ja kad dođem na tebe...
Ja ti lijepo kažem.
A šta da radim? Šta jebeno da radim? Ništa.
Pa mora vidimo da nađemo šta treba se otvoriti, koji port treba da bude otvoren da bi to da funkcioniš.
Šta za hosting?
Ilija, zašto me zajebava ako se teleportujem na njega, diže mi masovno ping na 3-4 hiljade mi ping diže. Ako ja startujem instancu, sasvim je normalno.
Možda neko od vas dvojica ima uključen firewall.
Šta ima?
Firewall uključen je, veri.
Šta mu je taj firewall?
Šta je firewall? Ako sad moram da objašnjam šta je. To ti je Windows sistem da ti Windows sam zatvara portove da ne biste kao hakovali. Međutim, to nikad ne radi kako treba. Uglavnom blokira ono što ti treba, a ono što već...
Daj Nenade da ugasimo taj firewall. Upalit ću sad ovaj program. Upalit ću sad onu AIDA, nije AIDA nego onaj kurac. To. Da firewall taj ugasim. Jer mene jebe to što ja ne mogu na tebe.
Uradimo to sad, nemoj posle će biti malo sutra, to se radi odmah. To je to malo sutra, nemoj to Milanove fore, posle nikad.
Yes, Nenade.
Pa ti ja ličim na Milana.
Da, ličiš, uradi to sad.
Da, ličiš.
Da, ličiš.
To ti je 2 minuta posla, moga si mi odmah odradit, znaš.
Samo da znaš mogu napraviti.
Mora da mi je taj firewall, da nisam to gasio kad sam sistem radio ili kako već.
A šta više u Windows ga i pali ono false.
My planet needs me.
Znaš, imao sam Commodore, onaj firewall. I Windows je nakon nekog svog update odlučio da taj firewall preglasi za virus.
Naravno.
I da ga blokira.
Naravno. Sad si najnormalniji. Zašto ti što čudi?
Kao, i ono, mi mislimo da je bolje od ove opcije koju... Ne, nije bolje.
Pa dobro, oni smatra da jest i da nije i tako to.
Šta mi ovdje radimo, jel dižemo level ili kako?
Da, XP, ovdje ima najviše...
A ja rekao smo nešto trebali ovdje.
Ostavi samo boss da ubije.
129 or higher, apply mitigation to the head. Armor values below 100 functionally amplify the damage. 50 armor receives 125% damage from all sources.
Sad si ide na Dreadnought onaj.
70 armor 115%. And 79 armor receives 110.5%. At 100 armor, you receive 100% of all damage taken, functioning as our baseline. Beyond 100 armor, we actually mitigate damage received.
Ma to je pesma, to nabijanje najlakše od svega.
150 armor, 75%. And 200 armor only receives 65% of the damage taken. Let's do a quick example to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Ja i ti smo plaćali da
nam swings its claw at a Helldiver, which deals 55 damage, hitting them in the leg. The Helldiver is wearing 150 armor, damage is mitigated by the armor, so we multiply that 55 damage by 0.75 to 41.25. All damage calculations in Helldivers 2 round down, so that means we take 41 damage to the leg, meaning our leg has 4 of 45 health, meaning it was not broken. That 41 damage is then multiplied by
Ali
the hit
uslovi, znači,
location
da
before
ništa
being
ne
applied to
skupljaju.
our main health pool. That again,
A
being
šta
the
će,
one that will
ko je lud
actually
za
cause
5
the death
exalta?
visible in the
Brate,
bottom left of your screen. As we
ima
were
ljudi
hit in the
koji-
leg, we multiply the
Oni
41
recimo
remaining
moda-
damage by
treba biti
0.85,
Pa moda na leveluje karakter.
4.85 rounded down to 34 damage. In this example, we then have 91 of our 125
Kad već
main health
leveluje i
remaining.
može da...
It's also worth mentioning that the more main health your Helldiver is missing, the heavier the Helldiver breathes, causing the arms to sway, causing a further penalty to your weapon handling stats. Pro tip, during the dive animation, you ignore all penalties to aim from injury, as they all
Jer
require
mene to
your
jebe
arms to sway.
konstantno, kad
Your
god
arms
sam
are
ušao kod
locked
tebe,
in
stalno mi je
position
ping.
during dive.
A nije samo kod mene, kod
Desperate
svih.
last gasp
Ko god
diving
uđeš
can
i
keep your aim straight long
Pa
enough to
jebalo
get
me
you
u
out of some
fullu,
tough
čovječ.
situations. All of this being said,
To je
this is
valjda
only how
Snake kaže
standard
zbog
physical
nekog
damage is
hakovanja mi neko ne prodre.
Elemental damage
Ma
from
da,
fires,
vino
gas,
se tripuje da taj
explosives,
njihov...
all deal damage directly to your
Ne
main
znam
health
koliko
pool,
ono...
mitigated by 50%
Bulletproof,
multiplicatively,
to je
alongside
kolobom.
any armor mitigation or amplification if wearing light armor. As far as how armor passives like Fortified, which reduce explosive damage, factor into this, the 50% from these passives are multiplicative with all
Kosti
other
u Burid
mitigations.
Shires.
So any explosion damage would then filter through your armor mitigation, your base 50% mitigation,
Samo
and then
mobilno
finally
ubijeno da
a
pređem
further
na...
50% mitigation from the Fortified passive. This is the same way any elemental resistances are applied as well from other passives, such as fire resistance or
Aj
gas
prvo ovaj
resistance.
por da vidim, a?
Finally, there
Pre
are
nego
two
što
last
Ubijemo još 10 mobova da pređem na
mitigations
jebeni...
that can be applied.
Više da...
Helldivers with the Vitality Booster active receive 10% less damage from all sources, causing some effects to round down to abnormally low numbers, such as the self-damage from the DE Sickle or the self-damage from the Dead Sprint Booster, in addition to making you immune to Terminate
Nije
Acid
baš
and chest
10,
wound
pol
damage.
mape treba.
Note that
Čak
Vitality
pol mape
Booster used to
99%.
be 20% resistance, but it was nerfed down. Note that
Daj da imamo taj, Erni desku pali.
Da. Any desk.
Evo, već sam upalio.
Polako, ja...
995.
But it was nerfed down to 10% and an unknown patch number.
Adresu ovu
Helldivers
doneseš.
with the experimental
Znam, Kesić
infusion
mora
booster
se
under the
čekati
effect of a stim receive 10% less damage, although experimental infusion does increase the sway of your aiming reticle by 25% while active. All of this comes together to form a conclusive reason
Ja,
as
to
to
samo
why
jednog
lighter
ga upalim
armors
i...
are typically favored over
Više-
heavy. There are
više,
lots of
ja.
ways to reduce the damage your Helldiver receives beyond just armor, but there are no ways to improve your movement speed besides lighter
995
armor,
098
experimental infusion, and jump packs.
098
So
212.
sacrificing mobility for
Vidio ti
survivability
to taj
more
koji
often than
treba.
not doesn't feel worth it when you can find survivability
Pa
through
već
other
jesam,
means
valjda imaš
besides
kontrolu
armor,
nadamno.
except when dealing with objectives that require very little movement around the battlefield, such as defensive operations. And just to clear up this myth I heard, no, the armored-looking pieces on your Helldiver's suit do not mitigate damage better than the rest of the limb. It is purely cosmetic. If you want to know the specific breakpoints behind what attacks are lethal to what part of the Helldiver's body, wearing what types of armor, some dude has gone above and beyond to make some pretty easy-to-follow spreadsheets that can tell you just that.
Izgleda je dobro,
Out
jel'
exactly how much survivability additional armor really grants you on a case-by-case basis. TLDR though, light armors and the B-24 Enforcer come out on top more often than not as far as breakpoints are concerned. I will leave a link to these spreadsheets though down below. Okay, so that was how the armor and health system works. Let's talk about some obscure
Pa
weapon
nije bio
stats
ni
not
upaljen,
mentioned
jel' tako?
anywhere within
Bio
the
je
game's UI and clear up how
A
armor
jes on
penetration
upaljen, ali nije
works.
za tu
First,
detekciju
you have
toga,
to
jel' tako?
understand how armor penetration
Da
functions.
bio je upaljen
Every weapon
Kesić.
has a level
Da,
of
ali
armor
nije za
penetration
detekciju
referred
tog
to in the
porta
game
i
as
to
light,
kaže.
medium,
Za
heavy,
foto
and
to mora da vidim koji...
anti-tank. But there are more armor levels and penetration levels than
Mora da
that. In
izgooglam
fact,
to.
there are 11, and they are more commonly and easily referenced numerically AP0 all the way to AP10.
A to nemam
If at any
snagu sad
point the
da...
armor penetration
Kad se
level
budem
is now
probao-
one referred to as AP,
A
Kad se
ti
budem-
se
lower than
budiš
the
danima
opposing armor
već
class
jebo.
of the enemy
Kad
referred
se
Ha,
budem
to
jebo.
probao-
known as AV,
A morat
then
ću
you'll
tam
get a deflection
i to.
indicator. The shot will ricochet if the projectile is not explosive or plasma-based, and deal 0 damage
ja
to the target.
prokockah one
If the
divajno
AP
je
of the
neću
attack
ni z
exceeds the
opremu ovom
target's
legionaru
AV,
ima za...
then 100% of the weapon's
bez
damage will be
divajna.
dealt. And if the AP of the attack matches
50
the
divajna
AV
mi
of the
treba za
opponent,
legionara,
then
jel?
65% of the damage will be dealt. The numerical values for all weapons and stratagems is kept
Evo,
updated
bolje
on
je
the
to ili da ga nabijem na
helldivers.wiki.
Rarity, ono,
This is what I
da
refer to
uzimam
as the
Divine
good
Equip.
wiki. The other wiki is outdated and pretty useless.
To ne
The
bilo
wiki.gg
srdano.
has
Mana
literally
za to ti treba
everything you could ever
120
want to know about our
Divine
weapons as
minimalno.
well as the enemy's
Nemoj
armor and
zjebavati.
health. Armor penetration isn't an inherently hidden mechanic in itself.
Pa šta ti
It's
misliš
to
koliko
give
sam
you
ja
feedback
uložio
in
na...
game to tell you when you're doing
Ko
no
zna.
damage via deflection, and the gray hit markers are meant to indicate dealing only 65% damage. But what goes entirely unlisted is weapons having different AP values depending on the
Jer
angle you
lako
hit
ja
the
mogu
enemy's armor
legionara
at. This
promeniti
typically
tu
has no
opremu
effect on
finalnu koju ću
penetration
da
for
igram
most
s njim.
weapons, as we only
Nego mi za
experience no
početak
penetration
treba
when hitting
da
at what the game
nakamerišem
classifies
gomilu
as an
tih
extreme
Divine-ova.
angle. Something
Druga
pretty
stvar.
difficult to do
Na
or
njega
find
bi
an
recimo
example
mogao
of.
staviti
What's
onaj
very easy to give an
temporaju
example of,
steel
though, is
crop.
something that
Ne
leads to a
isplati
lot
se
of
to da
frustration in
stavljaš.
regards to
Ako
utilizing,
nećeš
for
da igraš
example,
auto.
the heavy machine gun.
Šta
The
ako
heavy
nećeš
machine
da
gun
igraš?
is AP4,
Auto
but
bombe
at
se
a
zove
large
taj dio.
angle, its penetration
Ne
is
isplativo je...
3.
Da,
It's
dođem,
much easier to
tamo je boss.
accomplish than hitting at an extreme
Amazing.
angle and leads to a lot of consistency
Ako
issues
nećeš
with
da
this
igraš...
weapon. This is also why we saw Reddit posts being made about
Nema
orbital
bossa,
rail
mislim.
cannon bouncing
A
off bile
boss nije tu,
titans,
tu je
as before a
nešto
patch
bez.
removed angular penetration.
Ako nećeš taj bio da igraš ni...
This hidden mechanic was the cause of this
Prekidaš
concept.
mi u pola
So if
rečenice,
you've
ništa
ever been
te razumem.
frustrated
Kažem, ako nećeš da
you
igraš
now know
auto,
why this is happening.
ne
Wiki
isplati
also
ti se
shows
da
the
koristiš
AP
taj
values
temporal.
based on the angles on each individual weapon for your ease of
Beskoristan je to,
reference.
ajmo i...
Our next
zeleni.
topic is completely
Jel on
unmentioned
tebi
within the
ili ja nekad
confines of the
prekine
game
tako u
itself,
pola
though,
rečenice?
only sometimes
Da.
making a brief appearance in the
Pa
patch
da,
notes,
da ne
which
bude
is
da
really
samo
the
meni
only
prekine.
reason
Da,
we
samo-
got onto its
Kad
existence
slušaju.
in the first place. This being
Nakon
vuče.
svakog nekog manjeg efekta.
your weapons true
Vidiš
damage
vidiš sad,
is
vidiš
sad,
by
čuo.
up to 3 different damage
Čuo.
numbers, despite there only
Pa
being
isto,
one
i
display
onda
within
isto
the game.
čujemo.
Pa
This
isto.
in-game display is always the ballistic
A jebi ga.
damage in addition to the
Nisam ih
explosive
ja tada
damage the
bacaju.
weapon has an explosive damage
Opet sam čuo.
element.
Šta su bacali?
Durable
Da
damage is
bacaju,
not
nismo
visualized.
Nije se
dalje
čulo,
čuli,
nije
može
čulo,
bacati.
vuči ste
Može bacati.
prisluškivao.
30% of your
Da
Bacaju.
bacaju
but there
dimne
are
bombe.
outliers.
A, sad
Enemy
sam
body
čuo.
parts have a stat called durability.
I da
The higher
bacaju
the
suza
durability
ceni.
percentage of the target you are hitting with the weapon, the greater percentage of your durable damage utilized in the calculation
Event je rešili
versus
su da
your
naprave
ballistic
gađe.
damage. Let's run a quick example.
Neka,
A-
neka se bore sami
Pa-
tog
pa mi
građanskog
bukvalno
rata, bez mene.
nikad
Sniper
bliže
has 200
građanskom
ballistic
ratu,
damage per bullet.
Bukvalno
Ako
nikad
misliš
bliže.
na ove što idu i pljačkaju
Let's say
po
our target is
kućama,
the back
ti
thruster
to
of
radi
the
bez
gun.
građanskog rata.
Gunship thrusters are
Samo
Ma
se
ne,
će
mi-
onda
mi-
policija
ja-
biti
mi smo
zauzet.
bukvalno nikad.
Ja neću pljačkati, ja ću samo gledati da se dokopam.
Dobro, prvi koji uđe bez
Samo da se
dozvole
okoristi od
dobit će
situacije.
metak u glavu.
Ne,
Ja
mene
kažem.
mene samo zanimao vlast kao vlast, ako dođe do
Intelligence counter
građanskog rata.
snipers AP is
Da.
3.
Novac
As our
mene
AP
zanima.
meets the AV of the target, we only deal 65% of our
Hoću da
damage,
ove države
leaving us
naprave
with
info.
52 total
Postavi.
damage. The
I
wiki
poslije
also
toga
has
mogu
all
da
this
odem u
information
manastir.
on how durable or not durable an enemy body part is.
Obezanje,
80
ja
actual
ono što
total
bi
damage.
radio bi me spasio da se zamonašim.
Da.
Pokušaj posle ove restartovat komp, jel prekidaš non stop dok pričaš.
Sad ću da
But wait,
izađem sa
Gunship's
Discorda.
thruster is AV3, and the Diligence counter sniper's AP is 3. As our AP meets the AV of the target, we only deal 65% of our damage, leaving us with 52 total damage.
Kako
The wiki
skupljaš
also has
sve,
all this
evo.
information on how durable or not with 800, leaving us with only 80 actual total damage. But wait, the Gunship's thruster is AV3, and the Diligence counter sniper's AP is 3. As our AP meets the AV of the target, we only deal 65% of our damage, leaving us with 52 total damage. The wiki also has all this information on how durable or not durable an enemy body part is, and durable damage has a massive impact on how good a weapon is or isn't against a target. As another quick example of how this can lead to player frustration, if you're unaware and uneducated about this mechanic, the MG43 has an AP value of 3, so you might get the impression that it could deal
Sad
some
je dobro,
decent
ali
damage to the back
po
of an
jednu
enemy
reč se
tank,
uvijek solo
considering
čuješ,
their
ali čim
weak point
kreneš
is only
rečenicu.
AV3, and you're getting 3 hit markers. That isn't the case, because while the MG43's ballistic damage is 90 per
Pobanuj
bullet,
te bote.
its durable
Mislim
damage is
da imaš
only 23.
pravo ono da i
And as the
banuj.
tank's vent
A nije,
is
nego mora
100%
im
durable,
koji
we only
služe za
deal our
nešto koji ne
23
služe
durable
ni za
damage
što.
per bullet, mitigated by the armor
Zašta
by
toliko
35% down to
služi
only
za što?
A ti botovi
14.95,
su
which
ono
is then
da
rounded down
šalju
to
te
15 damage per bullet instead of what you would expect to be 90. You can check exactly how much durable damage every weapon and stratagem in the game deals. You guessed it, on the wiki, but not in the game anywhere. Durability as a mechanic can be frustrating, but it's also a big reason why explosive weaponry like the plasma purifier and crossbow are considered some of the best primary weapons in the game. You see, explosive damage ignores durability as a mechanic and always deals its full damage in an area of effect. The area of effect of the explosion varies based on the weapon used, but as a general rule of thumb, there is always an inner and outer blast radius. Within the inner radius, maximum damage is dealt, while in the outer radius, the damage degrades all the way from maximum down to 0 at the edge, meaning explosives more centered on the target deal greater damage than those that are off the mark. As an extra tip, I want to quickly mention that all explosives, including enemies, follow these same rules, and being prone in the outer radius of an explosion gives your Helldiver a temporary further multiplicative 90% resistance to that explosion. So diving away from explosives can greatly increase your chance of survival. Explosive damage can and almost always does have a different AP value than the ballistic portion of the weapon, and this is never mentioned in the game UI. For example, the Plasma Scorcher deals 100 ballistic damage with an AP of 2, but a further 100 explosive damage with a 1 meter inner radius and 2 meter outer radius with an AP level of 3. This kind of thing you would only know after significant trigger time with the weapon, or, yeah, after checking the wiki, and seeing this was the case. On the topic of explosive damage, the mechanic that keeps it from being completely OP and superior in every way to ballistic damage is most non-tank class enemies have explosive immunity tags on all of their limbs, or even sometimes heads, like how the Alpha Commander's head is immune to explosive damage. This is done as a gamey way to balance explosives to not deal their damage multiple times by hitting multiple limbs. Although this is not done to enemies like Bile Titans and Chargers and Hulks, all of which sustain explosive damage multiple times if the area of effect is large enough to engulf several parts of the body, as they have enough HP to tank it, so it actually works here. Another unlisted vital statistic that basically defines every preferred primary on the Terminid front is staggering force. All weapons in the game, and all explosives for that matter, have some amount of staggering force, and every enemy in the game has some amount of stagger resistance. Generally, a stagger force value of 30 is the sweet spot to inflict, which I refer to as heavy stagger, to medium targets like Devastators and Alpha Commanders. Heavy stagger makes it so the enemy basically can't fight back in any capacity for a solid half of a second or so, while a heavy stagger animation plays out. This amount of stagger is regarded pretty universally by the community as the most useful, and is found on meta-defining primary weapons like the Arc-12 Blitzer and Plasma Purifier. While more medium values of stagger between 10 and 20 points can actually be considered to be detrimental in some cases due to this causing a flinching effect instead of a stagger. Flinching enemies don't really slow down or stop what they were doing at all, but the flinch often causes their hitbox to jitter out of the way of any potential follow-up shots. This unfortunate amount of stagger force is found on the Plas 39 Accelerator Rifle, for example, which only has 20 points, and is the reason the 3-round burst feels so terrible. Well, one of the reasons, as the first shot is typically never enough damage on the first headshot to kill, and the first hit flinches the target's head hitbox out of the way of the second and third shot, just as one example. The staggering force of every weapon and explosion is recorded on the Helldivers 2 wiki for easy reference. Next, let's talk about the fire and gas status effects and how they work. Weapons like flamethrowers, sterilizers, and lasers deal damage in a standard way any other weapon would, utilizing armor penetration, ballistic and durable damage, but they apply a damage over time effect as well. The burning effect deals 50 damage per second for 3 seconds, dealing a total of 150 damage, although as long as an entity is in contact with the source of the burning effect, it will continually refresh the duration of the burn. If a Helldiver catches fire, it can be put out by going prone, although the burn duration is doubled for us, assuming you do not go prone. Gas damage works in a very similar way, although it deals 25 damage per second, lasting 10 seconds per application, for a total of 250 damage. And just like the burning effect, will refresh the duration of this effect as long as the target remains within the cause of the gas debuff. In addition to receiving damage, The gas effect also causes the enemy to stumble around,
Ali ne
attacking
daju oni
aimlessly
ništa da im
due
se
to
dira
a
po
further
tome, jel?
status effect attached to the gas
Ko
effect.
ne mogu da ti
This being
sprečim?
referred to as
Šta više
blinded.
čak i
It's
ako
an
ono
unreliable form of crowd
ti je
control
malo
since
teže
the
se
enemy's
snađi s
attacks
njim,
can still
završi
harm you
kaže
unlike stun effects,
hoću
but
taj
with the
put
added
da mi se
benefit
po...
of a longer duration
Ja te
of
pitaš što
damage
kaže
intel
hoću,
on
ja
top.
sam tema mi ne bude to.
With both the fire and gas damage, it's important
Jes,
to
ali
realize
oni
these
će
damage
tražiti
over time
razlog da im
effects
navedem.
also
Pokažeš
deal
jednostavno
damage
hoću
directly
da
to the
dekam
main health pool of
kurac
your
na neke
enemies. They deal none of their
municije
damage
i ne dam
to
izbom
limbs or heads under any
O
circumstances,
čemu pričaš
meaning
za...
they are extremely ineffective
Kažeš,
against targets with larger
kažeš da
numbers,
hostuješ
or greatly
server
effective
za
against
online
enemies
igru.
like hunters with
I da ti treba.
relatively small ones. Remember, I'm talking specifically about the damage over time effect inflicted.
Mogu
This
oni
has
jednu
nothing
gomnaku
to do with
hoći
the
ti imaš
actual
pravo na
stream
to
of
da...
your flamethrowers,
Ako ja znam nigdje
which
ne
of
piše,
course
ako
do
ti imaš
deal
svoju
their
mašinu
damage
koju
to
koristiš za
limbs.
to, nije
Keep
boli
in
kura
mind,
šta ti
the
radiš.
burning effect is not helping
A
you
ne,
out
neki
at
put naš
all if you're trying
poručke
to
ne,
roast
a
the
kao
chargers
šta
to
će
the
vam
head
to
or
ono?
legs, as that
Treba mi.
status effect is only chipping
Ne znam
away
kakav je
at
to
the main
rezon, šta
body,
će on to.
making this additional DPS pretty unreliable against
Da,
other
kao
targets.
možda ćeš da im
Something else
podižeš
that's going
brzinu
to be
kad se-
important
Ma
to
kako?
understand moving forward
Ne možeš
is
ti to
that
radiš.
Nego hoće te skinu s kuca, mrzi ih da rade.
Možeš, imaš tamo
just
opciju.
like
Mrzi ih da
most
rade.
games.
Pazi,
There's an
pozovem ja
invisible
jednom,
meter or threshold
kad su
being
oni
built
menjali
up
nešto,
gradually as the
ubacivali
target
se,
receives damage capable
i ja
of
kažem,
inflicting the debuff. This is important to understand before we
upitno
talk
je bio
about
televizija.
stuns. Enemies
Da
have
li
more
ja
innate
samo treba da
resistance to
gunem
stun than other
karticu
status effects,
pozadi u slot
typically based on their size category,
i
with
to je to.
staff enemies like hunters
I ono
and
mi
troopers
kaže,
being extremely easy
ne,
to stun,
morate
medium
dati
enemies like
prezentaciju za
devastators and
novi
alpha
ulici.
commanders being moderately difficult,
Zašto?
and tank class
Za novi
enemies
ulici, da
being
mi se
very
dodijeli
difficult
još,
to stun,
Što?
još
or in
jedna
the case of
kartica da
tanks,
platim još
factory striders and
450.
Što?
biotitans outright immune to the effect.
Ja ju kažem, ja
Stunning
već
weapons
imam.
have hidden amounts of buildup and
To
are
što
not
mi treba.
created equal. For
Za
example, the
količinu
poor
tule.
little pummeler
Pa znate
SMG
ono,
only builds
ne
up
može
1
to.
point of status strength per hit
I ja
and
ju
only
kažem
causes
ponovno,
a
da li
small
ja
burst
samo
of
treba
stun effect
nabijem
which
to
only lasts
pozadi
1.5 seconds.
i mogu da
While the
koristite
Hulk
uspjeh.
shotgun
Morate
stun
da
rounds
uzmete
cause
dodatni
1 status
uspjeh.
buildup
Otključaš
per
port.
pellet, firing 20 pellets for a
Za
total of
televiziju,
20
mora da uzmete
status
dodatni
strength.
uspjeh. Jer kažem,
Causes
ajde
the
sad
medium
polako.
version of the stun effect which
Da.
lasts
Ne
3
slušaš
seconds.
me, šta te pitam?
These subtle
Naravno te ne
differences in
slušam.
status buildup and duration can be
I
tracked
sad
on the wiki.
muk sa
I
sa
think
njene
we are
strane.
entering the territory of learning more
Ja
from
se kažem,
browsing the
da li
wiki than
ja
in-game UI and tooltips.
Dobro.
Treba da ga
I would say
nabijem
it's not okay.
u jebeni
Moving on to an
Port.
slot
all-important
za
stat
karticu.
that really
Da.
should be
I
referenced
nakon toga mogu
somewhere
da
on at
koristim
least our
televiziju.
stratagems. It's demolition
Je
force.
treba ti vi tamo dobiti
Demolition
nešto,
force is a
ja
hidden
tim
stat
neke brojne
found on
kartice,
all
šta
of
već.
our weaponry
Kao,
that dictates
ne,
what
sve okej.
terrain, objectives, or
Kao
buildings
to
the
je sve,
weapon can
ono,
or cannot
toliko za
destroy.
vjerati, ja kažem,
Standard
da li je
ballistic
to bilo
weaponry,
teško
like
da se
say the
slušaš?
counter sniper,
I
have
ponovo
only
muk sa
10
njene
points of
strane.
demolition force. So buildings don't explode when you shoot them, and doors don't get broken open on
U
impact.
toj
While the
podršci,
crossbow
u
has
90%
30 demolition
slučajeva,
force on the bolt
rade
itself,
tehnički
meaning it can destroy.
nepismeni ljudi.
So building ballistic objectives or buildings the weapon can or cannot
Kad je Telekom
destroy.
kupio kopiju,
Standard
svako nas
ballistic
je imao
weaponry
svoj
like say the
IP
counter
adresu.
sniper have only 10
Znači,
points of
svako ima
demolition force.
statističku
So
IP.
buildings don't explode when you shoot them, and
I
doors
ja ne
don't get
mogu da
broken
uđem u
open
većinu
on
igara.
impact. While the crossbow has 30 demolition force on the bolt itself,
I ja opet
meaning it can
pozvani
destroy doors
da
and
pitam
enemy
kako
spawners
šta.
on impact.
I ona krene
Demolition
ono...
force is also the
Što su
reason
me ne
behind why
prebacivali
an airstrike can destroy
te
bile
viške
titan
stanice,
holes,
veću
but a
tehničku
recoilless
podršku.
rifle
Ne
cannot.
rade, kako
This is
ide ono
because
za
the airstrike
Beotel
has
192,
40
kako se ono
Ne znam,
recoilless
ne
only
znam
has
ti
30,
IP
while the
ono...
hole requires
A kako da
40
to
to be
znam,
destroyed.
kako da znam?
Another great example is
Kuci
automaton
na
jammers,
forumu
which can't be destroyed
Beotel
by recoilless
IP.
rifles, 30 demolition
Ja ju
force,
kažem, prebaci me na
can be
višu
knocked out
i
by the
stancu tehničku.
ultimatum due to having 50
Hoću neko
demolition
ko je
force.
tehnički pismen
Ever wondered
da
why you
piše sa
can't
njim.
500 kg bomb a
Pa
gunship
zato to ko ne
fabricator
može
or
to.
orbital cannon? Well, that's
Kako
because
ne
it
možeš
only
su me
has 50
prebacivali?
demolition force, and you need the hell bomb 60 demolition force to destroy them. The demolition force of every strat, the hell orbital
Ja
cannon.
uzem I napišem.
Ever wondered why you
Iznervio
can't
sam se,
500
napišem
kg
mail
bomb a
I
gunship
odgovorim.
fabricator or orbital cannon?
Kao,
Well, that's
uzmite
because
10
it only has
trenutki skoro da
50
ubijete na
demolition
ovaj
force,
PRS.
and you need the hell bomb 60 demolition
Ja
force to
kažem,
destroy them. The
ja
demolition
rekom ima
force of every
2 miliona
stratagem and weapon in the game
blacklistovanih
has been
IP-a.
recorded on, yep,
2
you
jebenih
guessed it,
miliona.
the wiki and not in game. Considering this
kaže,
is
šta ja radim?
loadout definingly important at higher difficulties,
Pa
I would
ništa,
really like to see
dobaciti
this
kao
stat
za
at least added to
statističko
the in-game
IPRS.
UI. Next, let's talk about weapon spread factor. When the reprimand released, a hate mob formed for the
Plaćao
weapon
sam
due to
jebeni
being deemed
VPN da
inaccurate.
bi mogao da igram. Jebeni jesu.
many claimed video game spread factor on weapons
I
has
to
no
još
place
ono,
in this game. But what I think many to this day don't realize is every single weapon in Helldivers 2 has some amount of spread factor or deviation from where you're pointing the weapon, and will not always, sometimes never in the case of some weapons, shoot exactly where you're aiming. Generally, pistol sidearms have between 25 and 30 MRAD worth of spread. Assault rifles from 1 to 4. Marksman weapons typically less than 1. Submachine guns between 20 and 25, except the reprimand, which sparked the controversy for having 50, finally having enough to be extremely noticeable by the community. And shotguns, far more due to being, well, shotguns. Spread factor is not currently viewable on the wiki, but it is maintained on the Helldivers 2 declassified Google Doc found within the stream community spreadsheet post. I'll leave a link to this below for your viewing pleasure. Found also on the declassified Google Doc is the amount of damage fall-off your weapons have at 25, 50, and 100 meters. Something also mentioned nowhere in-game is that all weapons besides laser-based weaponry and the Jar 5 Dominator exhibit some form of damage fall-off, with plasma weaponry and shotguns suffering the highest degree of fall-off, and precision rifles the least. This creates an interesting problem for the accelerator rifle, for example. The game's first primary sniper, in quotes, categorized weapon is unfortunately also a plasma-based weapon. And despite being meant for long-range combat due to this fact, loses 68% of its 250 ballistic damage at 100 meters, making it next to useless at long range. If you didn't know this, you were probably frustrated as to why this weapon feels so terrible at range, despite being a sniper. Now that you do understand, you're annoyed, but at least you know why you're mad and can tell Arrowhead with me to patch this poor weapon's damage fall-off. Generally, damage fall-off only has a high impact on damage for plasma weaponry and shotguns, but not just because shotguns lose a lot of their damage at range. You remember that talk we had about damage rounding down always? Well, because shotguns are firing many pellets at once, each pellet is suffering a point of damage loss pretty much immediately upon leaving the barrel due to this mechanic. Like how the Cookout fires 20 pellets at once for 16 damage each. Pretty much immediately, you lose at least 1 damage per pellet, bringing the weapon's real damage immediately from 320 to 300 before we get into durable damage, armor, and so on. Generally, shotguns still own at close range regardless of this, but information like this feels comparable to playing a game of Call of Cthulhu. Except the source of madness is an unknowable being from beyond our understanding. It's staring deeper into the spaghetti code behind this game. Alright, that is all of the hidden mechanics in Helldivers 2. Wait, no, melee weapons ignore armor penetration entirely. You can deal damage through any surface because the damage is dealt like a dot. Okay, that was all of them. In one neat, concise video for your viewing pleasure. I hope you found this video helpful, and I hope Arrowhead considers making at least half of this information available within the game itself in the future, as a lot of it is important for understanding the game well enough to be successful on higher difficulty missions, which many creators, myself included, say are more of a knowledge check than a skill or gear check fundamentally. So making that knowledge more easily accessible than hunting down a third-party wiki or Google Doc would go a long way to helping players progress to higher difficulties and lessen the frustration while they do so. Thank you to my coffee supporters who help keep the channel going, and thank you for watching till the end. I'll see you next time. Oh, Jesus Christ!
Našos.
Oh, there's an incendiary by there! There's an incendiary by there!
Aj, baždi. TCP 6112, vidimo. I UDP.
I John.
Šta ćeš ti da jedeš posle?
Kako da ćeš?
Oli jednu ribu ili ćeš sandvič ili reci mi šta ti se više sviđa. Mene je sve jedno šta ćeš.
Može sandvič. Koliko sati? 7?
A rano je.
A za 1 sat vremena.
A da.
Ne prije.
Napravit ću ti.
Samo još da provalim koji je IP.
Thank you for watching till the end. Oh, Jesus Christ. Combat due to this fact, plasma-based all of our weaponry pellets for a total of 20 status strength and causes the medium version of the stun effect, which lasts 3 seconds. Another status effect attached to the gas effect. Since the enemy's attacks damage, it's important to outright immune to the effect. Stun or SMG only builds up one class up per pellet. Firing 20 pellets for a total of 20 status strength and causes the medium version of the stun effect, which lasts 3 seconds. These subtle differences in status buildup and duration can be tracked on the way it really works here. 100 ballistic damage weapon, the greater precision at an extreme angle, and lead updated on the Helldivers exactly. Finally, there are give you a multiplicative 50% penalty to weapon handling stats. Broken legs remove your ability to sprint and reduce movement speed by
Listen, Exiles, we're not ready for this patch. We thought it's going to be big, but I think it's going to be vastly bigger than everyone expected. We have to keep the big changes coming to Path of Exile 2 under wraps now, but here's a few teasers for what you can expect to see in Content Update 020. Check them out below. Now, everyone was saying maybe a new class is coming. Maybe we're getting the Druid already, or the Marauder, Duelist, some of these. And we're already 4 months into the life cycle of the game, and the early access should have been 6 months, maximum a year. Therefore, we need something big. Content Update in 020 will have some new Ascendancy classes, not a new class, some new Ascendancy classes. So our 6 existing ones might finally all get their 3rd Ascendancy, which is not as good as a new class, but certainly amazing. Here's the illustration for one. I wonder what this guy specializes in. Countless wars have left you with skills somewhat resembling a decent officer. It does look like the 3rd mercenary. And so far we had the Witch Hunter, which was giving us more area of effect, some execution culling strikes with the opportunity for Witchbane and No Mercy bonus damage, or building up a sorcery ward. And the other one, the Gemling Legionnaire, for bonus support gem, the stat stacking, all that kind of shebang going on, more quality on the skills, pretty much not actually playing the Merc, but playing every other class as the Merc. So maybe the 3rd Ascendancy is finally going to be something more in line with actually the Ballista, as it's so prominent here in the picture, more crossbow focused one instead of the grenade focused one. I'm up for everything. I mean, having another playthrough with actually a new Ascendancy got me all hot and bothered. And since we're getting some new Ascendancy classes, finally seeing a Lich for the Witch, something new for Sorg that's not the 2 existing ones which have gotten old and boring at this point, and a new Warrior Ascendancy. I am quite pumped for this. It's gonna give me at least a playthrough per class again. Then we get another 2 uniques coming our way. The Prism Guardian. It is a shield which increases your armor and energy shield, dexterity, 18 to elemental resistance, and +1 to maximum spirit per 50 maximum. Oh, that's kind of cool. This is like the actual Infernalist Ascendancy. That gives you 1 maximum spirit per 25 maximum life, but it reserves 25% of your life. What I can think about though is using this shield for my Detonate Det build. Because in my Detonate Det build, I have 420 spirit, and it was kind of like a complication to get all the spirit items together. Maybe I can put my scepter in my main hand and then use the shield instead of the volatile wand and get pretty much more spirit to actually summon another 2 brutes to then offset the not consuming corpses from the volatile wand. Might be an opportunity to make this more tanky while getting a huge amount of spirit more, as I'm trying to get as much life as possible for being a blood mage for more crit damage. The second item would be a helmet, the Deepest Tower Spirit Bone Crown. Yeah, okay. That's the design. That's what we're having there right now. Giving you armor and energy shield, then maximum life. That's nice. Chaos resistance. I always like that. Enemies in your presence count as being low life. I know there's tons of skills that work with enemies being low life. So the crown certainly makes sense. I just don't know what this would work with off the top of my head, as I never made a low life enemy build. Probably someone in the comments can tell me what this actually like equates to, what amazing thing you can do with this. But I like the design of both unique items, that they are able to make certain builds pop off. And these are only 2 of the new unique items coming, together with the new ascendancies, the tower rework, maybe even Act 4. This is the tip of the iceberg. This is not even the mayor changes, the big changes. These are considered small changes by GGG, which has me really hopeful for patch 02. On top, the content update has a lot of improvements to the end game coming, including improvements and new choices for the Atlas passive skill tree. And I would love to see them make this more interesting, because right now it's plenty boring. It was pretty much just more waystones, higher quality waystones, kind of like just getting more maps, especially for the casual player, not for the people that know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. For the casual player that still runs out of maps, just them trying to get the most possible, and then maybe juicing here some of the magic pack size, more monster packs and so on. But yeah, like the Atlas is, I know it's just an end game system to make the end game more worth it, but that doesn't make it more exciting in this regard. Like the first 30 here are just rather boring-ish. This one was more interesting, where you got boss map difficulty, increase the quantity of items dropped by the bosses, boss map difficulty, so it's really just making it significantly harder to fight the bosses. That was kind of nice. But yeah, most of the choices here, we'll see what we get as more choices, more interesting choices, especially if they're not hidden too far away. Because let's be fair, I don't think most of the casual players actually reach 30 out of 30. They probably stopped like at 20 out of 30, maybe like half of this even. But yeah, I don't think most actually reach this point and play this far, which I would really like to see a statistic. This post is making O2 look certainly more interesting. We get the Ascendancy classes, we get the 2 new uniques, we have the endgame changes, then we had that tower rework. That towers are currently not so good, and they're trying to make them more interesting. A lot of people don't like towers at all, and they would really like them to be removed, but I can't see towers actually leaving. They are part of the design. Then we're getting more support gems, and this was only 5 of them, so a drop in the ocean. I think there's way more support gems coming, hopefully, especially with new Ascendancy, because these support gems gotta fit to the new Ascendancies as well, as you might have something focusing more on bleeding, you might have something focusing more on frost, so it could certainly be helpful. And then there were even more unique items already teasered. Tons of stuff being promised, and again, these are all considered minor things. These are not the big things coming with O2. And please let the big things be Act 4 or even Act 5, because if I play through the campaign again right now, I wouldn't mind if it was the full campaign. I think that's wishful thinking that we're getting this early, but one can wish, one can hope. We'll see. What would you like to see, Exile? What would get you to lock back in? We're 3 to 4 months into the early access, and 12 months was meant to be, 1 year was meant to be the maximum amount. We're missing 6 classes. We're missing 3 ascendancies for each of these classes. We're missing 3 acts in the campaign. There is so much to still come. O2 needs to be a significant move forward into the early access. Otherwise, the other patches will pretty much be all the content. Because if this one is not bringing significant things, then patch 03 needs to be like whole campaign, new classes, newest, like pretty much everything, so that they were able to kind of keep their timeline. Or we need a new roadmap ASAP that tells us, sorry lads, but it's more looking like 2 years instead of 1 year. Bonus news on top, the recent Path of Exile race concluded, and this video tells you the surprising winner and what they have been doing. Or you check out the other updates that have happened, especially a breakdown on the support gems. Enjoy, have a fantastic good day.
Okay.
Hello, my name is Tom, and today we're going to be talking about something a little more serious, something a little more touching, okay? There is an epidemic that's been affecting young men worldwide across this beautiful green globe. Yes, today we're talking about the dangers of nice girls, BPD girls, Hello Kitty girls. You guys know how they are. You've either interacted with one, you've seen a friend fall victim to one of them at some point in time. It's a very dangerous world we live in these days, okay? You just can't trust a woman who declares herself to be mentally ill, apparently. Shocking, I know. You think you can fix her, don't you? You say, I can fix her, it's gonna happen, I'm gonna be the one. All the other guys that tried, they just couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle the mental toll, but I personally am the guy who's gonna fix her. You're not. And so today we're gonna delve deep into the depths of the nice girl psychology to find out what really makes them tick, to find out what makes them how they are, and maybe if we can help some of these girls, some of these young men. I'm gonna be spelunking in the deep, dark depths of the internet dating world today to save you guys, all right? As a dating expert, you guys already know what I'm like, all right? I'm gonna be saving you from yourselves. So our first post here is titled, She's 44 years old, and it opens up with the beautiful mistress here saying, I'm not sure about seeing you again. And the guy says, all right, good night. And she then responds by saying, wow, that's it? Seriously? Okay, now I realize this was a huge mistake. How rude? Question mark? Grow up. You just pissed me off, and I never get mad. Sorry for being rude. I was not feeling good. Sad emoji. So the guy does not respond. He just has nothing to say. And she continues. She goes on. She says, don't be immature and ignore me. I can get any guy I want. I don't need you. My uncle is the old governor here and worked for the embassy. My family has power and you are nothing. Goodbye. So don't come back. And this right here you see is the classic example of one of these nice girls will reject a guy, okay, for a completely benign reason. He will accept the rejection and be like, okay, I'm moving on, it's fine. And then she goes down a mental spiral because what she actually wanted apparently was for him to play this insane mind game where he understands that she actually wants him to beg for her attention, to beg, oh, please, no, I'm missing out so much by not being with you. I didn't realize that your uncle was the governor and your family has ties to the embassy. As if anybody gives a does anybody in modern day actually care if your family is connected to the government? Like, this is like some 1960s Riz, okay? I do not think that anybody who hears like, oh, I know the mayor is gonna be like, oh, you know the mayor? Wait, you know the mayor? You could probably take me to important events to meet people I never would have met otherwise, and like I can meet like the district attorney of Sydney, Australia. I'm so thankful for the opportunity. Please come back to me. So our next post here is titled, she had 9 affairs during our relationship and marriage. Our divorce is finalized and she sends me this. And it's just a question from this lovely lady Maria that says, Patrick, can you please answer this? Honestly, besides me being a manipulative liar and a what was wrong with me? I like how the subject line in this email is just question, just like blanket. Oh, I just have a question, and then she asks this. I mean, what else is she expecting? What else do you need? Is there really more of an explanation? Like, does she want him to be like, oh, well, you were ugly and fat, and you didn't know how to do trigonometry? Like, what kind of explanation is she looking for? I feel like this is very, very, very self-explanatory. Apart from the fact I hit you like 4 times, I mean, what else was wrong with me? Apart from the fact that I beat your ass, apart from the fact that I slept with your friend and your teacher and your dog, what was like the real problem? Like, obviously, I know those problems are obvious. Like, what else was there? I'm just trying to improve my future relationships, you know? I mean, I did cheat on you 9 times, but like, it's no big deal, right? It's like, it's whatever, right? We can still date. We're still dating, right? So, when are we getting back together? All right, third post of the day. We're getting a little deeper in the weeds here. This one's titled, It's Almost Like They're There to Work Out. And we have a message here from this girl. She's talking about going to the gym, which I think is a common experience that many people these days have. You know, everybody's getting now and then, and she says, why don't any buff guys in the gym talk to me? I think I'm a pretty cute girl, but all the guys seem so focused on their workouts. Like, seriously, guys. It's the gym, okay? It is the gym. If you're going to the gym under the assumption that you're going to be dating, you're sorely mistaken, because as a guy who goes to the gym myself, I can attest that guys who go to the gym are gay, okay? They are gay. I am gay. If you go to the gym, you're a gay man. This is kind of unrelated, but I've very rarely heard an example where a girl compliments a guy on going to the gym, like, or cares that he has, like, a six-pack. The only people that compliment your physique are guys. The only people that care if you go to the gym and are super, super jacked are men. And that is a beautiful thing, okay? It's like some brotherhood coming together. But if you're a girl and you're going to the gym under the assumption that guys are going to come up to you and talk to you, you're just wrong, okay? You're probably not going to get approached. Guys go there to work out. Now, there may be that one guy who's thinking in the back of his mind, oh, maybe I'll approach her, maybe I'll ask her on a date. But at this point, I think a lot of guys are kind of nervous about the idea of approaching a girl at the gym, because multiple times when that's happened, girls will record it, it'll then get posted to Reddit, and the girl will be like, this guy was so creepy, he tried to show me how to do an exercise, or he was creeping on me. And sometimes those guys can probably be creepy. Maybe they're saying something weird about the girl's body without, you know, being prompted to. But a lot of the time, there's like nothing really wrong going on. But I think that a lot of guys are afraid they're going to get clipped and posted to like Reddit or something. So they may not be as inclined to approach random girls at the gym. But listen, lady, listen, Mrs. Nice Girl, okay? If you want to be approached at the gym and it's not happening, maybe just start approaching guys that you're attracted to instead.
I do kickers, I do twisters.
Ali recimo, viš, ni tebi nisu ti portovi otvoreni, pa nemaš
just go do it yourself. Just go do it yourself. If you're so hot, it should be easy, right? Yeah, that's it. Just do it yourself. Gonna need an upper decky for this next one. A girl that broke up with me a bit ago messaged me again yesterday, and here's our conversation. Looks like nice girls really do exist. All right, so this string of texts opens up with the guy immediately saying, "Okay, but you're also psychotic." That's the start of this, so we're starting off strong. Can you please just lose my contact? Oh my God. No. Why can't you just listen? I'm so nice to you all the time. I do absolutely everything for you. I'm nice. I don't get it. I'm like the perfect girl. So why do you act like this? I just don't understand why you don't want to date me. I'm perfect. I'm literally, I'm so dope, okay? I know the governor. I know the mayor. I even have this skibbity toilet plushie. Like, how could you not want to be with me when I have this? Every guy should be pining for my pussy, okay? Every guy should be pining. Please let me be with her. I'm a lady. I'm a beautiful lady. Please be with me. Please. Why are you with me? Clearly, it's everyone else's problem. It's not my problem. It's everyone else's problem. That this doesn't make them attracted to me. So he responds by saying, absolutely everything? So what? Is cheating on me with other dudes everything? Alright, so that's a pretty strong accusation, okay? He's accusing her of infidelity. But she says, I don't care what you say. I'm sick and tired of listening to your BS. I can't take it anymore. I always am there for you, and I never hurt you. But you keep doing this. He says, alright, have a fun life. And she says, okay, bye, with a snoozing emoji. And he gives a wave, which is, I think, a very well-timed use of an emoji. I think this is the way to end this interaction. I think that, you know, despite what she did, they can go their separate ways. They cannot be together. I think this is the way to end with a snoozing emoji. And he gives a wave, which is, I think, a very well-timed use of an emoji. I think this is the way to end this interaction. I think that, you know, despite what she did, they can go their separate ways. They cannot be together anymore. Doesn't have to be a problem. Past, you know, this point in the future, they can kind of separate, and then she'll go be with another guy. Who knows what she'll do with him, but she'll go be with another guy, and he'll be with a girl that, you know, actually cares about him. But she was not willing to take this, okay? The nice girls can never stop themselves from double texting. They have no self-control, which is why she responds by saying, okay, look, I'm sorry. I don't want this to end. You mean so much to me. So just let's put it aside, okay? So she's desperate. She's absolutely desperate for him, despite the fact she's just like, I cared about you so much. I care about you so much, and I care about a few other guys too, but it's whatever. And he says, what do you not understand about no? And she just doesn't get it, all right? She's a strong, independent woman. She don't need no man, but at the same time, she wants to generously give her time to this poor soul, this poor Redditor soul, which is why she responds by saying, I just don't get why you've been acting like this lately. It's not like I did anything. I'm nice, understanding, compassionate, but you still go for other girls. And he responds heartlessly by saying, because we've already broken up. You're the one who cheated and broke it off for fuck's sake. I don't care to talk to you anymore. We're done here. Now she comes back with a very strong accusation, a very strong rebuttal, okay? She says, well, you forced me into the position where I had to do that by saying, I only cheated because you were talking to other girls. I figured you don't even like me anymore, right? And this is where things really start to reveal themselves, because he says, yeah, I was, to my coworker about her taking over my shift because I was trying to spend time with you. But we are done. I've said this already. So basically what happened here, from the available information, from the available info we have from these very serious allegations, basically what happened is this guy talked to one other woman once, not about her, but instead a very casual conversation about her shift and them being co-workers, and she, as a result, because she's very, very insecure, decided to take that as, oh, he's about to leave me, I need to preemptively get with another guy so it hurts less. That's basically what's going on inside of her twisted mind. But she says, you're just full of excuses, whatever. As if he needs an excuse for talking to a random woman once about something benign. He says, okay, shrug emoji. But obviously, once again, these nice girls, they cannot help but text back. They have to assert dominance over their prey and establish the fact that they're really the apex predator here. Whatever. You don't know how good you have it. Have fun with your bitches. I'm actually single right now and quite happy about it. You're just like the other guys. You don't know how good you have it until it's gone. Hope you learned your lesson. Nowadays, a girl gets more attention showing off her body and being than actually being a decent human being. If that's what you like to think, for the last time, goodbye. And she then responds by saying, you hate me, don't you? Dude, the you hate me shit is crazy. The you hate me, I know you hate me. Why do you hate me? Out of nowhere? Well, I guess in this conversation it's not out of nowhere, but you know, you get the idea, right? It's like the constant seeking of approval, the constant seeking of affirmation, the constant, please just respond to me once, please just talk to me, please. I'm sorry I cheated on you, but you made me do it, and also please don't hate me. You don't know what you're missing. You don't know what you're missing. Pure, unadulterated, unfiltered mental illness. It's a beautiful thing when you see it, boys and girls, all right? To be clear, this is the kind of person you want to be with, and not only that, this is the kind of person you want to marry multiple times over. I mean, you're telling me that you're not going to marry a girl
za komunikaciju.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? Frankly, you need to get over yourself and accept the fact that you are a spineless little worm, this beautiful goddess, this angel, descended from Themyscira, is really going to be the thing. So shut up, chuds, okay? Shut up and start marrying these women, okay? Get over yourself. This video is sponsored by
kad smo igrali, ne te možda koje sad radite vi, ali kad smo igrali projekat Zomboid morao sam da radim port forward. Ili ti da otvaram portal ili smo mogli da hostamo server. Jer je Firewall odbijao da konekte na primjer mog kuma.
Piše ti enable trigger port, da su enablovani, vidiš, treća kolona.
So what could possibly go wrong? So go to gamersubs.gg/Tommy to get 10% off your order today, and a special thanks to Gamersubs for sponsoring my videos where I talk about weird shit and act embarrassing. All right, now back to the video. I have a friend who's a competitive bodybuilder who just ran into the nicest of nice girls at a Walgreens. Good morning. I saw you at Walgreens this morning. I was the blonde behind you in the checkout lane. Just wanted to say that you hot as hell. Hit me up if you want to chill. Not to get too like MGTOW or red pill here, but if a guy said this, he would immediately be called like a sexually harassing or something like that on the internet. So just saying, you shouldn't come out that strong with messages towards people. I don't think. Try to ease your way into it a little more. Kind of read the room a little bit. See if that person wants to reciprocate that kind of thing before you just come out strong. Let's hang out right now. I saw you at Walgreens. How did you get my number? You gave it to the lady at the register for your rewards or whatever. Do you want to get breakfast or something, or just hang out? So she didn't even ask for his number. She stole it because he said it to get rewards at Walgreens. That is nuts. That is crazy. What is wrong with you? Dude, just ask him. Just talk to him in person when he's right there and ask for his number if you want to get his number. Do not get it from him giving it to someone else unrelated to you. That is weird as hell. Super flattered, but pretty darn creeped out as well. No thank you. Have a great day. Whatever. Don't need to be an asshole. Bitch, you probably got a little steroid dick anyway. Once again, from those who know, this is a classic nice girl technique to compliment a guy, to talk about how much you like him, how you want to be with him, and if he rejects you for any reason, you cannot just take it nicely, right? Because the girl who actually is normal, a girl who's not insane like this would be like, okay, my bad, bye, right? That would be it. She would take it on the chin. It would be whatever. But instead, she had to try to insert it into his mouth, okay, to splooge all over his chin, metaphorically speaking, of course, in the context of ownership and debate, live stream, ownership, Reddit, physiognomy, goon text, by saying, you probably have a little steroid dick anyway, which is the go-to insult for this kind of person, right? It's, oh my god, you're so hot. Well, you don't want to be with me? You have a little dick anyway. Classic move, okay? I support her. Frankly, this guy is missing out by not being with her. I'm less embarrassed for her. I'm more embarrassed for him for the fact that he's not realizing how cool she is and how amazing his life could be. Frankly, after she accused him of having a steroid penile instrument, he should have come back and been like, look, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were a Sigma female and I need to be with you right now. I'll do anything you want, okay? Put it in my butt. That's what he should have said, but instead he decided to post it to Reddit because he's a beta, as we all know. Now this post is titled, a good friend introduced us. She's over in Germany for a year and we had a date. I dodged a bullet. Hey, I just wanted to talk about yesterday. Hey, go on. I'm a bit busy right now, so just write it out and I'll read and respond later, alright? If you say so. So I just want to understand. We go out, we have dinner, have a nice walk, we talk, and we obviously liked each other. I invite you over to mine and you come along, we talk more, we drink more, and I'm getting nice and drunk. Everything good so far, yes? I'm more drunk than you, and I make it clear I want sex, but you wouldn't me because I want you to be sober when we have sex. What is wrong with you? I bet if I wasn't such a nice person, you wouldn't have waited a minute to stick your disco stick in my goon hole and freak me. Why does nobody ever want to freak? And even worse, I already prepared myself for it. So at this point, keep in mind he hasn't responded once. She sent a wall of text projecting her own security onto him for the fact that he didn't immediately sleep with her, especially when she was drunk, which obviously is a bad idea for a multitude of reasons. But she decided to go further. This was not enough information. She had to lay it all out on the table and get her true feelings deep down out there, okay? I shaved my poon text and even my freaking butt to be nice and clean. I shaved my legs. I even pushed a freaking plug up my hole to be ready. But oh no, drunk freaking is not cool anymore. Duh, what an idiot I am, right? I mean, obviously it's probably not a good idea. Like, I guess if you're in a relationship and the two of you are really drunk and you're gonna do that, fair enough. But I mean, generally speaking, if you're doing it with a random person you just met, you don't know how in control their mental faculties they are. Even if you're both drunk, you know, it just can lead to a lot of problems in the future. I'm not saying there can't be consensual interactions where both people are very drunk, they're very intoxicated and they just met, but generally speaking, someone you just met, like getting drunk with them and then having intercourse can lead to a lot of problems, okay? Obviously it can lead to a lot of issues in the modern world we live in, but this girl is like, apparently it's so upsetting to her that he wouldn't bang her that night when she was drunk. Am I that ugly to you? Did my vagina stink all the way up that you got so disgusted with me? I don't think that he was even thinking that. I mean, it's in your pants. Even if it was reeking, I doubt he could smell it. So I think it probably does smell quite bad in that respect. Maybe she's self-aware of it. She's putting that onto the world. You didn't even try to accidentally touch my breasts or butt while we were walking. WTF? Vanessa told me you're a cool dude. Let me guess. Vanessa got a good freak, right? I bet Vanessa got her brains freaked out. If I were blonde and beautiful as she, you would have immediately licked my, oh my god, you would have immediately licked my vajayjay, and don't even try to deny it. Bitches always always give
mene
you
jebe
guys and
nešto.
we
Ja
never
hoću
get
sad sa
anything. I
novim
hate you. I
karakterom.
wasted my day and got nothing. And he
Koji ima ovaj,
hilariously,
kako se zove,
instead of saying anything, he just
rarity
says
to.
K.
Kako
He
ja
just
s
says
ljudima
K.
dignem.
So I guess this guy didn't realize how insane she was right off the bat. He didn't know because he gave her a pretty normal message when she asked about wanting to talk about yesterday. And after all of this insane diatribing, he just says K. Which in fairness, like, what else do you say apart from blocking her, right? Like, what other explanation are you supposed to give? When a nice girl sends a message like this, I don't know if she thinks that she's going to, like, make him be like, I'm so sorry, let's have sex right now. Like, I don't know if that's what she expected to happen, or if she just needed to get this off her chest because it's been boiling inside of her for so long and she can't avoid letting it out, like the fucking dragon that is buried in her psyche. But I don't know. I don't know what she expected from this, but I am very thankful that she allowed me to read it out in the YouTube video. She personally emailed me. She said, hey, Tom, I love your content. We're going to freak soon, but even if we don't, that's okay. You can read out my cringeworthy DM in your YouTube video. And I said, thank you very much for the content. I appreciate it. You are a good girl, and the guy that did not freak you that night when you were extremely drunk was missing out.
Ali nemam ja problem s igrama ako solo igram, znaš, ako sam ja sad ušao na server igram sam. Komunikacija mi je odlična, razumiješ, nego samo ako se na tebe kao na kartu.
That's already not a very good, not a very good omen, I'll say that much. I'm financially not the same as my boyfriend, and it's beginning to bother me. My family makes trips with his family. My mom is in a position 6 ranks higher at the same company as his dad. I'm coming here to California on OLS. He's at the state school getting financial aid. We own 7 properties, his family has 2. And that's just our family. I work and make quite a bit of money, so I've been able to buy an upscale house. But he only bought me a $30 present on Valentine's Day, and I'm still upset about it. And not even on time, because he has to wait for it to go on sale. I have an internship this summer that's prorated at his dad's yearly salary. He has no internship. He's a good guy. He's of the right caste. What do you mean right caste? Is this like an Indian woman or something? What the fuck are you talking about? He's on a very social hierarchy ranking from peasant to king. What is going on? He's in an okay major, but I resent him for not being able to spoil me. I want to have something to show off. I don't want to be disappointed with the Zales ring down the road. Obviously, people have preferences in dating, but I feel like this is like kind of an extreme preference. Just a little bit, maybe just a little bit. Complaining about the fact that you got a $30 present on Valentine's Day from a college student. I mean, clearly this woman doesn't actually care about how he treats her, or how nice he is to her, or how good of a guy he is. She literally only cares about the fact that he makes money. Or in this case, the fact that he's not making enough money for her to live up to that standard and not be embarrassed by the fact that he didn't buy her a $3,000 ring or something. Although $3,000 is probably way below the standard that she wants. She probably needs him to get like a $30,000 ring. I honestly didn't think that gold diggers were like a real thing outside of like Miami. I thought it was not a real thing, but here we have a classic example of a college gold digger. Pretty dark, all right? Pretty dark, but also at the same time, she's shitting on the brokies, all right? She's like Andrew Tate. She's owning the pores. I respect her position, and frankly, I think we need more women like her. Next, we have it looks like a Tinder or Bumble or some dating app profile. I'm not really sure about the UI. I'm no expert, but she says about me. I'll never get a boyfriend. It sucks so much. I don't want to live. Sad face. Guess I'm no good ever as a girl. I try so hard. I really do. I speak English. What a great idea. To self-pity yourself, to talk about how much you suck when you're trying to get guys to like you, to talk about how low your self-esteem is. Not only will that get you amazing guys, it definitely won't attract the wrong kind of person who would only be an absolute freak to you. But this guy decided to go out of his way to message her a nice thing, which I don't think you should have done. I don't think you should message anyone in this capacity unless you're like already their friend. But he says, hey, I'm not looking for anything right now, but I just wanted to tell you to hang out there because you'll find that special someone one day. I've personally given up with relationships for the time being, but just for a while, because I know one day I'll be the right person, and I'm sure you will too. So he gave her a very, very nice message, I would say, just trying to combat the depths of insecurity she's displayed on her dating profile. And she just responds by saying, I am the right person. Stop being selfish. He just sends a question mark at the end because he doesn't know what to say. You have to understand, the reason why I'm not dating someone is because everyone else is crazy. I'm so good that the world is just not prepared for someone as good as me. And that's why no one could ever love me, because I'm just too freaking dope. Oh shoot, so sorry. I didn't mean to send that. That's a little embarrassing. My old phone didn't allow me to send videos since I just got this one on Thursday. I'm still trying to see what I can do, and I don't know what I pressed when scrolling through my gallery.
U Njemačkoj recimo,
ne, možda ga upališ ti program, ali ti ne da provider da koristiš recimo tu aplikaciju, ne da ti porto upaljen. Da, pa ne da.
U Njemačkoj javno se ti stigne kazna ako koristiš
Oni tačno znaju šta ti otvaraš. U duše ako imaš Express VPN ili tako nešto, ne mogu da znaju šta koristiš uopšte.
A koliko ljudi zna na koristi?
Pa, ne.
Pa ja recimo znam
forward. I'm sorry. I do, however, wish you the best of luck in what you're looking for. It was wonderful to chat with you. Have a wonderful day. I'm very sorry we didn't get to meet.
Možda bi jednostavno ne trebao da upalim VPN VPN kad upalim onaj tvoj program.
We wouldn't have worked out. Who knows?
Da me detektuje da sam neđe u Americi.
I hope you find your person. I hope there's no hard feelings.
Ne mora
Just stop messaging, okay? You said you hope there's no hard feelings. There's nothing further to talk about. You sent him some embarrassing yet attractive video of you or something. There's nothing to say. Just end it. Just block it, end it, move on. That's it. But she just keeps going. She can't help herself. Do you have hard feelings? Because I hope you don't. I'm trying to be the kindest I can be about it over here. I accidentally sent you an attractive video of me from a year ago, and I got really embarrassed. I accidentally sent you an attractive video of me. My bad. Didn't mean to send that. Didn't mean to send that attractive video. I think it's clear that she did mean to send it, and now she's kind of embarrassed. But she's fishing for him to be like, oh no, actually, I really liked it. I really like you, and that video just convinced me that we need to be together forever. Yet I still am kind enough to go out of my way to at least respectfully wish you the best. I let you know I don't wish to move forward rather than ghost you and leave you wondering where I went. You seem like a decent enough guy to appreciate something like that and to wish me the best in return. The entitlement is crazy. Like you're owed a message. Like you're owed the respect of getting a message back when you accidentally send a video of you naked or something. Like there's no reason for any interaction at this point. Just end it. Just end it. If you're really over it, just stop talking. Maybe I was wrong and you aren't such a nice or respectful guy after all. Because there's no reason you shouldn't be able to issue me the same respect. The fact you won't just tells me you must feel slighted. And take me not moving forward as you feeling rejected because I'm an attractive woman. I'm glad I know that's the real you. Because it seems I may have dodged a bullet and you're not such a nice guy after all. Just end the conversation. Just end it. What is wrong with you? How many guys in this girl's life have been telling her entire life like, oh my god, you're so attractive, I love you so much, you can do no wrong, that led her to behave in this way and think in such a way. Nobody is born acting like this. Nobody is born with this kind of mentality. Unless they're like, I don't know, the Riddler or something. But like nobody is born acting like this, so there's no reason she should be saying anything like this. Just because I'm an attractive woman and don't want to move forward shouldn't make you feel slighted. That you can't be kind and respectful to wish me the best in return. But if you can't, that says more about you than it does about me, and I'm sorry to see that. I guess you weren't such a good guy after all. I don't even know why I'm apologizing for sending you an attractive video of myself from over a year ago. Laugh out loud. So what? Because I'm an attractive woman, you should feel so slighted that I don't want to meet? You won't even wish me the best back or let me know there's no hard feelings because I'm hot and you feel slighted? Seriously? I'm not the last hot woman out there. You'll find someone else, you know. Lol. Whatever. I tried to be nice. You want to be a jerk in return just because you feel rejected by me being an attractive woman who wasn't interested in you. I wasn't that attracted, to be honest. And she just keeps going. She just keeps going with message after message with him just not responding at all. Finally, after walls and walls of text and bullshit, he says, hey, just get out of a meeting. Just saw your texts. I think you're right. We're not the best for each other. Wish you the best. And she just keeps going with message after message after message after message. She keeps saying, I'm about to block you, and then sending another wall. Again, thanks for being a jerk just because I didn't want to meet. Glad you agree. Makes me feel better knowing me not being interested didn't hurt you. Take care. I just got your message. Thanks, and I wish you well also. My signal strength isn't the best out here in Pasadena for the video shoot, so I don't know when you sent that response, but I'm glad me not being interested didn't hurt you. I sincerely am. Take care of yourself. Just end it. Just end it. Just stop harassing this poor guy, okay? He's like at work or something. He's in a meeting. Stop. And hopefully one of these messages reaches you because it keeps poor signal. Anyways, I gotta run. They're about to start shooting again and I have to put my phone away. Hopefully one of my texts I tried sending once I received your response goes through, because it's saying none of them are except one, it looks like. Have a good day and good luck. I'm noticing she referenced Pasadena here, much like the Berkeley girl. A lot of California girls here going on. I'm noticing kind of a trend with California. There's maybe something in water going on over there. I don't know exactly what it is. Seems like kind of a dark, dank situation. And after all of this, after constantly being like, okay, you just didn't like me because I'm an attractive woman and you couldn't handle me, blah, blah, blah. She finally ends after saying, anyways, take care, for the 5th time. Then she says, P.S. I won't block your number since you ended up not being a jerk like I thought you were. And after that, she goes on and she says, with that said, I know I wasn't interested in a romantic way, but I make an amazing friend. I make an amazing friend. Yeah, I'm sure you do, dude. I'm sure you do. Who could not think that you're an amazing friend when you spam
Imat ćeš novu, čini mi se, specijalizaciju za mercenari, ako sam dobro vidio. Oficijeri ili tako nešto, zaboravim se. Kako se tačno zove?
Neki sa minimalnim skillovima i to. A ovaj Gambling Legionar je već lud kad se na njega stave ove ti minimalni skillovi i to.
Pa dobro, ovo će ti biti bonus. Boys and girls of every age, strange.
Samo sekundu, Kesić. Što se ja zajebavam?
Sizeran.
Kad je ovo ovako jeftino. Ovo je dosta jeftino.
Okej.
Samo da kupim ovoga. Kad je ovo ovako jeftino, jebate.
Si gledao onu animu, ojme meni, Steinova kapija.
Ne.
Steins Gate, nisi?
Peggy 8.
Pošalji mi ovo.
Animu, da ti pošaljem.
Mhm.
Stein Gate anime.
Pazi ovo, pošalji mi invite, Kesić, molim te. Znači ovo je lodjelo.
Šta si uradio? Šta si uradio?
Ovo je lodjelo. Samo mi pošalji invite.
Kakvo lodjelo što? Pa gdje si izašao? Šta si uradio?
4 divajna sam platio ovo.
Dim, šta je to?
Uživajte u tom osjećaju dugotrajne blistave boje. Do vašeg sljedećeg bojenja probajte Palette Deluxe, boju za kosu na bazi ulja.
Da.
Nije 4 nego 5 divanja.
Gdje si Makiću, šta se radi?
Ništa. Gledam tu neki film.
Ajmo.
Yes, you're rich. Kindly get a move on. I got magic freedom down my neck here.
Šta imamo?
Jesi vidio predstavu, a?
Ma, cirkus, vrati. To si iz aviona vidi, evo. Kad je muka, tu je Đilas. Sljedeća situacija.
Zar ne mogu jednostavno da ih sve fino raspuste i raspišu nove izbore za poslanike prijatelja? Tu stoku, razumeš, koja sebe zove poslanicima, treba jednostavno...
Sve to, sve. I pozicija i opozicija. Sve u autobusu i u zatvor.
Da.
Majko mi jebem svima.
Mislim, treba da predstavljaju volju naroda, ako je mi to volju naroda koje predstavljaju...
No, ne predstavljaju.
O čemu li ne rade?
Uži u kriptu.
Pa jesam.
Pa, ja kako vidim ti si u Jungle izbio. Nisi ušao u kriptu, što je pored tebe tu.
Dobili smo mine, Makić.
Šta smo dobili?
Mine, gasne.
Kript.
Imaš da kupiš u ovome shopu za 15-20 hiljada.
Venom Crypts, Venom Crypts.
Here we go again.
Da.
Pa jesam, tu sam jebote.
Sad ću doći.
Ne vredi, moram startovati instancu, laguje mi, znaš.
Nije problem, rekao sam ti već.
Čekaj da provarim jednu stvar, kada već tu Makićom me živo zanima.
Rekao sam ti već da ja nemam...
Jedan je Milan Belada.
Ne, upravo on.
Možda vi, Bog, te moram ga nazvat puta vidim šta se radi.
Ne mogu ja u Venom Crypts. U Venom Crypts mi uračunava tvoju instancu.
Ne pravi novu.
Ali ne mogu da napravim za Venom Crypts instancu.
Uđi, slušaj, polako.
Vidi Boris.
Nema teleporte.
Polako, uđi u Jungle Ruins, napravi novu instancu.
Na Jungle Ruins jesam napravio novu, ali neće na Venom Crypts.
Pa šta je? Pa šta opet petofej zajedno?
Ispod balvana.
Ma ovo Nenada boost.
Ko to igra s ovom puškom?
Martini Henry.
Da, to ti igraš, a?
Ne, on nije moj screenshot, to ti sredite.
Za Jungle Ruins ja sam napravio
Viš da piše da ima oba bounty tokene kad sam ti ja išao na bounty.
Ali ne mogu za Venom Crypts.
Da.
Razumeš?
Uđi ponovo u Venom Crypt. Biće nova.
Neći.
Find teammates.
Aj dođi ti kod mene na Jungle Ruins pa ćemo zajedno ući u
Šta je
Venom
ovo?
Crypt.
Novi DLC?
Dođi kod mene na Jungle Ruins.
Sad ću.
Gdje si Toma, šta se radi? Jel on izašao, šta je?
Oterao si onako čovjek.
Baš, to ga oterao.
Niko mi nije rekao da ide.
Dead Man's Cut.
A, to je neki novi DLC.
Ovo sad zagrijavanje pred novi event, a?
Pretpostavljam, znaš kako Crytek to radi, obično...
Bacaju kosku, a?
Aha.
Mogu ja da im bacim samo jednu stvar, da ga uvrođu usta i jebem. Mamu im jebem prošle sve.
Neki kulen da im baciš, jel?
Pa da. Misle da će me navuku da upalim jebenu igru.
Sad bi te pitao, Maki, ti hoćeš i Helldivere, ali nemam pojma šta ćeš da radiš. Tako da...
Kad pedem
Možemo ovdje, brate.
Može?
Ovako nema... Može, samo da promenim nalog.
Ajde, Kesiću.
Change account.
Samo sekund.
Danas sam prvi put banao nekoga što priča gluposti.
Da si ga banao?
A da nije Milan Belad. I moj kum.
Ne zajebao.
Što sa kanala?
Ma na Twitch.
Aj pa ćemo zajedno ući u Venom Crypt, aj.
Na Twitchu ne volim to da radim.
Ja čekam da uđeš, ajde uđi.
Igrao sam s nekim momcima, random team, igrao sam s njima ovaj Helldivere.
Jesi ti bacio možda neki belt u Venom Cryptsu?
Jas.
Pa to je to, učitelom i staru instancu.
Ne veze.
Elik mi pošle poruku dok ćeš da igraš te NPC igre.
Ima veze zato što mi jako veliki ping.
Gledaj, ajde ovako, Ujano. Dođi do Jungle Ruins.
Ja ono, što sad NPC?
Drži CTRL i klikni na njega.
Pa kao desiti kao drugi igrači ovih koji tu pored mene.
Dobro.
Sabotiraju.
I napravi novu instancu.
A ne, kao nešto PvP. Ja rekao, nije tu Milan Belada, oprosti da igram PvP. Bukvalno sam tako rekao. Nije tu majstor za tryhard. Rekao, zato se ne igra PvP. Hoće nešto da lik. Neću da kažem da Kenja, ali da soli pamet. Kao kad bi ja došao kod tebe na tvoje radno mjesto i soli ti šta da radiš. Samo sam rekao... Pa.
Ali jesi u radu nekako sam ti rekao, streamuješ, čekaj.
Streamujem, evo.
Banao sam lik. Ne mogu da se raspravljam, bolje da ga banem pre nego što počnu teške reči da lete.
CTRL Jungle Ruins, evo.
Da.
Jel gledaš, ne?
Da. Klikni new. Sad ponovo dođi do Venom Crypta i ponovo radi isto.
Ovo plavo-belo nije loše.
Žuriš, polako. Ne treba da žuriš.
Dobro.
Drži se tema. Klikni na Venom Crypt.
To je to.
Plavo-belo delo ti ima 129 armora. A to ti je, jedino jače od toga ti je onaj heavy armor.
To je to.
Ovo ti je armor jako dobar za, na primjer, robot...
Ne znam zašto je tvoju instancu učitavalo.
Što oni imaju eksplozivno oružje uglavnom. Ono, rakete na govno.
Moramo dole ovamo.
Možeš dosta da preživiš tih zabancija.
Hvala kuću da se ide samo
jedno. Ne znam da li ga kupim, uzet ću.
Uzmi pa probaj. Naravno ako imaš onaj, ne znam da li koristiš... Da li koristiš eksplozivno oružje kao primary?
Pa nekad koristim, da.
Ako koristiš eksplozivno oružje kao na primjer primary, što će reći često, znači ono, to ti je ono eksplozivni samostrel, dominator...
Što si Tom otero, Nenade?
Gdje si ga ja otero?
Gdje ga otero?
U drugi kanal.
Oni gadinovački su tiši game.
Treba im treba koncentracije.
Zvuk im treba još, šta?
Jest.
Matali su, pa ono.
Čuj. Ako te ovaj čuje da su matali, neću pričao više s ovom, da.
Ko, gadinovački?
Da.
Pa znamo da se ja zajebavam da...
Sad šta hoćeš? Hoćeš i četvorku, šesticu, šta da igramo? Ne bi predložio preko 6.
Ko je?
Bez da igramo s nekim ljudima koji su stvarno dobri.
Ajde, šta je?
Samo oni ne preveni inkubator, sad ću... Ubio ovaj je menu. Ej!
Hellpods prime. Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized.
Igramo.
Major Order, to ti je robot. Treba neki Deep Forge da oslobodimo neku fabriku na neku planetu.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron.
Pa igrali smo bili bube, onomad koliko? Skoro 10 dana, koliko? 7 do 10 dana smo igrali, samo taj Major Order, kad smo stukli s onim Predatorom bubom. Imam traume još od onomad kad sam igrao sa Slavkom, kad su me jurile, ne znam, 2 Bile Titana i Chargeri po gradu, dok me Impaler nabadao iza zida, bukvalno. Ček. Koja je to puška za Boga? To Dominator? Ili... A mislim da jest. Jel?
Jest.
Odavde. Okej. A možemo i ovo. Ne. Ovo. Pošto će biti... Ovdje nema ovdje snega. Nema ovdje snega, ja sam idiot. Ovo. To da... Torbu s municijom. I kvazar. Tako.
Hellpod launch initiated.
Da, neko dobar predlog za onaj ranac kad nosiš, na primjer, coilless rifle ili onaj autocannon, da kad neko hoće da ti uradi onaj assisted reload, da napuni iz tvog ranca, razumeš? Pazi.
Calling down fortifications.
Ne, neće.
Druga.
Calling in orbital strike. Gas strike incoming.
Ko to puca je?
Minobacač, vjerovatno.
Requesting tag pack.
Minobacač. Šta najveća fora, jebeni minobacač je skršio njih.
Mislim još kvazar.
Pa naruči ga sad slobodno.
Vidi ovo. Majku ti.
Stižem. Evo tu nam je fabrika inače. Ješ, drži moj kvazar, drži ovo, bacit ćeš mi. To. Pazi na mine.
I ovo ima.
Pazi na mine.
Vidi promašim, jao.
Nema veze, mrda sam levo desno, to je normalno. Aktivirao sam bombu, pazi. Idemo na sljedeći. Je li ima još koja fabrika? Samo jedna ima. Vrko jedna samo. Dobro, dobro. Baci mi kvazarku, imaš jedan višak. To, hvala. To. A gdje je drugi, zaglavljen na stene, ali?
Ubio sam tu trojicu.
Dobro. Ajmo... lansirnu kodru. Ili?
Tagging location, east.
Oh.
Going in an orbital strike. Throwing supply beacon.
Ček sekundu, bacio sam gas da te ne rasturi. Možeš pucat iz daljine u njih, ne znati gdje su.
Ja pucam ja u ono tamo.
Dobro.
Ima još jedna.
Heavy, on my position.
Automaton outpost scrapped.
Bots, north.
Sad ću samo da mi se ohladi ovo govno.
Evo para. Igrao sam par mečeva s ovim randovima, veruj mi, skupio sam bio dosta ovih super kredita, ono random je bio, nisam ni gledao.
Calling down fortifications!
Samo pić. Pazi na... aktiviraš ove mine, nećete ubiti, ali... to zračiti. Uzmi stimpak dok trčiš. To na... Stiže nam orbital... tank je, tank. Pogodi drugi. Ovo je ja gore.
Vidi.
A nisi vidio da pada, šta?
Vidim si bilo kasno.
Pa samo pustiš klik. Znaš? To tank gdje ide, a?
Ajde, da, evo ga gore.
Aj, joj, ubi me u glavu.
Jesam. Krenuli pilići da izlaze.
Tu me baci napred kod te stene. Tu. Si ubio tank, nisi? Mislim da ide i dalje. Ide i dalje. Headshot ovo me bio. Ček. Bam. Evo mu ga na.
Sredio si ja.
Nego šta nisam.
Užijeli tu kod eksploziju.
Proletao sam preko stene. Pazi, leđe. Ovi imaju jetpack.
Možeš ime kako boostova da uzmem jedan 50 divajnova za opremu divan.
Ne znam kako. Ja pustam Kesiću. Jedino da ti boostaš druge ljude.
Čuje.
Ja mogu ti pomognem da pre završiš to.
Stani, od mene bežiš, ne mogu da verujem.
O, neko pobio si ih.
Ma ja trčim za to, ti dam kutiju municije. Ovo iz mene. Pobio ih jest.
Pa koliko mi treba 2 put da boostam čovjeka od 0 da bi mogao za opremu, jel?
Pa da konaš. Ba te više od 50 divajna za Gameboy.
Evo, 3 divajna ovdje.
Jesi ti unapredio čitav brod?
Nisam. Hvala mi one ljubiče.
Pa to igramo. Mogu da se nađe na ovoj mapi 3 ljubičiste, znaš? Ajmo u...
Moram sam moći za nešto za 3 divajna.
Ako vidiš batak, onaj pileći, znaš? on ti daje 3 potencijalno ovoga super sample.
Aha, vidim fabrikator, ne znam da li ću ga...
Hoćeš. S pola mape ga možeš ubiti.
Ma znam, ako ne vidim ga.
Stiže im dropship iza stene.
Evo, još 3 divajna.
Veruješ da su se pozicionirali tačno između mene i stene. Dobro, prijatno.
Nego XP mi nekako ide traljavo jebe. Čujem.
Pa monster level ti je 59, ne znam koji su.
Ja sam 5-6. Ajde.
Pa tranjao, kako ti reći. Znaš da se ovdje slabo XP-ovi.
Šta me ovo ubilo je?
Da nije nešto te headshotalo.
Dobro ide, a? Jel tranjao?
Izvolio. To mi djeluje kao tank tamo, znaš?
U mape živete poslije...
Slušaj taj zvuk, jel čuješ? To, dum. To ti tank. Puca iz...
Za sat vremena ima da ti dignem 30 levela.
Puca iz mitraljeza. Puca tačno tamo gdje si umro. To je neki glitch u AI. Samo puca u tu tačku. Tank te ubio. Mene isto ubio bio prošli put.
Imaš i neke nabuđene mape, nemaš?
Nijem.
Evo ti ga ovdje.
Evo ti ovo što tebi treba. Koraps, jel to?
Brš!
Vidi. Batim sam se zvuka.
Gdje idemo sad, na?
Sad idemo onaj... Azek Soul.
Azak Bog, misliš?
Da. Azak Soul Bog. Ne, gledaj. Uzmi checkpoint.
Ja, ali ovo kad krenu da idu u spalinu, nis spalinu,
Nije
to mi
mi
je
otvoren
presmešno.
checkpoint kod portala, znaš.
Ej, jebi ga.
Znam ja šta ti pričaš,
Pazi na zelene mine.
Sad nemam ovdje portal, nije mi jasno.
Sad ću ja teleportirati na me.
Ali ne mogu zbog instance.
Nema veze, ti će da uđeš u Azak, to, Bog ili kako.
Evo, Azak Bog.
Welcome.
Jel to će treba?
Evo, samo da se teleportiram. Da. Ovdje spirite. Onda se samo onim sebi.
Pazi, ide na tebe ovaj.
Ajde. Da nađemo.
Ajde.
Neko robot.
Kako sad ide level.
Viš? Bolje.
A ne možeš ti to je tebi preodređeno samom skriptom koliko ti možeš maksimalno levela da...
Da, znam, 60. nivo ti želiš iz kampanje i to je to.
Got a sample! Southeast.
Evo iz prve smo naš. Viš da ne mora ono da se pali, nema potrebe.
Koje je belo igra.
Znaš šta je male, svaki put kad legnem
Bacilo to što treba,
da stabilizujem, trza je ovoga.
A ne znam da ono treba...
Kvazar Kenana, redovno dolazi ovdje mi isečeva s motornom
Ne,
testerom.
neki put neće bati
Redovno. Legnem, smirim pušku, palim ono iz Kvazar Kenana, krene se ovaj sa motornom testerom pored mene. A ne čuješ?
Infested Barons, misliš?
Kako je ovo Saruman oko ovdje?
Infested Barons.
Misliš kako nas pokriva s onim skenom? Pa ne.
Momci, da se ne nadvikujemo, izvinjavam se.
Pa ne nadvikujem se, ali ti slobodno izvoli. Ja se ne nadvikavam. Okay, go. We need the codes. Whoop.
Never die. Heavy on my position.
He's dead.
Affirmative. Tagging map, northeast, far. Calling down a sentry. Calling down supply.
Go.
I've got you. Rare sample acquired.
Ček, Maki, stani. Ne mrdaj.
Here.
Ajmo. Sad možeš da mrdaš. Pazi na meteore.
Evo ih tamo vidim.
Daj, vidiš beacona. Beacon's here. Bunker. Daj ti ga bunker ovdje. Bunker.
Found something. Calling down fortifications. Tagging location. Follow me. I'm on it.
Samples, Stalwart. Red samplovi. Oh.
Šta mi je ovo?
Gas.
I've got you.
Peći gore. Pa pazi da ne zgaziš na to zeleno. Ideš. Ne ubijaju instant kao obične mine, dovoljno robote uspore. I bube isto. Vidiš li...
100 meters.
Jesi, ne znam, ruku si mu odvalio, mislim, tako nešto. Still alive. Još uvijek je mobil. Viš, gledaj, jedan metak je bio, sve? Očeć! Brš! Misli negdje onaj batak. Anybody see a drumstick? Or a cockroach? Neki stene u obliku pečetke.
Šta mi ovo uzima energiju jebote?
Kad sprintaš gubiš health, ali pomalo.
Aha.
Jeste da možda sprintaš skoro neograničeno, ili tako? Skoro neograničeno. Kad staneš da trčiš i to ti to. Nije kao da skida 300 health. Sjelaz dole. Taman toliko si skida koliko te neće ubiti. Jedino ako imaš jedan healtha i urete robot. Jebi ga onda bolje da ne mrdaš.
Čekaj, je li to zbog odela ili šta?
Ne, uzeo sam booster takav.
Aha, ajde ovo.
Nije odelo. Ti fali pol healtha, uzmi staminu i to ti to.
Da, uzeo sam.
To ti je ono trčanje bez daha, bukvalno. Znaš? Ta varijanta.
Freedom forever! Requesting sentry. Requesting fortification.
Dropship!
Requesting tac pack.
Ja ću ovaj s tankom. Gađ drugi.
Samo da vidim. Tek sad ne. Pogodio sam.
Pazi na min.
Da.
Dropping item.
Tank! Jebote, nisam ga vidio, znaš. Pao je, krenuo je da pada iz ovoga dropshipa, znaš. I dropship je pao na tank, ali ga nije ubio. Baci mene na tank. Mrtav. Yeah, that tank is dead.
Calling in reinforcements.
Mrtav.
Reloading.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
A još jedan. Boom.
Joining the fray.
Kaboom.
Calling down a sentry.
Rare sample acquired.
Requesting sentry.
Dropship. Requesting orbital strike. Sample collection.
Wait.
Gdje su dropshipovi?
Dropping a pin. East. 200 meters. Tagging map. East. 200 meters.
Ma ne.
Nisam ih vidio.
Znaš šta je fora? We need power here. That's a problem.
Dropping item.
Nismo uključili power, a?
Bilo nam je ovo bliže, znaš. Nije da nismo htjeli, ali ono je bilo bliže.
Calling down fortifications. Heavy, south, close.
Čekaj, ovaj gubi health. Vata te gori. Dude, what are you doing? Ja, znaš šta je lik uradio? Lik je aktivirao Saurona. I sad nam ovaj spamuje brodove, znaš.
Heavy, close.
Gdje šta ih je?
Calling in orbital. Affirmative. Thank you.
To.
Ubio me, moj me ubio, kako?
Možda nije. Nekad se zabagujem piše. Ne mora da bude.
Throwing supply beacon.
I need a man here.
Marking location.
Bunker.
Objective located.
Fucking Sauron.
Enemy tactical asset within threat range.
Calling down a sentry.
Calling down a sentry.
Objective critical stratagem.
Marsh!
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Orbital inbound.
Requesting sentry.
Viš šta onih trupa imaju ovdje, a?
Requesting orbital strike.
Trebaš mi ovdje Makiću za... Pomozi mi reći... Bunker.
Dolazim.
Virtual sex!
Here! Rare sample acquired. I've got you.
Go. We need power. Vidiš mine zelene pored nas, jel' tako?
Da, vidim.
Sorry. Joj, kako sam blizu prošao.
Enemy patrol, east.
Ovo ih raznosi ovaj robot, se vas sviđa.
A, ovaj, guard dog, obično onaj.
No, da,
napustovali su ga matis. Par hitaca. Ode. Posle ovog meča ja moram dodajem da pojedem nešto i da idem na posao matis, tako da ako sam te cimo za malo izvijem.
Opušteno, jok.
Calling in orbital strike.
Gas strike incoming.
Calling down fortification.
Deploying minefield. Stand clear.
Calling down supplies. Engaging terminal. Sentry. Supplies. Reloading. Calling down a support weapon. Tagging location. Southwest.
I'll take it.
Thank you.
Here.
Prekidač. Switch.
Gdje je prekidač?
Na transformator. Ovo je.
Pogađa tu.
Kuret, vidiš.
Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters.
Šta je ovaj zabao puca u zemlju?
Turet, a turet ima isti AI kao neprijatelji, znaš. I onda nekad ga vidiš kako bije kroz podlogu, znaš. Ne detektuje da su iza zaklona, na primjer. I onda roka, super samples, maybe? Evo ti ovo Makić, provjerim na ovu stenu.
Koju stenu?
To tu stene ljubičasti super samples. Kokrak.
Requesting fortifications.
Oh no, fake.
My life for super.
Pazi na mine, watch for the mines.
Tagging location.
Wait. Čekaj, bunker maybe? No?
Dropping a pin.
Ne znam šta je ovdje.
200 meters.
No, it's not.
Found something.
Evo ga.
Supplies, southwest.
Bunker. Koji je ovo treći, evo.
Sample collected. I'm on it. Thank you.
Ispod nas, robot.
Gotovo.
Čovjek mi je rekao zašto igraš te NPC igre. Barate, a to nije prvi put, već specijalno smo imali diskusiju, ja sam probao ono prijateljski, znaš, ono, ne igra mi se. Što ne igraš World of Tanks, ne igra mi se World of Tanks, nisam dobar u tome, ne interesuje me, igrao sam Counter Strike i Quake i šta ti ja znam. Hunt Shodan je jaka PvP igra sa ljudima koji, razumeš, koriste third party software i cheatove, ali jeste PvP igra. Igrao sam i PvP dok sam smatrao da postoje fair šanse da se pobedi meč. A kad smo onda dobili po tamburi Ja, Kesić i Drakula, kad smo Drakula je poginuo, a ja i Kesić smo se zabotovali. Ja sam probao da preskočim ogradu, a Kesić je... Kesić su zaglavio animaciji, bukvalno mu je lag skočio na 10.000. I Drakula, pošto je bio mrtav, on ima lag. Drakula nas je gledao i kaže, lik vam prilazi s leđa i kolja vas obojicu. Znači ono, lag na dugme, znači. Na dugme.
Dobro, ali da bude...
Nije svaki meč, nije svaki. A zato što ne igra niko više. Pala ti populacija igrača, pa nema više igrača. 5 do 10.000 igrača. Pa što, za šta će da igra sa istim ljudima, ili da igra s drugim četerima, razumeš? Nema pojenta. Opao broj igrača i nije interesantno.
Evo da idemo na scout.
No ne, jebote šta radi ovaj zeleni. Mr. Slavi, what are you doing, man? Silos nam je ovdje, nije to problem. Ja ovako trčkaram malo okolo, ne bi vidio onaj kako zove pečur. Pazi na gas. Watch for the gas. Evo, ćeš da otkačeš samo ove magnete.
Hoću da dolazim.
I got the terminal!
Guess.
Throwing supply beacon! Calling down fortifications! Tac pack inbound! Engaging terminal!
Dobro da to, su 3 dignuta. Ne vidim dok ne izbaci sljedeći ekran. U suštini ovo su dali kao finu opciju da možeš ranije to da pripremiš. Samo preskočiš sljedeću fazu, to je to. Ti spun municiju. Incoming patrol, watch it.
Firing gas strike.
I got the terminal.
Sad koordinate, D3. We're almost done. Defueling.
Mission at 10 minutes.
Jedan skinut.
Bots, northwest.
Nice, mrda se. To je jako polako mrdavce mrda. Sve distance.
Bio sam, jednog sam ubio.
Je, probao sam drugog.
Engaging terminal.
Vrdan.
Gotovo je, jel?
Gdje izlaz? Sad ako nađem usput ove ljubitoste, imam auto, pošto nemam jer sam idiot. Uzmi s tim pa kobali.
Ono što gađa.
Ne gađa to, trčiš preko mina. Sve jednu si pogodio.
Ja nisam jednu.
Sve jednu si pregazio. Vjerojatno ti ne renderuje mine, ono što sam ja rekao. Stari bug.
Ja vidim mine, ali to ne znam da vidim sve.
Pa, vrlo moguće da ne vidiš sve. That's a tank, I think. Šta upuca ovako? Ma robot.
Requesting fortifications.
Deploying minefield.
I've got you.
Clear. Vidiš sad kako leteo, da?
Da, vidim sve, meni je sve na maksimumu.
Ma i
ne može ja.
Ma... Čini mi se kad odeš i vratiš se s tog sektora gdje su mine...
Ne, onda nestano.
Pa on ih kao zaboravi, znaš, da ih nacrta. Jednostavno sama igra. Ne nacrta ih više, to je to. Opet.
Heavy, north, 50 meters.
To je onaj, jel?
Marking location.
Šta neće otvorat, pukao sam u stup. Da?
Zovu pomoć.
Ma vidi. Gađim prvi.
Pogodio sam ja debelog, sad nema.
Evo dolazim. Kao što sam rekao.
Taman.
Pa. Obično večeram pre nego što odem na posao i radim noćni. I onda ne moram da razmišljam o broku u toku radnog dana. Nekad odem kasno jako na pauzu. Baš kasno.
Calling down fortification!
-1 minute, 30 seconds.
Requesting advanced weaponry! Calling in orbital strike.
Firing gas strike.
Imaš nešto sa zoomom svega.
Sa zoomom?
Pa da staneš gore i da pogledaš da li vidiš negdje i lupa u pečuru. Imamo vremena, ali neki 4-5 minuta, ali...
Imamo ovaj mitraljevska, ali ne vidim. Nema već šta.
Loša planeta za ovo, mnogo brda ima. Igrao sam danas jedan ovakav meč, isto sam tako vozio se okolo. Pre sam izletao iz mape i streljali na to izdajnik. Vidim, I see it, guys.
Dropping items.
Koga vidiš?
I see the fucking rocket, vidim stand.
Aha, evo ga vamo.
Please wait for me. I'm coming.
Tagging location, south.
Don't go into the ship. Oh shit. I could say mu chat svega ti. Don't go into ship.
Found something! Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Oh.
Ne može.
Pelican 1 landing in progress.
Wait. Ajde da otvorim ovo tu.
Requesting orbital strike.
Vam. Pusti ga. Baći ćemo gas.
I'm on it.
To.
Dropship.
We see.
Marking location.
Super samples. Tu je. A imaš dve pečurke znaju da budu. Nisam vidio 3 nikad. Dve sigurno.
Sample. South.
Super samples. I to 3 komada.
Support. Marking sample acquired.
3. Koliko ti je trebalo ovih?
1.
Pa imaš 3.
Dropping a pin. North.
Ajmo, bio
300 meters.
We're coming back. U suštini možeš duže da sprintaš jer ovako prvo polomiš pola helta. Slavko. Ne, jebao sam ti mater, uzmi sample od mene. Vrati, uzmi sample od mene. Slavko me zajebao, iskočio mi ekran, zove me Slavko u svoj, a znači vidi da
Živ
sam...
si, ti si živ si.
A jesam, ali priđi, popadali su tamo.
Nema ništa oko tebe, brate.
Ispadnu tamo gdje sam umro.
Aha, evo, sad sam ih uzeo.
Uzmi ih, bježi, ne izlazi. Zajebo me, on ovako se seti da me zovne, razumeš, da igramo nešto kad ja idem na posao. I što nejače piše da sam u partiju, 4-4. Joj, kako me zajebo. Još ja hoću da pritisnem N, da odbijem. I nisam ni gledao onaj...
Čekaj, mi ne možemo da te sad pozovemo, jel?
Ma mogu ja da se rejoinujem ako stignem. Ako stignem.
Gotovo.
Jesi ti izaš?
Evo, izlazimo, gotovo.
To je to onda, odlično.
A sad si kliknuo pogrešno dugme, šta?
Ne, brate.
Allied destroyer
Da.
has joined squadron.
Idem na posao.
Engaging orbital thrusters. Orbit synchronized. Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Znači, već 3 dana ne mogu da ga navatam da igram s njim Helldivera. Već 3 dana. Ajde, ti imaš posla i tako to. Već 3 dana ne mogu da ga navatam. I sad mi šalje invite. A, nevjerovatno.